Laylut gets real heartfelt praise for his skill, plus a short note. Then the story just abruptly stops, because today he turns 15. He steps out into the street and realizes it's already way too late. He'd been sure he'd finish his tasks hours ago. Suddenly, panic erupts in the young man's chest. Something slams into him from behind, dropping straight onto his back so hard he nearly crumples. His balance completely gone. Suddenly, a girl crept up behind him and wrapped her arms around him in a soft hug. Sylphie, the owner of a dazzling smile and silky, long hair that made her beauty impossible to miss. Laylut pulls a ridiculous face, and the girl jolts in instant shock at this totally unexpected prank. Her whole body starts trembling as she quickly covers her face, trying to vanish and stay unseen, even as she sinks lower and slips out of his line of sight. Laylut keeps pushing, hunting for her gaze. The girl snaps into loud laughter the second she sees his face, teasing that she can't possibly control herself. "Mel," she calls out. Then she's doubled over, laughing so hard she's crying and clutching her stomach with both hands. Luch watches with a soft grin as the girl laughs bright and loud, and she can't help but think, wow, she's actually really cheerful today. Suddenly, the girl's temper melted away. Her cheeks flared pink, and she blurted out the truth. It was all because of that young man who kept reminding her to live for the moment. Her smile steadied into something calm and weirdly warm. The young man slowly reaches out and strokes her head, and he leans in like, "You're so obedient." Her smile lights up instantly. She scoots closer and clings to him for even more of his attention. No matter how strange he acted, she somehow kept clinging to him even tighter, effortlessly. Her name's Sylphina, an orphan with nothing left. No parents, no relatives, not even a single family connection to cling to. A year ago, her own father dragged her here, and then just left her behind to fend for herself. Now the girl stays inside the church, and her father cares for her like she's the world, because the only thing left from her past is her name, while the rest of her memories have slipped away. Every day she leans in and asks, "Are you done with your work yet? And what will you do once it's time for us to play?" He suddenly erupts in laughter, then a sly grin crawls across his face. "Yep, I turned 15 today." Surprise smacks into Sylvie, and she opens her mouth. Then the boy cuts her off, solemn as stone, declaring that he's finally going to get the blessing, and that smug, self-satisfied smile won't budge because he's practically gloating at how proud he feels. She leaned in, all curious, and asked if he truly got a skill from the goddess Mother Earth, because honestly, it sounded way too unbelievable. The young man keeps replaying her words. Adulthood isn't one simple thing because maturity has a bunch of definitions. Yet he fully buys into it, and those thoughts won't let him go. The girl blurts out, totally baffled, what else she has to do to finally become an adult, and the young man only smirks, then dives straight into his own nirvana. Meanwhile, something bold and painfully awkward sparks in his head, and a faint blush creeps up his cheeks. Safina pushes the question again, "What's going on?" The guy freezes up, face flushing hard like he's been caught. The girl just stares, totally lost, because she can't figure out why he's acting like this. Stumbling over his words, the boy blurts out that he's got a ton of things to do. An unexpected shout snaps through the air. Someone wants to know if Mel Laylout is real. Right in front of him, Ro shows up, clutching a huge bundle of firewood, and demands again if Mel's still here. Ro tells everyone his dad, S, been waiting for him. Then he rubs his aching back from hours of chopping wood. Laylout squeezes out an apology for what he did, and right before they leave, he looks at Sylphie and tells her. She earnestly wants him to succeed. Laylout sinks into thought, wondering what crazy new skill fate will hand him. Then cruel memories crash in. His mom was taken too soon by illness. His dad followed, swallowed by alcohol's rot, and loneliness stayed with him like a shadow that never lets go. The day this town says goodbye to him will hit the second his skills click. His dream job shows up, and that fantasy of wealth finally feels real. So in his head he cracks jokes, insisting he's no future millionaire just like that. And swept up in pure dreams, The kid barrels through the church hallways. To live with confidence far from this cursed place, he's gotta learn a special skill fast, and when he says cursed, he means the village asterisk and the church. Now the verdict hits. His power is assessment. His father's eyes filled with worry as he asked, "Are you okay? Because could it really hit you that hard?" With a shaky voice, he asked if that grade was real. Then they confirmed it. Yes, that's exactly right. They even threw in one more brutal detail. Skills are ranked from S all the way down to E, and among every possible skill, his sits dead last. Mal is convinced he got nothing but an E. And deep down, bitterness and shame tear everything apart inside him for being stuck in such an awkward mess. The father leans in to reassure his son, telling him that he didn't just get it. He's got the same evaluation skill too, so there's nothing to worry about. Melilut nods along, totally convinced. This rare talent isn't just good, it's deadly useful. Anything with even a hint of value locks straight into its vision, and whether it's the real deal or a fake, honesty or betrayal, no piece of human truth can hide from that unstoppable stare. With that E rank, he can't truly judge what's going on yet. But the second he levels up, the royal palace doors will swing wide for him. You thank your father, but he just gives your shoulder a soft tap and shrugs that it wasn't him. Because the real gift came from Mother Earth, the goddess herself, and those abilities are something you were born with. Feeling totally awkward, the young man blurts out that he's still not confident. This is his first real crack at the skill. But even with that doubt eating at him, he vows to go all in, train harder, climb his rank and chase success. He just grinned, daring, "Go on if you've already made up your mind." Then he snapped a warning. Chasing that higher rank could turn into a disaster for the kid. And the moment his words hit the air, they felt like prophecy, because a blade was already flashing in his hand, moments from driving straight into Mel's chest. Everything around them lurched and the kid's whole world flipped upside down. Shaken to his core by what he just did, Meili can't settle. Panic slams into him as he stumbles to his feet, and a tremor runs through his body. Calmly, his father explains, "Since you're rank E, once you climb up to rank B, you'll unlock an insane power, being able to judge other people." Mal goes for the sword, but a violent coughing fit slams him down. Then his father bursts into laughter, claiming it's only a warning, until the boy crumples over, racked with sudden pain. Lut hits the ground, gasping as blood chokes him, and his father finally drops the bombshell. This whole family act was just a cover to hunt for others who can sense rare values. Gasps tearing from his chest, he lifts his eyes and there it is, his father's face. Hagel Otzi, a notorious thief and full-on rogue who's feared and hunted across the whole land, a legit master of deception. Lut locks onto the truth in an instant. This is about his father's status, and he's stunned to see the words notorious thief and fraudster staring back at him. Right then it clicks. His father tried to hide this from him at any cost. Hegel admits that even so, he was lucky, because with a rank of E, being able to identify objects is insanely rare. If that kid hadn't landed in his class, he could have grown into a top-tier evaluator and lived a truly amazing life. But right then, the boy was about to say goodbye to the world. The father locks eyes with the young man as he clenches his chest wound, then coldly says the body has to be thrown out. What a shame. He turns his back after that and rests his hand on his thigh. Little Lilith yanks the dagger from his own body, locks eyes with the blade, and his stomach drops. This is it, the moment that decides everything, even if he still doesn't know what comes next. Still, he clings to the belief he can pull it off. Then his gaze snaps to the stranger's nape, and the name that rattles in his head, Hegel O's, turns into an accusation. Thief. The man suddenly snaps that he's dumping all the dirty work on someone else. Then the guy's eyes blow wide as he's ready to dig into every last detail of his very essence. Right when Ro shouts, the man's screams wouldn't die down. He was still begging for help, until the young guy yanked out a dagger and lunged in at once, then drove it straight into the victim's back with brutal, lightning-fast precision. Out of nowhere, the man's throat jerks with a shock cough and he crumples to the ground. Still, he won't panic, straining to rip free and lashing out with an arm to clock the boy. But Melee Lut slips aside with lightning speed and strikes first from the right. Right then, the father was wrapped in the goddess's healing embrace, and every single wound vanished completely. Panic erupted, and he bolted forward in a blind rush. Awareness snaps into Maliwata. Everything stays the same. Those goddesses can only burn their gift once, and the healing he needs is gone for good. Despair claws at his face as he surges forward and drives in with a dagger, swinging with everything he's got. He's on the brink, coughing out his final breath as his body jerks and convulses, staring straight at the deep wound, trying to claw at why he's still alive, but the meaning drains out of his mind. Then it hits him like a gut punch. Bloody hands flash in front of his eyes, and his stare snaps to the still, motionless body. Cold as ice, the truth blooms in his gut. Every last thing that happened was done by his own hands. After testing the assessment on himself, the hero realizes he can peel back secrets just by looking at a target, spotting a person's traits on the spot, and even pulling in fresh knowledge and skills from what he reads. Even with his mind still fraying in an unstable haze, his body is fully healed, all thanks to the goddess's warm embrace. For the first time ever, he catches someone talking about the X rating. Wait, isn't that the top of the top? And that's exactly what he insists about rank X. When he finally looks back on everything he learned, it hits him like a punch. By reading his father's status, he actually absorbed the exact skill that let him heal. The goddess's embrace sealed his wound shut, letting him glide forward like nothing happened, thanks to how quick and nimble he could be. And there it was again in his grip, that strange dagger with its supernatural power. Best of all, every bit of it was handed to him by the same man who'd attacked him. Suddenly, Sylphie rockets into the room after hearing Rue demand their father, and right in front of her, the nightmare lands. Her father's bloodied body on the floor, and Mal beside him, dagger gripped tight in his hand. His body rips with uncontrollable tremors, and his mind scrambles for answers. How could the father be lying lifeless right there, while Mal's standing nearby? Then, out of nowhere, Mal Leilud snaps forward and lunges with his dagger. Suddenly, he snatches Sylphie and yanks her into his arms, shoving Ro aside in one brutal move. Then guilt hits him like a punch, and he stumbles back fast. Molly Lut strides into the hallway, knife held out in front, and Ro's terror hits the roof. He blurts that the man already slaughtered his father, and now he's coming for Ro, too. Even while he's shaking with fear, Ro keeps his hands up, making it crystal clear he won't fight back. He snaps that everything is a total disaster, and then reveals Sylphie has become his hostage. Right away, Melee Ilut whips his gaze to her and starts firing back, insisting there's a reason for every single thing. Ro fires off that he can kill someone if he has a reason. Then he barks at the boy to shut up. Right after that, a sly, nervous smirk flashes across Ro's face as he stares straight at him. Malilut leans in and studies Ro's every move, the famous thief's assistant, because he knows Ro can read him, predict his next action, and even snatch intercepts mid-motion to keep Sylphina trapped. But there's a catch. Ro can't fully unleash his power since his back is screaming with unbearable pain. He roars that everything's flipped on its head. He's the one holding Sylphic captive and she's obeying his every order. And then he explodes, demanding how that mystery guy knows about Sir Hegel, the one who spilled the secret. Rage keeps rising and it's clear. He's about to teach the insolent fool a lesson. Mowgli Lut finally clocks it. His only real edge is his one-of-a-kind taijutsu and brutal strength. So he commits, forcing himself to absorb it all without getting shaken for even a second, eyes sharp and unblinking as he locks directly onto his opponent. Ro lands a savage punch, but his opponent slips it like nothing, and then the counterattack comes up from below. Ro crumples to his knees, pain exploding through him, and Meli Lut rockets a kick straight into his stomach. He can't even breathe through the agony. Ro thrashes on the ground, writhing in unbearable pain. Rage surges through him as they shove him back into aiming for the spine, shot after shot, until Meliliot finally slams the brakes on this duel. Trembling with terror, Sylphie watches it all unfold as Melilayat slowly turns his gaze toward her. She clamps onto his sleeve and gives a firm nod, and just like that the message is clear. Stop talking. There's no room for anything extra. Melilayat slips into her thoughts by instinct and snaps to the real plea underneath it all. Don't leave me. Take me with you. In her eyes, heartbreak and hope whirl together, speaking a quiet, invisible language between their hearts. A smile sparks across his face, shyness flickering in his eyes, and he boldly reaches out with that grime-stained hand, inviting her to come with him. The girl freezes in shock, like he somehow cracked her secret thoughts. Then, trembling, she takes his hand and says yes. After a bit of time, the young guy and the girl hauled every last box, bag, and bundle into the cart. He grabbed the heavy stuff himself and left the lighter loads for her. Then they finally hit the road, escaping their hometown and starting their journey for real. Melilayat leans towards Sylphie on the way and mutters that the horse is finally spent, so they should stop. Sylphie doesn't even hesitate. As Lut stares at the cart, guilt hits him hard. His monastic chariot was taken by his own hands, and in his mind he brands himself a thief and a murderer. He leaps off the cart with zero hesitation, then stretches his hand out slow and steady, hauling Sylphia down safely, while panic-laced questions spiral in his head. If they catch him, how many years will he rot behind bars? On the way, the boy poured every last detail of his fight with his father into Sylph's ears. No gaps, no shortcuts, and she just sat there, locked in, listening like it mattered, not cutting him off once, while her serious eyes stayed fixed on him as his story played out. They pulled up at the campfire and dug into dried meat like it was pure treasure. By killing a person, criminal or not, even if they were trying to take his own life, he'd crossed the line. No real murder happened, though. It just pushed that person right to the brink. And if he'd clearly ended his opponent's life in the name of self-defense, everyone would have called it normal self-defense. But did he really make the right call? Was there any other path he could have taken? No time left to weigh it, so those thoughts keep tightening the grip on his mind, and the young man can't rest. He keeps hammering himself with what-if questions, wondering how everything could have gone sideways. What if fate never crowned him with this rare gift for judging? What if Hegel never chose the criminal life? And what if he hadn't been forced to disappear into the city's maze of shadows? With food clenched in his fist, bitter dread hits him, something seriously off. His mind hunts for a culprit on its own, even though he once swore he'd live just for himself. And then it all clicks. Every choice comes with a price, and now he's got to pay for every last one. Sylph confidently presses her hand into his palm, trying to steady the boy and make him understand. None of this is his fault. In her eyes burns ironclad resolve. Melilayat stares at her, stunned, and then his face lights up with a real, heartfelt smile. After a tense pause, she leans in and demands to know what he's planning next. Then he flips the script and asks if she ever dreams about going back to her homeland. She thinks hard, and finally admits she can't remember a thing about the place she came from. Then she straight up admits that if the chance comes, she'll gladly head back to her homeland. No hesitation. And his face ignites with a grin as he breezes in like, so why not leave right now? The girl lets out a heavy sigh and admits she can't even point to where her real homeland is, and the boy, honestly shocked her, admits he doesn't know much either. Then Melilayat snaps his assessment ability on and instantly reads Sylphie's features. The result hits hard. Right in front of him stands the princess of the Elven Kingdom, Sylphina est Valania, the first princess of Falania. Sulfina est Felinis, this tiny elf, woke up with her memories shattered by some mysterious artifact, and before she could even make sense of her life, a thief snatched her up and tried to sell her for a massive fortune, and now she's staring in shock, blurting out, "Wait, who is this princess?" Melilayat admits she doesn't know the details for sure, but if her memory is right, she shares the same family name with the royal line in the Eastern Elven Kingdom. And she also believes she's somehow the first princess. Sylphie figured that if Mel was saying it, then it had to be true, so she nodded hard, promised she got every single detail, and stayed deadly serious in her own head. Malaylute can't shake the feeling that it's weird. She trusts his words like they're gospel, even when they come out of his mouth, and she doesn't even question it. She steals him a shy glance, and then Malaylute flashes back with a warm, reassuring smile. He paused for a beat, flashed her a real smile, and broke the news. Now that he'd received the blessing, he could finally evaluate skills. Her face lit up with pure delight, and she burst into genuine, heartfelt congratulations. Malaylute thanks her with shaky awkwardness, then begs her to stay only for him to tease. "Shouldn't you act different? You're the first princess, after all. Isn't it natural you'd be a real one?" With a heavy sigh, he admits, thanks to his E3 rank skill, he can read people, and that's exactly how he tracked this down. She barely breathes back that an X rank is nothing short of a miracle. Malaylute tells her, "If you don't fully get it, just smile and say you understood." The princess thinks it over, then taps her chin with her finger like she's solving a riddle. The girl beams and asks, "Is this too much?" The boy grins and says, "Not at all. Sylphie is the first princess, so it feels completely right." The young man whips around to her, and the moment he does, shock and confusion flood his face. She just shuts her eyes and murmurs that she doesn't care who she is, because Mill will always be the most precious thing in her world. With a soft smile, she leans her head onto his lap, slips her arms around it, and whispers how much she treasures him. Then he freezes, blushes hard, and goes right back to making those awkward, ridiculous faces. The boy stared at the girl, stunned out of his mind, while Sylphie shut her eyes tight in shock, then snapped back with a bright, sweet smile and a soft little giggle. With his cheeks blazing, the boy shyly smiles, and then instantly starts contorting his face again and again. Sylphie can't stop herself. It's ridiculously funny to her. He cranks out even more grimaces, and the girl breaks into laughter as she watches his wild antics. The girl burst into laughter and confessed that all that fun had her stomach aching, and Mel Layla's answered with a soft smile and a calm, tender look. As they rise, the boy suddenly invites Sylvia to meet his family, and she snaps her eyes up, desperate to catch what he's saying. Then Malaylute declares it without hesitation. From this moment on, that's going to be their new goal. The boy blurts that with their mysterious companion finally revealed, the road ahead is clear, and it points straight to the Elven Kingdom in the east. He can't stop wondering what she thinks, and the fierce determination in his voice says one thing: this new destination has already become the whole point of their journey. She flashes a smile and nods like she totally gets it. Then the guy blurts the truth. He's fallen off the law's path, and now authorities are hunting him, meaning she could get dragged into it too. But she just shrugs, eyes staying on him, because as far as she's concerned, there's no trouble if he's right there. And right behind them, someone in a cart keeps munching away, crunching their food like it's the best part of the moment. Malaylute declares it's time to rest. Once the first dawn hits, the whole squad will head east. But just when the silence should hold, asterisk chewing snaps it open. One of them is still finishing up, only now chasing down the very last bite. Both scramble back to the carriage, ears straining at that eerie crunching from inside, like someone is gnawing on something. Malaylute orders Sophie to stay put, then creeps toward the incomprehensible sound, every step trembling with caution. One of the passengers spots the meat, snatches the basket in a flash, and blurts out, "I love this." Pure excitement takes over as he swears he'll bring this delicacy to everyone too, and as well. The stranger snaps his gaze to Mel, and terror rips through her eyes. The moment the young man leans in to look inside the carriage, she rockets out in a blur of stealth, landing with feline agility. Her tail flicks and her ears shimmer behind her like the real thing. From her graceful form and outfit, the truth hits instantly. She's a girl standing right in front of him. Little Lut suddenly realizes, sure, the alien is fast, but he's faster. No hesitation at all, he yanks the otherworldly guest by the leg and slams him straight into the ground, like a throw made of pure instinct. Meanwhile, Sylph just watches and grimaces mentally. That impact has to hurt like crazy. Right now, Mel is locked in. If he can read the situation, He'll predict the thief's next move before it even happens. He snaps at the stranger with a hard, no-nonsense command to surrender, because escape isn't even on the table. Slipping away won't work. The seriousness in that kid's voice leaves zero room for doubt. He suddenly trips over something soft, eyes wide, trying to figure out what he's even feeling. Then the stranger beside a box of meat groans in agony and demands, "What happened?" The girl shoots the boy a warning. If he's planning to eat her, he'd better know her taste is pretty mediocre. Then she begs, too, to be spared. The young man's eyes lock on a familiar face. Claire Koo, a 13-year-old half-tiger who's been an orphan since she was little. Malai Lut immediately backed away from the girl, sputtering a rushed apology for what he'd done. Because the second he did, she snapped back in anger. She found the meat herself. So does he seriously think she stole it? A kid suddenly erupts into a scream, yelling that it's theirs and that she's the real thief, and she fires right back, roaring that nature's rule is simple: take whatever's left unguarded. Then the two of them spiral into a full-blown, furious argument. Rivkam yanks the box of meat toward himself and roars that he'll bring it back no matter what. Then, right in the dead of night, a wolf howl tears through the silence, a clear command from the pack. The wolves are here to gorge too, and the girl digs her claws deeper into that box of meat. That brutal growl rips through the air and jolts Malli Luda. What? Wolves just showed up out of nowhere. He wastes zero time and yells for Sylphie, and the second she hears him, she comes running straight to his side. He orders her to duck into the carriage and promises he'll deal with any danger, no questions. She trusts him, begs him to stay safe, then bolts to the carriage fast, not even daring to look back. Malai Lut's stomach drops, only 11 of them are left. And that weird power to judge and watch at once, it doesn't help him. He can only pick one target. Right in front of him, he sees their motives laid bare, and every single one of them wants the same thing: his death. He thinks that even if he judges every opponent one by one, their synchronized strike will still corner him, until his eyes lock onto a strange wolf perched alone on a rock a bit farther from the pack, looking like he owns the place, because right there, that's clearly the leader. Makla Lai Lut makes his choice without hesitation. Right in front of him stands the very wolf at the front of the pack. His sharp, unblinking stare sweeps over it, and suddenly nothing else in the world matters. A young man suddenly unleashes a real wolf howl that tears through the silence, and the pack leader just freezes in shock, while Claire scrambles to steady herself, her cheeks burning, utterly baffled, as the other wolves trade nothing but confused looks, completely clueless about what's going on. At that moment, the young man darts through the wolves, fighting for one opening to reach the pack leader. And then, finally, he's there, yanking the wolf up by the neck with a hard grip. With grit in his voice, the boy snaps, "Now you'll obey me." During the assessment, the wolf team starts showing off. When the pack leader shoots a glance, he speaks in their strange tongue, telling everyone he's locked in and listening. And that's when you realize this wolf can actually understand human language. Mel, you were right. He really can talk to him. The young man snaps out of his thoughts, and the wolf lifts its head, staring at the boy as it calmly swears they mean him no harm. The wolf demanded why the young man shoved Clara to the floor and spat insults at her, while the girl clutched the meat basket and stared at every single move like it mattered. Right then, Sylphie shoved her face out from behind the bushes, and the boy blurted that he'd only offended her because he was secretly trying to grab the food the girl was about to steal. The wolf froze at his confession, and the boy's cheeks instantly flared red. The wolf lets it be known. Out here, the rules are simple. If they steal from him, he gets it back, no excuses, no mercy. That's just how this wild world runs. And Melligut catches it fast. The beast's bite and bluster are gone. The leader lets him have control like a bowing shadow, while the young man stays calm and keeps him right by his side. The wolf begs Mel to forgive the girl. She's like his own daughter, and he even taught her to trust her instincts alone. So how could he possibly understand what kind of child he raised? Right then, the girl cracks open the basket, torn about whether she should grab another bite of meat. The wolf growls that they're not chained to blood at all. Then, when the carriage ambush erupts and criminals try to haul the victims, meant to be sold like illegal goods, the girl fights for survival, clinging to the wolves with everything she's got. And they save her. He boomed that the pack was his real family, then claimed the girl as his daughter, and the boy froze in shock. Malai explained it straight. Yeah, he treats her like a daughter, but by law, she's still an orphan. The boy's mind raced, trying to grasp how that could be true, and then the wolf snapped, calling Clara over. Her father clocked it the moment he saw his daughter chewing down meat, all curious about what dish it was, and Mel couldn't take it and snapped at her to stop eating. But the blushing girl just giggled and happily kept chomping that juicy piece. Beneath the starry sky on cold stone, the wolf solemnly announces, "It's been 6 months since she became my daughter. And right before your eyes you can see it. She's quit tearing into raw meat, and she now holds her tail high with pride." After 6 months of watching, he couldn't shake the feeling that it's part human, part animal instinct. And if he had to bet, he'd say the girl needs to be steered by her humanity. But she walks around like none of it is happening, completely oblivious. The wolf declares it's time to break free from the pack and stop blindly obeying animal instincts. And now, she has to uncover the real heart of humanity with this young man. While Mal can't wrap his head around why everything has to play out like this, swallowing his pride as he apologizes for pushing too hard, he still can't figure it out, until the wolf's memories hit him like a flashbang. If he hadn't called her his daughter, the pack never would have revealed the truth. And of course, she just piles on his suffering, all because she won't put anyone else before her own selfish wants. He's set on handing this straight to the young man, and Clara's grin says it all. She's fully on board with her father's choice. Malai lunges to stop it, urging her to think it through, but the moment his words hit, Clara's eyes flare, pure, unshakable determination. Clara squeezes the wolf leader in a warm hug, and he tells her, softly but firmly, to go show her father just how grown-up she's become. While Maui stands there, totally frozen in shock, because he can't stomach what he's seeing anymore. Pushing his pace harder and harder, he almost barrels into the carriage, forcing himself to speed up, even though he'd rather let the horse catch its breath. Then, bam, Clara pops up right beside them, beaming and chirping that they're finally moving on. Her tail whips side to side with pure excitement. Maulelu gets trapped in her own thoughts. Why is she even here? She forces a smile onto her face, but cold sweat is already pouring down her temples. After he stops and helps her climb out, he swears he'll finally lay it all out, because they're on the run for a brutal reason. Someone has tagged them as criminals. The girl freezes, stunned. Wait, are Sylphie and Mal really guilty of something terrible? The young man slams down the accusations, yelling that it's all just a huge misunderstanding. Then he breaks down every detail of his side to the girl, because that night drags on way longer than it ever should. The very next morning, the blazing sun poured light over everything, and the horse that had hauled the cart all night was finally dozing in peace, soaking up the rest it had earned. Clara beams and greets everyone at the start of a new morning, while Mel and Luton Sylph are still buried in sleep, until some sudden noise blasts through the room and yanks them awake, totally disoriented and clueless about what's going on, because it hits them hard. Yesterday's explanations didn't work at all. Even the wolves handed him money, and their leader swore it was nothing to stress about. Usually they survive by snatching scraps and hoarding the rest for special days, but this time they finally understood. They wouldn't need cash at all. Sophie flashes a soft smile, folds the bed linen like it's nothing, and tells everyone she'll handle breakfast. Then they all thank her with real warmth. But once that moment hits, what will he do when he finally realizes the father wolf isn't coming back? Clara blurted out what's for breakfast, and it caught him off guard. She said they'd grabbed the bread from last night, then smiled like trouble was coming as she planned to whip up meat soup with vegetables. Clara's eyes light up as the fragrant bread hits the air and the soup steams hot, while Mel quietly studies the girls, staring through them like she's trapped in her own thoughts. Then, just like that, everything's ready for the meal. Clara spots a steaming bowl of soup right in front of her, and her whole face lights up. Those happy sparks in her eyes blaze even brighter, and before she even realizes it, her mouth starts watering at the sight, because that dish is pure admiration in liquid form. After one sip, the girl blurts out that this soup isn't just good, it's unbelievably delicious, the kind of treat she's never even dreamed of, and she can't stop smiling as she thanks the young man and his companion, because to her, they're about as kind as it gets. Malai Luth declares he's riding east, then asks the girl if she'll come with him. She snaps a respectful salute, then agrees and calls him my lord. A heavy hush drops the moment the girl speaks to Malayut like that. So Clara blurts out that the boy is her master since he takes care of her, meaning he has to be a master to Malayut too. The boy immediately snaps back, vehemently denying it. Satisfaction lit up Mao's face, and like Lu before him, he insisted, "Let me call only after I hit it rich. Then I'll have my own maid." And he plastered on a mask of non-stop, over-the-top happiness like it was his last defense. Sylph can't believe it and asks again if he really wants to hire a maid, but he snaps back fast, saying he meant something totally different. An awkward grin crawls onto his face, like, yeah, every guy's fantasized about this, even if it's straight-up cliché. Then Sylphie's voice cuts in with pure resolve. She's going to make that dream real. She fixes her eyes ahead, clenches her fists, and charges forward like victory is already hers. Malai Luth mulls over what the girl said, then his mind spins a whole scene. Sylphie showing up at his door in a maid uniform, smiling softly, welcoming him in like a dream and calling him master. The whole idea hits him as wildly charming. Melia blurts out that she just doesn't fit, because to him, she's basically family now. Melilut admits he's got no family either, while Sylphie, memory wiped clean, finds herself miles away from hers, and now they're choosing to travel side by side and live together. Meanwhile, Clara's been left without parents too. In the conversation, he tells Claire straight up that she's family now too. The girl freezes in shock, then blushes hard as her cheeks light up, and Sylphie and Mole grin at her and nudge her on, catching her eyes. A smile lights up her face, and she blurts out that she wants to call the young man brother. Mel Laylut hesitates, but he nods. At least brother feels way less humiliating than master. And the girl's happiness hits like a wave. She practically glows. Clara can't stop thinking about how she should call Sylphie now, maybe sister. But then Sylphie grins and jokes that Clara's probably the older one, since she's likely way younger. Clara grabs the girl's hands and blurts, "Let it be simple, Sylphie." She leans against her door like she owns the moment, and the girl flashes a charming smile as she accepts. Mel Laylt gazes at the girls with pure delight, and the sweet moment lights up her heart. Sylphie's bright, sparkling eyes say it all as happiness spills over in waves. Clara suddenly burst into happy meows, pressed a gentle lick to the boy's cheek, and told Mao, tail wagging in joy, that he'd got a drop of soup right there, and the boy was totally stunned by how out of nowhere it was. Silence crashes into the room. Sylphie jolts awake, and Mel yanks the blush off her cheeks in pure fury, but then Sylphie's expression twists with fresh irritation. He leans in with his assessment skill and reads her thoughts, realizing she's convinced her situation is hopeless. And right on cue, Sylphie pouts hard, blushing even deeper. Clara scoots in close to Sylphie, blurts out a joke, and suddenly licks her cheek. Then casually points out there's still a little soup left there. Sylphie's cheeks blaze red as she squirms and laughs at every tickle. Clara impatiently darts in to hug her, but Sylphie demands she let go. And with a grin, Clara blurts, "You look so delicious." Malaliut barely holds his laughter in when he spots his dearest friends. Then Sylphie blurts out that she needs his help, and somehow he gets even more upbeat than before. At the same time, Clara leans towards Sylphie and points out that her skin is insanely delicate, while Sylphie's own tongue somehow feels weirdly gentle and pleasant. Sylphie grins and says she's ready to hand Clara the bread, but Clara digs in her heels and refuses, insisting it's her share and she won't take it. Mel Laylut watches the standoff, smiling softly. Seeing the girls curled up together on the ground hits him like a wave of home, and suddenly he's back in childhood. He dashes to his mom while his dad watches, worry written all over his face. Only this time, that sweet flash turns into a sharp jolt of anxiety. Right then, soldiers and knights stormed into the church, and one smug guy, rubbing his hands together like he was winning, announced that from this day forward, he was the new mayor of the city. As soon as the mysterious horsewoman steps down, he bows with respect, stunned and thrilled that he's getting to meet the legendary Marion. He thrusts his hand out to help her off the horse. Then she shuts him down fast, insisting the priest's killer is a ruthless, high-level criminal, and the investigation has to start right now, or trouble won't leave a single one of them standing. It's the living line that slams Mariana and the soldiers with jaw-dropping news. The moment Mao Lai Lui first tapped into his power, discontent took him over, and that crushing despair may be exactly what pushed him to butcher his own father. Mariana glares at him with pure distrust, while the old man leans in and whispers in his ear. Then she steps forward and declares she'll fire the final question. Did he know that the murdered father was using the shelter as a human trafficking hub right among the participants? Rose fidgeted with shaking hands and started to stutter. The question hit him like a punch and stole his words. He tried to deny it, insisting it was impossible, but then the soldier yanked him by the head and slammed his face down onto the table. Marion calls out to Gazif, a warrior, and orders him to watch Ro, no questions asked, while Ro's fate sinks like a stone. Gazif salutes and obeys. The girl leaves without a backward glance, and panic crashes over Ro until he can't even move, trapped in fear, unable to get up or run. With another old man at her side, she walks right up to her father's body and leans in as they check him over carefully. Then the elder nods and says it's done. This is truly the corpse of the infamous thief, Hegla Oisa. Hand on her chin, Marion grins like she's uncovered a secret, and says only someone as ruthless as Hegel would dare believe a thief is hiding somewhere inside these church walls. He claimed that if this guy really committed murder, then he'd have to be insanely strong. Yet the brand new mayor, right after taking office, shuts that down cold and insists the kid isn't the sort who could ever do something like that. Mariana leaned in and asked what kind of person he really was. Then he told her his name, Mel. He'd been an orphan, raised beyond the city walls, working the farms nearby. Soft-hearted and straight-up honest, Mel wouldn't swing at a thief unless there was a damn good reason. Mariana says she's got it all figured out. Then Gazif storms in, apologizing on the spot. She asks if he found anything new, and he nods. Sure enough, just like she feared, it was that man who helped the priest run his people-trafficking scheme. Mary Ann realizes it means the guy already handled it, and Gazif chimes in that the details are still a mystery. But somehow this kid has cracked the whole thing, and Mary Ann jumps in right away, fully on board. She flat out says she doesn't see him as a simpleton at all, because somehow he handled a terrifying opponent with shocking ease. Gazif admits it's only a guess, but then he drops the real bomb. Yesterday, he somehow pulled off an insane level of skill. After a moment of deep thought, Mariana admits it's totally possible. Then she grins and says she's genuinely curious, because the young man has totally caught her eye, and that absolute confidence practically glows in her stare. Gadzir's stream notes cut straight to it. Now's not the moment for jokes. Focus on the illegal trade problem and deal with it. A shaky smile crawls onto Marion's face as she tells him to stop staring so hard, because if there's even an elf with him, they'll have to team up for the rescue and the investigation. The girl fires a question at the leader, a gentle man, asking where her companion could have vanished. He pauses, then finally admits he heard the cart tear off in a hurry, heading straight east. With a hard stare, Gazif tells him about a city of fallen heroes on the eastern border, and says that 6 months ago, that's where they caught a trader dealing in forbidden goods. Mariana realized this wolf attack was the perfect setup. Wreck the group, then squeeze the illegal goods traders for answers and get the info they're hiding. Gazif can't shake his doubts. If this guy really is going to that city, it sure doesn't sound safe. Mariana, though, shuts down his fears fast. There's nothing to worry about. She turns to the Mother Earth statue, folds her hands, and prays under her breath for protection and guidance, her voice steady with sincerity, while the leader's eyes light up in awe and her friends watch calmly, like this ritual is just another day for them. Suddenly, Gazette spots a cat in Miyazi that bolts straight up to Marie Anne's leg and starts rubbing like it owns the place. Then the confused men panic, blurt out how it got there, and scramble to shoo it away. Gazov hurls the meat through the air, and that cat instantly bolts after the treat, joy blazing, right as Mary Ann jerks awake and opens her eyes. With a terrified scream kicking off the investigation, she bolts into a run, fear clawing at her ribs as sweat pours down her face, while everyone else panics, storms after her and begs, "Stop." Clara is scarfing down mouth-watering dishes back to back, literally unable to stop, her face lit up with pure joy as every delicious masterpiece hits her like a wave of happiness. Concerned, Sylphie peers into the supply bag and tells Mao that the food's gone. Then Mao Liaoyui whips around and rips into Claire for being way too generous, and Claire immediately shrinks in terror. Fear slams into her, and she blurts out frantic apologies. Malai Lut, his face totally twisted and sweat pouring down, jumps in just as fast, admitting he'd basically eaten way too much. The cart creaks forward in slow motion, and Malaluf drops the grim bomb. Our next city is miles away, and we're staring down a brutal stretch of road. Turning back is out of the question, so they have to scramble for food right now. Clarice Miles grins and promises she'll hunt down just as much food as she's already devoured. He's thrilled by the plan and pushes him to scout the area for more provisions, only for the girl to burst out laughing at him. After a while, Sylphie couldn't help wondering what Clara was up to. Then the girl burst out of the water and snatched a whole pile of fish with total ease. Staring in shock at her agility, the young man blurted out, "Where'd you stash your clothes?" Clara rockets out of the water like a frog and hurls the fish she caught right at Mel's feet. So when he questions her, she finally admits that swimming to the shore and getting close to him was brutally hard. Molly Lute shoots her a warning. There's a guy nearby who thinks she talks too much, especially for someone her age. Then he stalls, looking utterly lost, and shuts his eyes like he's too shy to face her. She doesn't get a word of what the young man is saying. She just insists they're all one family. But then the boy snaps and screams, "Even family has no right to treat me like this." She dressed in a flash. Her eyes lit up like starlight, and an untamed hunger tore through her claws. A girl suddenly rockets into the bushes like a blur, screaming at the top of her lungs, while Sylphie and Mal stare with icy curiosity, still completely baffled about what's going on. Out of nowhere, Mal bursts from the bushes with a freshly caught rabbit clenched in his jaws. Then he drops it at Mal and Sylphie's feet like a trophy, and the moment Sylphie sees it, her face drains with real terror. Mel couldn't believe it. She'd already pushed her hunting skills to rank A, and there was no way a 13-year-old should move like that, hunt like that, and stay this agile. The girl just grinned wide and said like it was nothing, that this rabbit had plenty of meat. Once Melee Lut heard whispers that some people are born with wild, extraordinary abilities. He couldn't believe it when Clara might be one of them. While Sylphie, shaking with fear, gripped the boy's hands like her life depended on it. Clara couldn't figure out why that young guy stared at her like that, so she asked if he really had a rare skill, and he just nodded back like, "Yeah, I do." Clara shot her eyebrows up in shock, wondering how this kid nailed her own skills, because even she can't fully explain it. Right there, Sylphie kept trembling and the boy tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Watching it all, Mel Liaoyut admitted she'd only assumed things, though doubt still gnawed at her about whether Clara could be trusted with the hunt. Clara didn't flinch. She promised she'd take care of it with ease. Malai turns and speaks straight to Sylphie, and that hits her like lightning. Sylphie flinches before she can even think, totally caught off guard that Mal would address her directly. Staring at the rabbit, the young man tells the girl to hunt for plants, and soon they stroll through the forest, calm but alert, sniffing out anything edible. Then Sylvie spots a mushroom and blurts out, "Can we eat this?" The young man smiles and assures her it's a fantastic, safe one. Malalute catches what that mushroom does, and no matter what's happening, it triggers unstoppable laughter. He grins and tells Sylphie, "If you taste it, you'll laugh nonstop." Sylph swears she understands it all, but this mushroom is way too tempting to ignore. So Malalute chimes in. If you cook it the right way, the flavor might just shock you in the best possible way. Then Sylphie shoves another thing into his hands and fires a question. What's this supposed to be? Malalute smirks and declares, "No doubt about it, it's not a mushroom." The girl's eyes blow wide with shock. After staring at the plant up close, the boy realizes it's not poisonous, so he can eat it, even if it tastes bitter and awful. The girl tries the mysterious leaves and immediately shakes from head to toe, but still, she manages to push the stem into his hands. She figures it's probably not going to get any tastier than this, but Malalute swears these plants are packed with serious nutrition, so she pushes them hard, telling her to stock up big. That's when Sylphie snaps, heat rising fast as irritation floods in, and she can't even pretend she's fine anymore. When evening finally dropped, everyone crowded in to whip up soup, and even Malal, refusing to get too close, couldn't resist taking a taste. She looked stunned because it wasn't bitter at all. Right now, Sylphie is fighting back tears as she blurts, "If you try this, you'll taste bitterness." But even with her whole body shaking, the tears still shine in her eyes. Sylphie has always sworn off anything bitter, and yet Lara eats like she owns the moment, no matter what. Malalute points out that these plants likely work wonders for the skin, and the girl gasps at the boy, asking, could they really make a difference for her skin? With a soft grin, he tells her she's already ridiculously beautiful, and begs her to keep savoring these dishes. Then an ironic thought flickers in his head. He's acting just like her father. A rosy blush popped across her cheeks, and with a shy little nod she admitted, "If you really think so, I'll give the vegetables a try." Then she slowly reached for the food on her plate, picking carefully, like every bite might be a surprise. The girl hungrily tore into everything on her plate the moment it hit her, bitter veggies stinging her tongue as her insides twisted with misery. Yet she clenched her jaw and kept eating anyway. Clara can't stop wondering if they'll go east again tomorrow, and right then she gets a firm nod. Then her eyes light up as she tucks into meat, and fish served in the strangest way, all skewered on little wooden sticks. Little Lut just shrugs, because it's obvious they don't have the gear for the camp. They're missing a pot, dishes, and a knife, and they're also short on clothes and blankets for Sylpha and Clara. Still stunned, Sylph blurts out if he plans to hit the city for shopping, but Mao just grins and tells her they're going to run into a city soon on their way. Clara chomps a chicken leg and says the city on the eastern border is a huge gamble for them. Then Malalute presses again, demanding to know if she truly knows exactly where it sits. The girl admits she'd grown up in the city's outskirts, surrounded by ruins, and that's exactly where the smugglers snatched her. Malalute jolts in surprise. If she's this familiar with the city, she might be able to guide them straight there. She admits she's never stepped onto the main street. She only ever slipped through dark alleys, and Malalute, chin in hand, falls into deep thought as Sylphie blurts, worried, "Did something happen?" His voice cracks with sorrow as he admits it. If Clara knows these places well, then maybe this is exactly where their goodbye is waiting. Clara suddenly gets slammed with shame and bursts into frantic denials. She absolutely refuses to go, because all she wants is to stay with her new family. And that's when her hands start clenching tight with nervous fear. Eventually, she finally quiets down and whispers, "There's almost nothing good left to remember here," and a wave of sadness washes over her face, because she was only ever chased to this place for one reason. She was born a ranger. Honestly, the city only became her safe haven because there was nowhere else to go. So Mel and Sylvie stare at the girl, grief heavy in their eyes. Red-faced, she shoots back that she's totally into all of this too. And the moment she says it, a hot blush erupts across her cheeks. With the flames blazing in front of her, she admits she loves life on the road the most. van hunting with everyone, then cooking up meals while the fire keeps the whole crew warm. With a soft, bright smile, she admits she genuinely loves being one big family with her brother and Sylphie, because right now she's finally happy. When the girl speaks, Melee Lut shoots his eyebrows up in shock. Then a grin creeps in, and he admits to himself in a soft, quiet whisper, "Yeah, it's real. They truly have become one family." Honestly, he never planned on telling anyone about his evaluation talent. Only Sylphie knew. But after mulling it over, he decides to open up to Clara too, sweeping her into a wild tale of everything that happened after he finally got that power. The boy told her why his X-rank assessment skill had to stay hidden, begged her not to spill it to anyone, and when Clara's face lit up, she clamped her teeth down and promised she'd keep quiet, saying the secret word was Rajar. As time drifts on, Clara tumbles into sleep, snuggled under a blanket, her soft, melodic snoring echoing through the night, while Mal keeps feeding the fire, guarding its warmth like it matters. Then, right out of nowhere, Sylphie, sitting nearby, snaps the silence and calls out to him. When they ask him why he's come to her homeland, he just shuts his mouth and stares, thinking hard, while the dry branches blaze around them, sending faint crackles into the air. He admits he's never even thought about it, then grins at Sophie and says, "If you don't drain me, I might just stick around in my hometown." The moment those words land, the poor girl can't hide how shocked she is. Her cheeks blaze as she blurts out, worried that everything might fall apart, even though he has to leave his home. Yet the young man just grins, calm and certain, and tells her it'll be okay. He admits he's been dreaming of breaking free from this place forever, and even if he got the chance to go back, he doubts he'd ever live the way he used to again. Firelight warmed his eyes as a smile lit up his face. This place held a whole treasure chest of happy memories, especially the ones with Sylphia, and once she was at his side, it didn't even matter where they stood anymore. The young man blurts it out. He's been dreaming of them building a real family, and the girl just freezes, stunned by the words. After a beat, she steels herself, reaches for his hand, and presses him again. So wait, does he truly want to propose to her? Mela's cheeks explode with color, and a terrified scream rips out of her. Wait, no, he didn't mean it like that. It's way too early for thoughts like those. The boy flails his arms like crazy, begging her to believe him, trying to make his innocence crystal clear, and admitting he just misspoke. The young man realizes the girl isn't just any girl. She's a princess, and her parents will probably blow a gasket about this match, while Clara, right then, is blissfully snoring like the world can't touch her. The sylph nods back, cheeks blazing red, and snuggles her head onto his shoulder. Then whispers, trembling, that she's not ready either, and shame burns clear through her fingertips. Suddenly, she snaps her eyes open and blurts out the truth. The moment Mel first said he dreamed of building a real family with them, her heart lit up with pure, real happiness. She says it straight. If Mal Lillet wants a real family, then she wants it too. It hits him like, finally, that's exactly what he needed to hear. After that, there's nothing left to say. His parents have been gone for ages. Still, he's certain of one thing. Somebody in Sylphie is out there and she's still living for them. He drifts his hand through her hair and promises her memory will come back. And with a deep calm settling in, she leans her head onto his shoulder and drifts off to sleep. Aw watches the girl nod in quiet surrender, and her eyelids slowly sink with sleep, while Aw softly tucks a blanket over Layla, guarding her rest. A wild idea sparks in his head. If he can master evaluation, he might actually bring her memories back. Then a grin flashes across his face, because boom, he's got a new mission. Right now, the young man only has tiny crumbs of info about the first queen, so he sharpens his brain to the edge. In the quiet hush around him, the screens light up, one after another, and he studies every last piece of intel, burning every second to hunt the truth. The very next day, Mel Layla, Clara, and Sylphie burst into a huge, roaring big city, then stepped straight onto a busy shopping street packed shoulder to shoulder with non-stop people. Malailut throws on a cloak to stay totally unrecognizable, then tells everyone not to worry. He's got the whole situation handled. He even suggests they go shopping next. Clara's face lights up with pure joy, and Sylphie slips into her own cloak too, determined to stay mysterious to everyone around them. He tells her Clara's going to be okay, but he also warns that he and Sylphie might get searched, so he begs her to keep her hood on. Clara doesn't argue. She just tugs it tighter over her head and whispers that she understands. After a bit of wandering, they finally end up at the butcher's shop. Clara suddenly blurts out and points at the mountain of meat like, "Just look at all of this." Mel tells Layla the dried meat will arrive a little later, and the moment she hears it, her face lights up with pure joy. Her little tail starts wagging like it can't wait. He gently guides her off to the side and tells her why they came: clothes, dishes, and the must-haves, then pushes her to go in first. Suddenly her eyes lock onto something new. Her pupils flare as a fountain erupts right in front of them. Clara leans in, curious, and asks what in the world it is. Clear water blasts non-stop from a strange contraption, and Molly Lutt grins as he explains. It's a fountain fed by water pulled from a nearby river. Gasping in awe, the girl blurts that she's never been here before, and she can't even stop staring at how breathtaking everything is. Her eyes sparkle as she admits she's dying to dive into the fountain. Then, bam, something grabs their attention, and she whips around to the boy, blinking, asking, "Hey, what's that?" As they push deeper, they stumble on a sword resting near an ancient monument. Mao Lai Lai drops to one knee, studies the inscription etched into the stone, and suddenly the truth hits. This place is called the City of the Hero, the very same hero who once crushed a terrifying evil dragon. Right here he met his end with calm clarity, dropping his purpose like a final gift and sealing the peace everyone craved. But moments before death, the hero dragged up his last strength and drove his sword into the stone, shouting, "This blade is bewitched. No one touches it, not until the next hero." And Sylphie. She can't even hide how stunned she is. Molly Lutt finally realizes the truth. Everything is wrapped in legends and mysteries, except for the hero's sword. He tilts his head and stares up, thinking, "Wait, does this mean nobody ever truly saw me before?" And then the fear hits. Maybe some hidden power has been guarding him, because if everyone else missed it, how the heck did he manage to make it through? Finally, the young man cracked the code and saw the writing clear as day. Then his eyes raced over the sword's details, realizing it for what it was, the legendary blade of a hero. The price, staggering, 500 million units. Every stat hit absolute max, except one. The magical attack was way behind, and that one crushing gap left the boy utterly stunned. This is the sword the legendary hero of Trigo once wielded. The blade drinks in magical power from every defeated enemy and turns it into fuel. No wonder the young man is stunned out of his mind, while Carla can't make heads or tails of what's even buried in the stone in front of them. This sword can't be broken, period. And once it's in your hands, it grants you invincibility for a full 15 seconds. It also hides its real power from everyone except its master, letting them switch their own status on command whenever they want. Molly Lutt swears this item can even flip the owner's fate, utterly convenient. But here's the catch. While it's sealed, you can't use it to shatter any other seals, so you'd better bring status that's at least hero level. Mel Laylight can barely believe it's possible. Then Carla snaps in, pointing out that there's a sign right here too. The young man steps up to the tiny sign, reads what it says, and his stomach drops. If he can, he should take it. No shame at all. And that cold, weird message rattles him because he can't figure out why anyone would write it like that. Clara can't hold back her excitement. She shoots her arm out, eager to accept it, and the young man, awkward as ever, blurts that it's easy for her to talk. Then his eyes flick to Sophie, and he starts asking what on earth happened to her. Is she really in pain? Suddenly, tears spill into Sylvie's eyes. She doesn't even know why she's crying, and she's stunned that the boy actually spoke to her. Clara, totally lost, scrambles to figure out what's wrong with Sylvie, while Mal just watches the whole weird moment in silence. The boy blurts that he has to tell her something and begs the girl to listen. But Sylvie cuts him off and claims something probably flew into her eye. Clara immediately asks if it hurts, and Sylvie swears there's no pain at all. The boy spots that Sylvie's status reads emotional excitement, so her body's totally okay. But Sylvie still looks baffled, blinking at the tears in her eyes. The young man snaps at her. Stop scaring everyone like that. If he'd dug into the details, he'd have figured out what was going on. But for now, at least this hit home. Her health was fine, and relief burst out of his chest in a long, shaking sigh. With a bright smile, the girl dashes in to apologize for the whole commotion, then practically begs everyone to go shopping together. Clara shoots her hands up and blurts out a joyful yes. Her genuine excitement lights up Sylvie's, and the mayor's faces instantly. Malilat spots Sylvie and blurts out, breathless, that she's absolutely lovely. Then she glances away, all shy, and asks if he really means it, especially with that dress. He only grins to himself, convinced that a real beauty makes anything look perfect. Killer can't help but wonder what she looks like. Then she steals his attention as he glances over, seeing pure charm, and suddenly this wild thought hits him. With that short haircut, the girl almost looks like a boy. Melilut steals a glance at his mom with the saw in hand, cheeks burning as he grins shyly, then pauses and teases that maybe he should grab a jacket one size bigger. Carla doesn't even think twice and backs his idea right away. Finally, the shopping is done. Clara is lugging a mountain of clothes on her arms. Mal steps in, curious as ever, ready to help lighten the load, but the girl just doesn't get a single thing he means. She snaps, dead serious, that she's totally fine and doesn't need anyone's help, then doubles down, saying she's even stronger than her brother, so there's nothing to worry about. Later, at the food stall, she and her friends dig in and practically rave, saying the meat came out unbelievably tender and crazy delicious. Melilat digs into his meal, realizing his one gift, spotting the best products in seconds, means he can grab top-notch meat every time, with zero chance of getting ripped off by cheap junk at crazy prices. And yeah, this is exactly why he finally understands how powerful that skill really is. This young guy is chewing up a storm, cheeks stuffed to the max, until he snaps to attention when unfamiliar voices start whispering about whether that tigress is Clara. He whirls toward the sound and locks eyes with two men who have clearly been watching him like a hawk. Clara's eyes go wide. She jabs her finger at them and roars that they sold her to some illegal dealer, like it's the only truth that matters. The2 just explodes with a shout, waving it all off and yelling that it's pure nonsense. Clara's totally lost her mind. Malal Alalaz shoots a worried glance as crowd after crowd tightens around him. Because if this keeps growing, his wanted status might get exposed right then and there. And the tension in the air keeps spiking until it feels like a full-on arrest could hit them all from this chaos. He sizes up the whole situation, then makes his move, straight to the mechanic brothers with a sharp question. Where did you hide the golden Earth Mother statue you stole from Reganson's house? And the young man lets his rage fly, trying to nail them with every crime at once. One brother blurts out in pure despair, "I cracked it all." And the other snaps back, shaky and terrified. No one was meant to learn about it. They're blood brothers, Mato and Rado, and both of them love playing dirty. They're the second and third brothers in the auto-train family, the twins of deception. They started getting dubbed the trio of troublemakers, the brothers of mischief, and right then, no one could spot the oldest. Someone blurted it out like a warning, and the moment people heard it, their minds instantly snapped to these guys. Tales of those tiny little thieves came flooding back, and real worry lit up on everyone's faces. Then panic spread, people surged toward them in wave after wave. They bolt in terror, and Malilat barrels after them thinking, even I should vanish in all this chaos. But one thought keeps clawing at him. Clarissa's tormentors can't outrun justice. The brothers bolt to freedom, shoving through the crowd and yelling, "Move, make way." But right when they think they're clear, a towering man drops in front of them like a wall, and one brother slams into someone else, losing control at the worst possible second. The crowd seethes, demanding to know what he's even trying to pull off, while others shove in with aggressive shouts, "Move!" and slam him with crude insults and curses, but the stranger just smirks, stroking his chin like he's got a plan. Maulelu went rigid, staring them down with razor focus. The stranger tossed out an easy apology, then shrugged that he was only doing his job. That smug smile, paired with a bold look that roamed the men head to toe, screamed that he felt untouchable, fully sure he had the upper hand. Suddenly, the stranger clamps both heads in his hands and shoves them down hard. Yet he still wears this calm little smile, like it's nothing at all, and the young man can only stare in shock, because this mysterious guy has just easily taken them both down. Malai froze mid-thought, thrown off by those unexpected words, then scolded himself for his own weakness, flashed a crooked little smile, and watched a single drop of sweat crawl down his cheek. The young man tells Clara that all her hard work will finally earn her a juicy piece of meat, and the moment her eyes light up, her fists clench with pure determination. Gratitude surges in her chest, and soon she's handed a fragrant, still steaming, perfectly square hunk of meat. The stranger hoists the criminals like they weigh nothing, and they squirm helplessly in his grip, screams tearing through the air as if their heads are about to split in two, begging him to let them go right now. And that's when it hits. This isn't just insane strength. He's towering with a gigantic height. The horned stranger with the forehead horns barks at them to listen, and demands to know if they really swiped the golden statue of the Mother Earth goddess from the Reagan's house. Then one of his horns suddenly erupts into a scream of unbearable pain, yet he just keeps grinning and never once tears his gaze away. They know they're caught, so they wail at the top of their lungs, begging to be freed, tears spilling as that man's iron grip crushes the life out of them. And when the stranger clamps down even harder, he snarls for the truth. Where's the statue now? When Mel told the stranger the stash was hidden under the shelter's floor, he just gave a sharp nod, like it all clicked instantly. Mel watched him like a hawk, muscles tight with dread. Then the man snapped forward and slammed two heads together, over and over, insisting, "I understand everything." Right now, Molly Lutt is trying to crack who that mystery man really is, Musashi Kaido, and his status is wild. He's a master of the art of two swords, cutting through everything by handling both blades like they're extensions of his own hands. With superhuman strength, he crushes through fights like it's nothing, and his anti-magic lets him blunt the wreckage of magical attacks. Plus, there's the rare Gambus armor, a special shell that snaps his body into hardened mode on the spot, forging extra protection the second things get deadly. On top of everything else, he's got the agility of a mountain deer. Hit that ability, and suddenly his next move tears forward 3 times faster. Then it clicks. He's not just got 3 special skills, they sync perfectly with his limits. Right in front of him stood a top-tier master swordsman, deadly perfect in combat without a shred of magic, with a bounty hunter's tattoo stamped across his skin. In his eyes, the hero's true nature still hadn't shown itself. But once it did, trouble was coming fast. The swordsman can't stop staring at Maulelu like, "How did you spot them as the criminals?" And then panic hits, because he knows he has to vanish from this place right now or he's done. Musashi can't believe his luck. They found those criminals way too fast, like fate handed them the win. Kaido wastes 0 time, pushes for the reward to be split evenly, and straight up asks if Musashi's down with those terms, since he's the one who spotted them first. Malai Lut drops his gaze and snaps that it's not like anyone has to tell him anything. Kaido grins, admits the whole thing feels downright odd, but deep down he can't even pin down why. Still, it doesn't matter. He decides they're basically the same, and he agrees before he can talk himself out of it. The man swears he'll hand the scoundrels over to the authorities right away and get every stolen item back to its rightful owner. So Maulelu, all shy, presses him for details. That strained little smile cracks on his face, sweat pours down his forehead, and then Maulelut's gut twists. Something about this doesn't add up at all. Right then, he blurts out an apology and begs to borrow Kito's sword for a second, then snatches it instantly, whirls around, and somehow slashes through the attack that was charging straight at him. This arrow was fired by Otto, the eldest of the brothers, an agile, cunning leader who can vanish his skill like magic, with a level D stealth technique backing him up. The young man vanished in a blur of lightning, lunged forward, and snatched the crossbow right out of the villain's hands, leaving the opponent staring in total shock, completely stunned by the sudden turn. The young man's sword slices the crossbow clean in half, and before anyone can blink, he rockets forward, pinning his opponent to the dirt with his own legs. A young man whips his sword around like it's showtime, and the other guy begs him to hold up. Sweat pours off his face because he can feel it. That kid could end him in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the young man whips his katana around and smashes the guard into the man's head. Bam! He collapses and blacks out on the spot, while Kido locks onto every second of the action. Applause suddenly detonates for Mal, and the kid jerks in shock, bracing for the worst, only for it to be Kido. He practically beams, saying Mal's moves are wickedly fast, and he admits he didn't expect that, but he's genuinely glad he was wrong. He closes in on the young man and spots it instantly. He just fired off a skill that's basically ichnia, and even the move looks ripped straight from the mountain deer agility he's been trying to copy too. The kid clocks the observation and grins because, yeah, it actually worked. Smiling, he leans in and says, "Kid, do you realize a samurai's weapon is basically an extension of his own body? A sword isn't something you just grab without permission, steal it, and you're asking for trouble." Mali Lut jabs his sword out in terror, blurting out apologies as the truth slams into him. He knows he messed up. The samurai only grins and says he's lucky, because he doesn't care about that kind of thing, and besides, it's just some ordinary, nameless blade. But if the weapon had actually been damaged, he would have forced Mali Lut to pay for every bit of harm. Even with everything going on, the sword in his grip sliced forward with calm, razor-sure skill, so smooth the observer couldn't help blurting out, "Who taught you that?" That bold question hit the young man like a punch, freezing him mid-thought as he fumbled for an answer he couldn't say out loud, because the truth was ugly. He'd only stolen someone else's technique. For a split second, hesitation swallowed him whole. The samurai strokes his chin, thinking hard, then snaps to the truth. This young man is hiding a secret. Just like that, he throws out the order, "Leave the katana with the boy." Mel's eyes go wide as she gasps, completely stunned, trying to process every word. The merchant claims he's got a few katanas ready and asks if you truly want one, bragging that he's already pulled profit. And if you back out, he'll gladly flip that blade to the next buyer. While all this goes on, Melee Lut studies the sword and realizes he's staring at something ridiculously valuable. With one sharp farewell gesture, the samurai seems to promise that everything will be settled, and then he charges straight for his comrades. Mal Lilut drops into a deep bow, thanking him for the katana. After a short while, Mal, Li Lut, and Sylphie finally push toward the carriage, until Mariana and Gosif blocked them right at the doorstep, and Mao instantly saw it. A crowd had already formed around their carriage. At that exact moment, the girl snapped to her companions and demanded to know, were they truly sure about this choice? That old man reassures Mary and the cart has to belong to the church, and Malai Lut starts wondering if the hooded stranger is Brink's oppressor. Meanwhile, the young guy slips behind the wall and watches every single move like his life depends on it. Crossing his arms over his chest, Gosa confidently blurted, "No doubt about it, the boy named Mel Lute is in this city." Meanwhile, Mel Lute just stares around, utterly lost, not knowing what to do next, while Clara is busy hanging out with a tiny frog. The young man thinks, if they don't respect my skills, maybe they'll swallow the truth if I explain everything clearly. But the next heartbeat flips it, because even if they trust him, this could all turn into a trap. With an X-level skill, the worst-case scenario is brutal. They'd snatch him on the spot, then dump him on the table for experiments without a second thought. Once he clocked the danger, it hit him. This can't happen. He has to stop it, because he promised he'd bring Sylphie back to her homeland. Right then, the samurai is whistling a happy tune while he calmly ties up the brothers, until a girl pops out, calls him uncle, and asks, wide-eyed, what in the world brought him here while he's acting so cheerful? First he snaps that she's annoying, then, right on the spot, he says her name, Lisa, and demands she stop calling him uncle because he hasn't hit 30 yet. But the girl shoots back instantly. Yeah, you're still 10 years older than me, so how are you not an uncle? The girl whips around to him, points at the Otto brothers and asks who the Eli people are, and he answers fast. Those are criminals who swiped the golden statue of the Mother Earth goddess. Rage bubbles in her like, so you caught them already. The ones you just got the order for, right? The samurai grins and snaps, don't credit me, this was the young boy who earned it. He outright refuses his cut, hands every reward to the one who truly deserves it, and she just shakes her head like, seriously, some people in this world are downright wild. The samurai stared at the boy and realized he was a walking enigma. He gripped the katana with fearless confidence, sharp and smooth, and even with only a few moves to spare, every slash still screamed O'Neill's legendary two-sword fighting style. When Mel's duel hits him, he can't even wrap his mind around it. How does a normal kid learn sword skills that were supposed to belong to the Oni people alone? Staring ahead, he can't shake one nasty thought. Could Mel be the owner of heavenly eyes? His eyes snap wide with shock, because that power is rarer than a miracle, and the legends swear the only one who ever had it was the famous hero Arstrago. With just one glance, he cracked open the core of countless arts, fencing included, plus those secret crafts. What others struggled to perfect for decades, he mastered in days, and suddenly even the most complex, refined techniques bowed to him. If this young man really has heavenly sight, then the man finally snaps to it. He just made a huge mistake. Regret floods him, because he blew the chance to test himself against him even a little. And when Lisa clocks the sudden shift in his mood, she panics and demands to know what's going on. As the samurai steadies his breathing, he realizes the young man has crossed this path with zero weapons, using pure, unreal skill. And to him, the kid looks downright mysterious, like something mystical has walked into the world. Lisa calls him uncle again and snaps, asking why he's grumbling, but he waves it off and tells her to ignore it. Then he turns the tables and demands how much longer she plans to trail him. She fires back that she's already said it. She'll stick close until she finally finds the very person he's looking for. Lisa tells him traveling costs a fortune, then hands him a job. Only later, she cashes in her cut for the help. The samurai sees it. Every time a bounty hunter steps in, scoundrels come swarming with nothing but hostility, and he warns her not to hang around him. But the girl just grins and insists that sticking by his side is the safest place to be. So for her, it's no problem at all. The girl says it straight. After all, he told you himself, he doesn't travel just to recruit, right? And the man finally admits, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Curious as hell, she asks if it's true he's hunting the kingdom's only heavenly eye, and the man just smirks, calm as a lake, confirming it's exactly that. They say the eye of heaven is the mark of pure genius, but this man didn't stumble into greatness. He clawed his way there through non-stop grind, and now he wants to snatch genius itself, conquering it all by his own hands. Lisa lets out a quiet little giggle, claiming she's got amazing news. Then, with a sly grin, she brings up the priest's murder, the kidnapping, and the robbery. When he hears it, his face goes blank because these aren't just crimes. They're the worst of the worst. The girl straight up verifies everything she heard, then drops the bomb. The culprit is still skulking around the city. This time, the samurai isn't planning to jump in, at least not yet, because he already has enough saved up and he's finally chasing some real peace. Lisa, grinning like it's a secret, blurts out a surprise. Knights just rolled into the city, chasing the same criminal. And then she quirks her head, almost teasing, and demands his take. What order has arrived, and which one of them has stepped into the city? First, he guesses. Then, like lightning, surprise explodes across his face, and his mind instantly drops him straight onto the protector of the captain of the Order of the Red Phoenix, Mariana Verdemian. Lisa flashes a smile and confirms it, Right there in front of him stands a real genius swordswoman with a heavenly eye. The samurai rubs his chin, thinking hard. Did they really stumble into this city because they're chasing the priest's killer? Lisa grins and pushes him on. Catch the criminal first and maybe she'll take the duel challenge, like it's a reward. The samurai answers without hesitation. If it comes to the worst, I'll drop to my knees for her, head bowed, pleading. Backing out now would have made everyone around her think she was scared to face him, and no true sword master's pride would ever let her swallow that kind of shame. So yeah, he's not ashamed at all. He kneels. The samurai flashes a grin and says it's a brilliant plan. Then he urges them to start hunting the criminal right now. Lisa mirrors his smile, admitting she's relieved he's on board to help with this. Lisa blurts out that the criminal has kidnapped an elf girl, maybe the exact girl she's been hunting, and the samurai can't shake it as her words drag him back to a memory of Sylphie, standing beside Clara and Mel. The man leans in, demanding to know if there's anything more on the criminal, and she snaps back that they're hunting a 15-year-old boy named Mel Laylut. Just an ordinary teen with nothing that really stands out. The samurai can't stop thinking about that 15-year-old boy, a kid who looks totally ordinary. But then he wonders, how in the world could someone like that possibly kill a priest? It feels unreal. He clocked the whole thing. This wasn't some normal kid's behavior at all. The boy looked 15, and right beside him stood an elf. Thoughts kept spiraling in his head. Then a memory of Mel snapped into place, and it hits him hard. This is probably the same boy he tangled with just recently. Lisa's frozen in shock. She can't figure out where this man is steering her. Around the corner, right by the cart, Mal, Sulphie, and Clara lock their eyes on the crowd. Mal's mind racing with the same question. How much longer are they stuck here? Will anyone finally budge, cutting the crowd down a notch so they can slip closer to the cart and burst through? Gazif pitches splitting into two squads, and Mariana jumps on board. Then Clara suddenly strides up and demands her brother explain what these people even want from their carriage. Mal Laylut freezes in shock, and Mariana can't believe what she's hearing. The girl spins around, and right there next to Sylphie, she spots a boy hiding by the corner, while a little farther off, Clara finally comes into view. Marian's fear spikes the second her eyes catch the cat ears, and right then Gozef blurts out, asking if this young man really is Malalu. With one step back, the guy locks eyes with Kosovo, and Kosovo suddenly blurts out, "I've got a few questions." Lut Melee feels the tension crash in, screams that this is way too creepy and rockets off to escape. He asks for just a moment, but behind him, Mariana is already shaking with pure excitement, and she declares she'll chase after them all by herself. Rumors are flying that a beast man is in their mix too, so ditching the investigation and leaving it all to them is a luxury she can't afford. Her hands are still trembling, but she snaps back that out of everyone. She's the fastest and the most agile. She orders him to freeze where he stands and snaps at the old man to alert the others right now, the ones out there sweeping the city and the taverns. The old man dips into a deep bow and swears he'll carry out every word. Clara clings to the memory like a weapon. She, the heir to the hero's will, vows she won't back up an inch, no matter what, yet even with all that iron certainty, sweat beads up on her forehead. Sylvie tells Mal to pause everything he's doing, but before he can, he's already rushing to pick her up, blurting apologies and reminding her time is slipping away. And then Sylvie snaps back that's not what she meant at all. Her cheeks flare as she grins, then realizes, oh wow, he's literally carrying her in his arms, and she blurts out if he's sure it's not too heavy. He laughs it off, reassures her it's totally fine because he's already mastered the red clarification, and somehow her weight feels way lighter than it should. In his head he remembers this. The Red Knight, Mariana Verdamion, the famous swordmaster, is already watching them, and the way she carries herself screams one thing. She's the real deal, a blade of honor. Her rare gift is asterisk, heavenly eyes, and it's the same crazy power hero R. Drago uses, because the moment she locks onto any technique, she instantly senses its core, absorbs the exact knowledge and know-how she needs on the spot, and even picks the perfect learning path like she's steering fate itself. This gift lets him snap through information like lightning and even predict the opponent's next move. An insanely rare, one-of-a-kind ability with 3 effects. And when the kid sees it, he can't help thinking it looks suspiciously like his own X-assessment skill as sweat beads up on his forehead. Jays barrels into the chase, and this could spell total disaster fast. He doesn't slow down for a second, screaming in his head that they have to hurry, while Clara skips along behind them, grinning as she tries to catch up. Mary Ann barrels in fast, shouting at them to stop, while Mel Leiluta's stomach drops. Is the rival already this close? And did Clara's quick dash really buy them nothing? His eyes lock onto the fountain in the middle of the square. Just cross that one spot, slip onto the next street, and walk out of this city for good. But the carriage won't make the trip. Mary Ann throws herself after them again, begging them to stop, then digs in, gathers every last ounce of strength and lunges forward in a sprint. She rockets over her companions, slams down right in front of them, and the ground cracks under her feet, while a sharp, stern voice snaps, "Who gave you the order to stop?" Mel Lut and Sylphie shake with pure terror, so he backs off and blurts that she's a real monster. But she straightens up, puffs her cheeks like a kid caught off guard, and shoots back all flustered. "That's insanely rude." Lut freezes, shocked and baffled, then blurts out an apology the second he spots Marie Ann pouting her lips, because her weird attitude has him totally rattled. Still, she only sighs and tells him she needs to talk, insisting he just listen for a second. As the deputy captain of the Red Phoenix Knights, Marie Ann Verdignian roars for everyone to stay calm, and right then, she shoots down the panic, making it crystal clear they're not here to arrest a single soul. Lut can't stop thinking, even if she shows him nothing but sincerity and kindness, will he really be able to win her trust after she sees his powers with her own eyes? And if she does, her attitude might flip overnight. Lut starts off with a heartfelt apology. Then out of nowhere Clara pops in between them, grinning like trouble, and asks if they've finished their games yet. Suddenly, Marion snapped and burst into tears, screaming as she flung herself into Mel's arms. Everyone else froze, cheeks burning with pure embarrassment, while Clara just stared around, completely lost, trying to figure out what on earth happened and why it could have been her fault. Confused, Mel can't make sense of what's happening, stunned by the girl's moves, so he quickly tells her everything's okay and begs her to calm down. Then, out of nowhere, Marion's face turns deathly pale and goosebumps swarm her whole body. Sylph is starting to boil over. Her lips and cheeks look tightly wounded, while Clara just stands there like none of this chaos is even hitting her. Clocks Mariona's every tell, realizes she's 17, and that cats trigger full-blown panic, so she keeps her distance at all costs. Then Mariana snaps her eyes to him and begs for his help. Mariana blurts out an apology, admitting she feels like she lost control of herself, again, and Lut quickly reassures her, saying everything's okay. But in Malai's head, Clara isn't even remotely like a domestic cat. She's a tiger, maybe even a tiger human. And then the real question hits. What is it about her that's so terrifying? Lut suspects the church hit her weakness, so she keeps her guard up while he carefully asks if she'll talk about what happened there, and the girl quickly nods yes. He breaks it down for you. On that day, he went to the church to take part in the blessing ceremony, then dodges the details with careful words, never spilling the truth about his real powers or who Sylphie truly is. With a soft smile, Marianne tells him everything finally clicks. She gets him now, and the real story of the brutal road he survived spills out between them. With warm compassion, she asks if it terrified him, because even the bravest can shake with fear. But now that nightmare is behind them, and peace finally takes over. Lut can't stop thinking about herself. Yeah, this girl is genuinely kind, no doubt about it, because only someone truly worthy becomes a heroine. Then the boy's mind flips the word and lands on Agatus. And right on cue, the girl beams back at him with a real, warm smile, like he's already fallen straight into sweet dreams. Mariana's attention slips for a second, and she realizes she still has to write that report and face the official hearing. So she tells him, for now, get back to the hotel. Mal-Lut just sighs and says, yeah, this was totally predictable, because telling everyone about his one-of-a-kind ability could blow up his life, and the girl. She's completely frozen, staring at him like she can't believe what she just heard. As she looks back and wonders what any of this even means, someone suddenly strides up and announces, "You've finally been found." Then the stranger locks eyes with her and drops the bombshell. Who would have guessed he's the priest's killer? Mal and Mary Ann spin around in sync, and there he is, the headhunter Musashi Kaido. A grin lights up his face as his voice cuts through the air with a riddle. Looks can lie. With a heavy heart, he announces he has no choice but to take him into custody. No warning about resistance, so resistance is on the table. Then he snaps both katanas free, ready to explode into a full-on confrontation. Mary Ann suddenly bursts in, throws herself between Mel and the others, and shouts for everyone to hold up. Because even if she can't figure out how he knows, she's certain Mel's the one who's trapped. So she grabs him and drags him away. The cinema can't help but wonder if she's really ready to stop him, and he snaps back coldly that he doesn't care who she is. Because if she's taken the criminal's side, then she's an accomplice too. The hero's mind spills everything in front of Mal-Lut. He doesn't care if the priest lives or dies. All he wants is the fight with the heavenly eyes, the one he's been craving for an eternity. And then Mal-Lut can't stop wondering, is Marion really the one he's been chasing? Mariana lunges into a scream, trying to shout it's just a misunderstanding. But the attacker's already barreling through the chaos. He won't hear a single word. The fight detonates in an instant, and right then, Melee Lutwander freezes in confusion, wondering if this is finally the moment he must run. Musashi looks like he's itching for a fight with Mariana, and now she finally gets the real truth. He wasn't dodging justice, and he wasn't scared of being hunted as a criminal. He just couldn't risk it, because the horror of what Musashi could do scared him so bad he bolted. That's how it all went down. Mariana clocks the technique right away and blurts out whether the wandering bounty hunter in front of her is Kaido, the two-sword master. Then the guy just smirks, letting her name him whatever she wants. The moment their blades meet, tension snaps tight, daring the next move. A grin flashes across his lips, and then he strikes fast, but the second he does it, he admits it himself. He hates it. Just like that, Mariana clocks something's off. She's not facing a criminal at all, just a suspect. Duty snaps into place, and she knows she has to protect this boy. She knows it's gone too far. It's time to end this fight. But you still slip forward like a mountain goat, and Mariana clocks it instantly. Dual swords are the perfect weapon for a brutal breakthrough strike, so she steels herself and locks in, ready to block the next hit. A sinister grin lit up Kido's face as he barreled forward, screaming that she'd badly misjudged the masters of the two blades, and that she'd regret it instantly. The girl went ice-cold with terror, not just from his brutal warning, but from the pure rage burning in his expression. He snatches a second sword and solemnly declares that she's about to feel the real Kido power, the mastery of two blades. Then he hurls it straight for her with lightning precision, and the girl's blood turns to ice as she realizes she might not even have a heartbeat to react or block. The moment Mary Ann spots a second sword streaking toward her, she snaps backward and dodges the hit. Then confidence surges through her. She can slip one strike and parry the next. Her eyes sweep across Kido's sheath, and boom, she spots a second sword. Then it hits her like a strike. Kido's already got two blades in hand, and a third is tucked close to her chest. The whole air goes razor thin, and you can feel the tension screaming through every cell. Right out of nowhere, right in front of them, Mal shows up, young, locked in, and radiating confidence. He snaps aside Kido's attack with the very sword he had handed him, and Mariana freezes, then blushes hard from shock and pure excitement. Mal spots Lut challenging Kido to a duel and immediately steps in, calling him over to say, "If you want a real fight, test your strength against me." This time, Mal means business. The samurai turns and walks off, and Mariana is left totally baffled. Then this tiny blush creeps across her cheeks. She can't figure out what just happened, or why Mel stepped up for her like that. Malailu tells him, "Trust me, you already know what's going on." And he admits he's only trying to see how strong he really is against the owner of the heavenly eyes. Then rage detonates in the young man's chest, and it shows on his face instantly. With a tense stare, the man scans the whole scene, rubs his chin like he's solving a puzzle, and then, finally, he blurts out, "Malailu just hit the technique mountain under your step." Flipping through the pages, there's no time to really study, because his real intentions are already crystal clear to him. Smiling, he swears he's got it all figured out. Turns out Melee Lut really does have heavenly vision, because the young guy didn't just guess. He read his partner like a book. Marie slowly clicks into it. The boy's power is a heavenly star. But then fear crashes in, and she starts to insist it can't possibly be real. Malai Lut whips around and declares, "This fight is mine," then orders Mariana to stay out of it. Yet even with her promise, she still wants to trade a few words with him, and that's when the samurai crashes the moment. Confidence surges through the samurai. He swears he can learn the two-sword style, even with only one blade hanging at his waist, until doubt slams in. Did he really show up for this duel without backups, and is he actually reckless enough to think that'll work? Hito rockets into the fight, yelling a question about what the opponent's going to do next, but Musashi was right. Melai Lut has his dual sword style nailed down, so he reads every move coming and cuts off Hito's attack before it even lands. After unleashing wave after wave, Melee Lut snaps his sword arm into check. Everything's perfect, and the gap is just wide enough to snatch the blade Mariana barely dodged to save herself. Then he explodes forward, lunging straight for the sword on the ground, desperate to grab it first. Just when Malai Lut least expects it, the ownerless sword starts crackling with bright, sparkling electricity, like it's alive. He freezes, stunned, thinking, could this be a magical weapon with powers beyond this world? Then, without warning, the blade whips into a wild spin on the ground and rockets off into the unknown. The sword shoots upward to its master all on its own, and the samurai grins, catching the blade midair and pinning it down hard with the sole of his boot. Melai Lut can't stop wondering if he'll ever get a partner, and Kaido fires back. He never asked for her help. This is all her own craving, because he's been dying for a real, face-to-face duel with nothing but honesty. With a spike of curiosity, he asks if he's really feeling that tiny flicker of anger. Meanwhile, Lisa clamps her breath, crouches in the bushes, and grips a gun that's ready to blast. SMRY grins once more and shrugs that this is just how it played out. Nothing can be undone now. When he sees his comrade charging in to help, he figures it's time to end the standoff. A sudden realization hits the man like lightning. He realizes the boy has just pulled off the step of the mountain deer technique right now, and it shocks him, because there's supposed to be at least 15 minutes between uses. The small-leafed lizard launches into the air, screaming as it drives forward again. This fight isn't over. The samurai gets hit with the young man's stubborn nerve, so the boy rips out the exact same move he just proved, the mountain deer gate. And that's crazy, so little time has passed, yet he doesn't even blink before using it a second time. He clocks Mel charging in head first, already seeing every consequence coming, and that's exactly what gives him real satisfaction. At this moment, Melee Lut can't stop thinking. Taking on that man with only a sword is a brutal gamble, just like it was with Miriam. The young warrior's resolve burns steady and unshakable. Then he snaps his gaze back over his shoulder at the girls behind him, Miriam, Sylphie, and Clara. Spotting one last sword ahead, the hero locks in his choice. If he can't dodge the clash, he'll step up and take the fight head-on. He smashes forward by blending the mountain deer step with the Jembu armor, then hurls a fist that slices through the air at the samurai, and the look on the boy's face screams one thing. This strike is brand new, terrifyingly powerful, and it's going to cost him everything. Before the stunned man can even breathe, Mal's fist rockets straight into his face. Kaido tries to block with his sword, but the impact shatters it, cracking the blade and snapping it in two. The punches rain down without mercy, leaving his opponent 0 seconds to breathe. He threw his hands up and clawed at any opening to block them. Then one brutal thought hit him. Genbu's armor could only take 2 uses in a row per day, and that was it. Sure, this skill only lasts 10 seconds, but this guy's been smashing Kaido in the face with it for ages, and yeah, those 10 seconds, they're long gone. Kido unleashes a storm of lightning speed strikes, and Meliliot realizes the truth. This is the second time Kido has pulled off that technique, because Musashi won't get another chance today. Kido doesn't even breathe. He barrels straight into a brand new avalanche of attacks. So with the Mountain Deer's gate power behind him and Genbu's armor guarding his back, he rockets at Musashi, drunk on unprecedented strength. Because once you can spot and copy a fighter's skills, you can sling them around as much as you want, with no limits. Musashi drops hard, beaten, and the hero just keeps replaying those moves in his head, not letting up, until he wonders, what if I stop for 10 seconds? Seeing he's left unprotected, he snaps into action and lands a decisive fist, then declares, "It's over." The hero smashes the enemy with a crushing, devastating strike. With sweat pouring and strength gone, Musashi crumples to the ground. While over in Malaya, Ludo clutches his skull as it feels like it's going to split, because he pushed himself way too hard, copying far too fast. In the heavy silence, Marion's eyes widen. Melee Luda's power is seriously unreal, and she can't shake the question. Who is he really? Malilut zooms in on Kaido's breaking emotions. His whole body shudders with agony as it hits him, like a final punch. His arm is shattered, and every wrong move slices him with brutal pain. Trembling through it, he drags himself forward, crawling away, praying he can slip out of this place. Mal Lutwender won't let him just walk off if he truly plans to leave it all behind, especially when he's dealing with someone who attacks others on a whim, like it's pure fun. Suddenly, Mariana spots the danger, screams at Mel to watch out, and shoves him out of the way just in time, saving him from the threat already bearing down on her. Mel knows exactly what's happening, and she counters with a move only a mountain deer would pull off. With the Genbu shield flaring up again, he throws his body in front of Mariana and shields her from every last threat. Twisted and warped, the heroes brace themselves before pure horror. Then the girl shatters into tears, pleading for her savior with trembling hands. When Sylphie and Clara lean in for a closer look, they instantly freeze in disbelief. Then Sylphie snaps and starts blasting her anger. The girl gets swept up in a wave of pure pleasure. Mariana barely cracks her eyes open. Everything feels soft as silk. So why does it all feel wrong? They snap their eyes open, and boom, they're face to face, stacked on top of each other, breathing right in the same air. Sylphie snaps back in shock, cheeks burning red as she explodes into an angry shout, while Clara just freezes behind her, staring in pure confusion. That awkward second hits Mal Layla like a punch. He can't believe what just happened. He trips and slams into Mariana and their lips collide. Meanwhile, she freezes in place, totally stunned, cheeks blazing from the shock of it all. The girl starts to speak, but the boy panics right then and blurts what she was trying to ask, while Mariana clamps her eyes shut, barely breathing, and snaps, "Could you get off me already?" In despair, he throws his hands up, begs for mercy, and admits he's probably caused a ton of trouble. Then out of nowhere, Clara shows up, calling that young man brother, and it scares the living daylights out of Mel. Clara couldn't help but wonder if it was really him who'd been so shameless with her younger sister. And right then, her eyes lit up with this wild, teasing glow, with 2 charming fangs flashing from behind her lips. Mel froze on the spot, utterly stunned, and then stumbled through a clumsy, panicked explanation, saying it had to be a mistake, that she'd misunderstood everything. Clara lights up and blurts that her little sister smells insanely good, no worse than Selfie, so she immediately wants a taste, sticking her tongue out and nearly touching the girl. Then, boom, her smile vanishes as she locks eyes on Marion and realizes something is terribly off. Right before Malai, a warning snapped into view, Stay away from cats and never touch them barehanded. Clara then said her sister Mariana had fainted, and in that split second, pure terror swallowed the girl whole, shaking her entire body. Malilat finally clocks it. She got kissed by a cat. And yeah, it's about as pleasant as it sounds. Then, out of nowhere, her eyes snap to something even more unbelievable. The hero barks at Clara to back up, and with one perfect coordinated leap, they rocket backward and swallow up a huge stretch of ground. Clara is still trying to process what just happened, when Mariana slips up from her seat like a shadow, and Mal instantly feels it. Something's deeply wrong, and everything is about to spiral out of control fast. Mariana shoots up out of nowhere, and a sharp, almost predatory light ignites in her eyes. Boom! The young man sees it instantly. Her combat skills have spiked, but it's paid for with instability in her head. Turning on an E-rank skill doesn't just grant power, it permanently steals away a piece of common sense, and that missing chunk becomes the kind of weakness that gets you hurt. Once the skill kicks in, you can't cut it off whenever you want. That's the brutal catch. Mariana explodes with a savage, beast-like scream, roaring like some feral creature, and Clara and Melee go rigid with terror. Then the young man snaps to it. That cry isn't like a woman's at all. Right on cue, Clara drops her ears and lets out a scream of pure fear too. Marion snaps out of control. Her hand darts to her sword and she lunges straight for Mel. But he slips the move with razor timing, and her blade slams into the stone with a brutal groove. Mel roars at Clara with all he's got, shouting for her to run right now, because this fight could get her hurt in seconds. Staring at the furious girl, he freezes in horror. Something unspeakable is happening to Mariana, she's snapped. And his mind spirals. Could one single kiss really be enough to shatter someone's sanity? Just then, she finally regains herself, and she realizes her attack slipped right past its target. Right then, Clara's balance slipped, and she crashed to the ground, while Malilutta, reading Mary Ann's thoughts, spots a deadly plan brewing. She wants to get rid of the cat. He snaps into a terrified scream, shouting at Clara to run, and she can only stammer back, so scared she can't even get the words out. Malilutta snatches a stone and hurls it straight at Mariana's head. Then Mariana whips around, rage spiking as she hears Malilutta shouting that he's here. Meanwhile, Clara, tears spilling, bolts off the battlefield because she can't hold her feelings in anymore. Mary finally exposes her real plan. Then she locks in on taking down the shooter and clearing the obstacle in her path. Mel tells himself, at least he got Clara out of this place. But now he's stuck with Mariana, and every talk with her ends in nothing. Trying to copy the girl's powers could level the playing field, but it might also tear his mind apart. He whips around and yells at Sylphie, warning her this place is deadly, begging her to hide. Doubt gnaws at him. Is Musashi's skill actually enough? Then, right when everything is on the edge, a stranger steps in and calls Sylphie Madam. Malilutta clocks every detail right away. Lizorat Kivel, the guardian of Philiones and Musashi Kaido's companion. This girl won't stop crying, but somehow she keeps smiling, cheeks blazing red like her heart's on fire. Sylph awkwardly blurts out, "Do we know each other?" And the second the words land, Lisa's expression snaps into pure, real horror. Once more she calls Sylph mistress, and she can't help but wonder, why on earth doesn't the girl recognize her? Malilutta explodes into a blood-curdling scream, demanding, right now, that Sophie drop everything and go with her. TA starts to open his mouth to argue, but Lisa cuts him off cold. She steps in, fires a weapon straight at him, and snaps that he's the one responsible for the priest's death and the win over Musashi. At the same time, Malilutta booms that he'll be fine and tells everyone to let Sylphie go with Miss Liesrot. Sylph nods and agrees because he says so. Lisa watches him warily thinking, is this guy really an enemy, and how does he even know my name? Then Mellie's eyes snap to the gun in Lisa's hands, and in an instant she clocks who fired earlier. Rage surges through Marion as she blasts into a screaming fit, and Malilutta's Thornin snaps to it. Things are turning dangerous fast. Mariana charges at Lisa with her sword raised, and at the same time Lisa lines up Mel, until she snaps her head toward Mariana, baffled. Like she can't even wrap her mind around why this girl is sprinting right at her. Aim the gun at Mariana and demand to know who she is. She instantly turns pale with terror, but her eyes snap to fiery rage. Lisa lunges in, trying to stop the blow-up and figure out what Mariana wants from all of them. Yet Mariana feels it, some wild, uncontrollable urge to strike. The girl is flooded with one brutal goal: wipe out every enemy in front of her. As the fight rages on, Mal Leilut finally clocks it. Marianne isn't just panicking, she's reacting to the enchanted pistol itself. He snaps into a full-throated scream and yells at Lissy to stop firing, drop the gun and run. Lucy doesn't even notice him. Then bam, she opens fire, screaming for him to stay back, and Mariana whips out perfect dodges. Meanwhile, Lisa panics, landing shots that do nothing, and can't figure out why she can't hit him at all. Malaluta snaps into it. Her heavenly vision lets her foresee where the flight will land, and right as that truth hits, Lisa decides with a bitter jolt that it's all pointless. Every last bit of it. She snaps around, lunges into Sylphie's arms, vows to save Lady Sylphina at any cost, and chokes out a heartfelt apology. While Sylphie just stands there, completely frozen in shock. Mel surges forward without hesitation, and the young man throws his arms wide, blocking the girls behind him with his own body. Then the truth hits like a lightning strike. He can take Jinbu's hit for them himself. Lisa snaps her gaze back at him, but all she sees is his choice, and she can't wrap her head around it. Suddenly, Mary Ann starts trembling right in front of him, and Mal Leilut freezes, staring at the boy in shock. In her eyes, it's like the truth clicks. She's seeing the same thing he's been doing, protecting Lisa and Sylphie. The girl can't even move, just stands there, stuck. And Mal Leilut's body tightens as he tries to figure out what in the world is really going on. Touched Mel Leilut watches it all unfold, while Lisa and Sylphie trade baffled, shocked looks like they can't even believe what they're seeing. Tumbling into the abyss of her own thoughts, Marion jolts in terror. She never wanted anyone to die. That hits like a trigger, and she forces herself to bury the sword. But her senses go fuzzy, her mind starts to cloud over with madness, and still she fights with everything she's got to claw her control back. Mel Leilut roars at Lisa, "Grab Sylphie and get out of here, now." TA digs in her heels, snaps at everyone to back off, and refuses to let anyone boss her around. Then she shoves her hands in front of Sylph and slams into the spirit cloak of the wind. Marion's rage ignites all over again. She whips her head towards Sylphie and Lisa, then charges after them like a storm. Mal just shrugs, grinning as he's sure Marion will crash straight into the wrong direction. She scrambles like crazy for anything useful, maybe a pipe, maybe a sheath. But it's all useless because time is running out fast, and then Lisa freezes, stunned by the crazy scene in front of her. Mel crossed his arms tight, snapped into Lisa's skill, and blasted a bullet out of nowhere. A stray bullet fragment snagged Mary Ann's eye. She recoiled hard and snapped around in an instant. Lisa can't help but wonder if he can pull off the same magic ball moves she does. No weapon in his hand at all. At the same time, Sylphie's shock leaks right through her face, and Mal Leilut steps up to Mary Ann, barking a warning that he's the single biggest threat she'll ever face. Lisa stares, stunned. Who is this mysterious stranger? And right as her mind races, Mariana's rage boils over as she snarls at him. Mal Leilut shakes from head to toe, frantically trying to bury the agony in his arm. Jinbu's armor is reinforced, but that searing pain won't let up, and after the shot, brutal scratches still cling to his forearm. Kaido snaps at Maul with a sharp grin, asking if he's really the fool, because they've got to escape and she can't be beaten, not when the owner of the Heavenly Eyes is going berserk. Malaludd scoffs at what fool could even mean, but then he admits it straight-faced. Sure, he'd love to run, yet he can't just abandon Marion in that mess. The young man just refused to quit, brimming with wild confidence. So Kaido figures maybe she'll finally snap out of it if he dares to kiss her again, because hey, in that fairy tale, a prince's kiss woke the beauty up. After hearing that, the boy blurts out in confusion, "Wait, am I really allowed to do that?" Sparks leap in the young man's eyes as he wrestles with one mission: getting the poor girl back from a furious, red-hot rage, even after he's already memorized every trait of her personality. Yet now he stares harder, begging to see deeper into what truly drives her. His eyes lock on the girl. Rage has her completely out of control, and a special skill tells him the only thing that can snap her back to sanity is Mel Lute's kiss. Mel Lute blushes, baffled by why her name gets thrown into this chaos. Then she suddenly spots what matters most and throws her hesitation aside. Miriana storms back into the fight, slashing hard with her sword and surging forward like a flash of lightning, while the young man clutches the fallen samurai and is shoved into a brutal choice between charging ahead and freezing with fear. The boy flings Kido aside, and the man erupts with a shout, calling him cruel. Right then, Marion strikes at the spot where the boy is working. Kido plunges headfirst, smacks the ground hard, and grimaces as he snaps at Mel for being careless. Yet Mel doesn't even flinch, because he's locked in on the job. Malalai Lut keeps his eyes locked on Mariana and he spots it. She's trying to hit him from nowhere like she can see the invisible. He somehow slips out of it, but that's only the beginning. Her supernatural vision and pure, wild fury make her terrifying. Then he looks at the wreckage around them and understands the truth. When she snaps into rage, she's unstoppable, and every step she takes is powered by one mission: destroying evil. Staring at her, he realizes one thing. She isn't easy on herself, but she keeps her power locked down with pure willpower. So she won't hurt anyone, and maybe, just maybe, her strength matches a hero's. Right when it looks like Emiriana's about to snap back, Melee Lut whips around and begs her to forgive him, and you can see the raw, crushing regret living on his face. The young man locks eyes with Mariana, and fury simmers in his gaze. So he drags his hand over his face, grits his teeth, and decides to use his abilities to uncover literally everything about her. Right beside him, fresh details about the girl spill into view, fully exposed. After reading it, he lets out a shaky breath, and suddenly understands. From here on out, his power matches Mariana's, which means he's finally earned the kind of strength a real hero deserves. Mel Laylet charges straight at the blade the girl has slammed into the earth. With both hands on the sword's hilt, it hits him like a lightning strike. Marion was the one who should have drawn this blade first. The boy tries to yank the sword free, but the blade won't budge, no matter how hard he strains. Something impossible pins it in place, and that crushing grip only leaves him more and more stunned. The boy can't believe it, like it all comes down to raw skill, and copying won't let him draw that sword, no matter how hard he tries. Yet he throws everything at it anyway, clawing toward the blade. Far off, Mariana is already slipping into attack mode, and Mel knows it the second before it happens. Her stare burns with pure hatred, and Mel's fear curdles into real, gut-wrenching horror. Mal Lelet replayed the girl's words in his head, the way she scowled at his rudeness, then softened when she said he was clearly struggling. Then he clenched his grip on the sword, snapped into action, and knew it was time to draw the blade and jolt her back to reality, only for everything to spiral into something terrifyingly serious. He sucked in a deep breath, finally steadied his nerves, shut his eyes, and zeroed in on the sword. Now it was time to study this weapon like it could decide his fate. The hero has to plunge straight into the sword's core, feel every pulse of its power, and dig up the ancient secrets buried in its history. Right in front of him, a stranger pops out of nowhere, long cloak billowing as it raises a massive, shining sword like it owns the moment, while ahead a mountain of monsters waits to swallow him. With a confused blink, the young man whips his head around, desperate to figure out where he's been dragged, and what kind of strange, unfamiliar place this even is. Suddenly, the young man spots the stranger, and instantly clocks the sword blazing in his grip. Right before him, flash after flash of the sword's own memories streak across his eyes. Countless battles, duels, and brutal showdowns. He's lived every single one firsthand, and now the Malachite prize finally gets it. The sword has done more good than anyone ever promised, cutting down foes and saving lives, but it's never once earned him a real friend. Strago stands right in front of him, and then it hits. This whole journey had just one real companion, the sword. He can't shake the feeling that this man is drowning in loneliness. Because Ars Drago, a normal 24-year-old, just got crowned with the honorary title of hero. Heading to the fight, endless hordes of enemies surged in front of him, while behind, a towering mountain of fallen bodies climbed higher and higher. Blood splashed behind the young warrior as thousands of demons closed in, yet he kept driving forward, carving through tens of thousands of enemies that blocked his path, until his blade skills and sharp mind made him untouchable. Then the ground shook. A dragon the size of a mountain rose to swallow him whole, its shadow able to blanket entire cities, looming higher than the poor young fighter could ever imagine. For 3 days and 3 nights, a brutal battle tore the world apart. No amount of the dragon's savage strength could break the hero's courage. When hope ran thin, he begged the gods for help, and with that divine boost, he didn't hesitate at all. His sword drove straight into the monster's skull, ending the fight for good. Even after he tore his own body apart, he still couldn't end the soul. Only with brutal effort did he manage to brand it with a seal, and that so-called victory flipped into a nightmare for the hero. Chaos swallowed him whole, dragging him into endless torment, until the pain became utterly unbearable. When Arstragodel opened his mouth, it felt like he was spilling away half his soul, piece by piece. Our struggle feels carved straight into the boy's soul, like he lived every single moment himself. Because he's drowning in anxiety, yet right there in front of him stands the hero. This isn't some bedtime myth. He truly crushed that dragon, and now the very same man stands right in front of the young one. If the soul really tears free the moment death hits, then the person tumbles into non-stop torments with no doorway back ever. Strago leans in and demands to know if you truly get it. The person holding this sword is cursed to a fate nobody would want. Steady as steel, the young man raises the small sword and shows just how deadly this is. Then he demands to know if the other person can handle the weight of fate. And if they can't, he orders them to fall back right now. The man and the boy locked eyes, both burning with sheer determination, neither one ready to back down. The boy slowly traced the blade with his fingertips like it could borrow him courage from fate, then said, steady and strong, that if fortune smiled on him, he'd live with dignity. Without spilling the world's hidden truths, he raised the sword toward his opponent and held his ground, demanding, "So, what's your answer?" Malaylot stares at the sword's blazing edge and declares, with zero chance of retreat, "I'm not backing down." Arstrago answers without flinching that it's downright admirable, so in that moment he tells the boy to follow the advice and get out of here. But Malaylot snaps back. He can't do that. Strago's stunned, and then the real question hits. What on earth is keeping the boy trapped? The young man snaps that he has to draw his sword and save Mariana, no question about it. Then he admits, straight up, that he ended up here because of his own reasons. Malaylot lights up and asks, "Is it really that bad?" Then a grin breaks across his face as he reassures him, "Nope, there's nothing wrong with it at all." He shuts his eyes and finally admits it. Saving the world was just cover, because the real pull was the fight itself. Can he ever deny that truth again? The man jerks his eyes open, totally impressed, because this young guy actually knows how to be honest with himself. Malaylot stares at Arstrago, stunned. After a quick pause, he hesitates, then carefully asks whether he can fire off just one question. Without wasting a second, he wonders if Ars Drago has any regrets. Then the man stares hard at his own reflection, chillingly visible in the sword's shiny blade. So they ask him, "Is there anything you regret in your life?" Ars Drago leans in, hanging on every breath. Then the young man doesn't flinch and admits, "Yes, I do," sealing the doubts he'd been battling all along. When someone asks Arbornitz if he feels like his life is truly fulfilled, he says he can't say it all the way. But yeah, he's mostly content with what he's lived. Then Malaylot pushes, even if the road wasn't easy. And the hero answers, "Yes, because it was my biggest weakness that let the kids manage to seal the evil dragon." Malai lies in shock. How could a legend like him end up so weak? When he studies the hero's stats, he realizes most of the S ratings are marked with a minus sign, meaning the chosen one's power barely scrapes the same level as the other heroes. Suddenly, a table packed with bizarre details pops right into view before his eyes. Loot hammers at home. Drago from Our Heavenly Eyes can do something crazy, but it's only rated C. Mariana sits higher up, but even the description screams that her power runs weaker. Astrago then leans in and asks the guy if he's been on Reddit, and the kid immediately nods, admitting he's actually studied Astrago's features there. He figures out that reading by itself won't cut it. You can't beat a dragon like that. You've got to learn to cast a seal too. And the moment he starts truly grasping the dragon's power, it feels like death is swallowing him. So what does this trial even mean? Lut thinks that demand is downright cruel. A grin spreads across Strago's face, and he tells the young man, almost like it's a dare, to read this first, then try to steal it. If he can pull that off, Strago says he'll finally earn the title of Strong. And with that thought burning in his chest, the boy will chase it, because Strago just knows one day even the legendary feats of past heroes will fall into his hands. Drago insists the boy has to read that book at least once, and even steal it, to get the curse blazing on his own skin. Lut gasps, asking what he's really talking about, and Ars assumes he means the dragon, then adds, "Wait, doesn't he say the curse is supposed to be terrifying?" Strago snapped, "Calm down, trust your own strength." Because taming that monster wasn't easy at all, and he felt the struggle rot inside his soul, the same dread even hitting the legendary hero. But then he asked, what if it's not just one hero? What if two show up? The Malaysian scavenger gasps in pure disbelief and snatches Stragas's guess, like he's just spotted proof that two heroes might be here at the same time. He goes wide-eyed when that question about word meanings lands, and Strag says, dead serious, that their paths are over, so he should say goodbye with the word Shavin. Then Ludu gets his final advice. Watch out for fairies, even more than ever. The boy doesn't get a word the strategos is saying, so he wonders if the same fairies who make magic might have also forged his sword. The man snaps back. Those creatures aren't on their side, but they're not true enemies either, which means the kid can go all in and unleash their power with zero fear. At last, the farewell moment crashes in. Drago declares it's time to leave, but not before he turns back to the boy one final time, thrusting the sword toward him and demanding, in full seriousness, "Are you really ready to take it?" The young man snatches the sword right out of Strago's hands and boldly declares, "I'll draw it. No doubt about it." Strago admits he's only able to think at full speed right now, so he begs the young warrior not to drop his guard after the sword comes out, and the kid whips around, shocked to find the blade already in his own hands, listens to his mentor's warning, then nods silently in full agreement. The hero warns. Whether the young man agrees or not, fate is about to slam into him without mercy, and every fight he throws back will turn into a brutal trial, heavy enough to feel almost impossible to carry. He has to forge a power so fierce that he can snap his own chains and rip himself free from merciless fate. Strago lays it all out with total seriousness, spilling every detail to the kid. While Lut has no clue what's coming next, he's sure he'll face it when it hits, because deep down he's terrified of pain. Keeps his grip locked on the sword and listens to every word Strago throws at him. Strago wears a knowing, thoughtful smile as he clocks just how optimistic Lud is. And yeah, he can't help but feel a little jealous of the kid's bright, bold way of seeing the world. That calm, almost weightless smile settles on his face like something heavy finally dropped off his shoulders, until suddenly starts floating upward, and panic snaps into his eyes. Drage snaps out an order to move. He's got divine eyes right now, and they're stronger than even the heavenly gaze. So he crowns him the Lord of Divine Eyes and turns to Leluda. Then, without a clue about what those other heavenly eyes even are, the young man launches into the air with his sword, reeling as he realizes he's been called their owner. Straget leans in and tells the boy, "Out of this whole world, only you've got this unique power, and that's exactly why she grants you the special X rank. Malai Lut has no clue who she's talking about, but Arstreget drops a chilling hint. Her name is everywhere, yet nobody has ever seen her real face. Even as she talks, a smile never leaves her, and Mal feels like he can barely keep from bolting out of there. Strago keeps talking about her, but the boy barely catches the last words. Then sparks burst in his eyes, and a blinding flash wipes out everything around him. Right here, Arstragos declares herself the protector of the human race, grinding out her claim as the true goddess. After a while, Malai Lut slips back into the real world, and right when he's maxing out his determination, he yanks the hero's sword straight out of the stone. Marian and Kido froze the moment they saw it. Shock hit them like a punch, plain on their faces, while Sylphie, Lisa, and Clara, crouched in the bushes, watched every move with laser focus. The moment the square erupted, bodies started pouring in. Caught by that deafening rumble, people scrambled through the confusion, desperate to see what just happened. The second Mel-Leluit yanked the sword from the stone, heavy fog crashed into his mind. And right before his eyes, the legendary hero Arstrago's blade started to shimmer, already blazing in his hands, even as his own body swayed, stunned by the sudden twist. Suddenly, Mao's temples lit up with a brutal, unbearable agony, like his head was seconds away from splitting in two. He dropped hard onto the cold stone, his legs giving out as his body shook in violent spasms, yet his fingers locked tight around the sword. The young man remembered what our guardian told him. Today, only the speed of thought has sharpened, so don't let your guard down just because the sword is already in your grip. The second Ars Drago spoke those words. Mel instantly got it. Pure agony ripped through the young man's body like his heart had been stabbed by a blade, and when he glanced at Mariana, he saw her stuck in shock, frozen and unable to accept what just happened. Suddenly she steadied her breath, and a fresh wave of rage slammed into her. Malai Lut was convinced of one thing: it all rested on him. He had to shut down these marriage plans right now. At that exact moment, the girl rockets forward, driving her sword straight at him, and the boy snaps into a defensive stance without a second of doubt, ready to block her strike. The young man snaps into a crouch, then rockets upward in a blur, and Marianne didn't see it coming, so she froze on the spot, unable to move. Suddenly, Malai Lut was right in front of the girl's hands, and the speed of his move was so lightning fast that nobody could guess what he'd do next. The young man gasped in disbelief when it hit. His body suddenly moved at lightning speed. This guy didn't use a single skill, and now he's moving even faster than the Deer Mountain technique. The young man snaps to it, shocked. The gap between rank S and rank A is absolutely massive. Right now, Mariana's stuck in a brutal brawl with Malo. She scrambles to dodge him, but he won't give her a second, slamming into her again and again with relentless attacks. The young man slammed the hero's sword into its special mode, and with a burst of power, the blade unleashed something terrifying. Right now, the divine protection of the Fairy King suddenly awakens, and everything changes. Mariana spirals into wild guesses, completely stuck as she tries, and fails, to make sense of what's happening around her. The girl hammers him with hit after hit, but the boy doesn't even flinch, because the Fairy King's divine protection is locked in for 15 more seconds, and during that window, pain can't touch a single inch of him. That's what it really means to wield the sword of a true hero. He snatches the sword and screams Mary Ann's name like it's the only lifeline left, clutching her to his chest and refusing to let go. Then he cups her face in his hands and begs her, with all his heart, to snap back to herself. The hero refuses to let her slip away, gripping her tight in his arms like he'll never let go. The young man yanks the girl into him and smashes a kiss on her lips, so her grip finally gives out and her sword slips free. Marian's eyes snap wide and she flings the sword without warning. Every single person in the crowd goes stone still in shock, while a furious Sylphie shakes with pure rage. Meanwhile, Lizzie just stands there, totally dumbfounded, with zero idea what's going on. The Sylphs barely steady their roiling hearts as they fight to stay grounded, but Lisa can't settle. Anxiety yanks her out of balance. while Melalut and Mariana slip apart, as if an invisible wall just pushed between them. The girl slowly pulls herself together, and suddenly it all clicks. She's back in her right mind. Heat crawls up the young man's face with pure embarrassment, but he clenches his nerves and finally dares to ask her for forgiveness. The girl abruptly lost her footing, and her legs crumpled under her. Lila suddenly snaps out of it, straightens up, and looks around in pure confusion. Then her eyes lock on Maul right in front of her. Liluda, standing there, tries to catch his breath, cheeks burning, and can't help but shyly look away. Suddenly, Maulilut snaps his spiritual defense on and rockets up into the air. He spots Mariana. She's staring at the young man in pure shock, still rattled by everything she just went through, with zero clue what's going on around her. The young man launched into the air, and his eyes snapped down to the crowd packed beneath him. Eyes locked on the scene, people leaned in as the young man gripped the hero's sword, shining bright in his hands, and swept his gaze over the crowd. Yeah, there were plenty of onlookers. Then he whipped his arms up, launched himself into the air, and shouted for Clara to come closer. Without a second thought, she burst out of the bushes and flew straight at him. The girl wraps her arms around the young man, pulling him in tight like she never wants to let go. Clara confessed that she was terrified to her bones and swore she was about to be killed, shaking head to toe. Then the young man just smiled kindly and told her, "Trust me, from now on, everything will be okay." The girl shot her hand out at the young man, stuck out her tongue with zero shame, and pressed it right to his skin. Then he stared in shock and demanded why she'd suddenly decided to lick him. Clara admits it. Once fear clamps down on her, she immediately leans on this trick to wrestle her anxiety back under control. The girl shrugs and says she does it only when she's having fun, and right then, Lisa and Sylvie were staring like hawks. Sylvie's face went hot with shame, while Lizzie's eyes narrowed with pure disgust. Malilut steps forward and declares he's got something huge to talk about, then grabs Lisa's attention, inviting her to a secluded spot where no prying eyes or ears can interrupt them before he tells her, "Come with me now." With a shaky pause, the girl finally snaps and admits she's got it, then grabs onto Sylvie, follows right behind Mel, where Clara sits in his arms. Mariana froze on the ground, eyes locked on Mal Lut and the crew as they rocketed upward into the sky, and while her cheeks blazed red, she threw her arms wide and stared at the sword sitting right there, barely able to even open her mouth as her heart hammered like crazy. Her first kiss felt like pure chance, like a snap of memory. Mel staring in shock beside a baffled Leluda, and then, without wasting a second, he barrels in to help and saves her. For the second time, he shamelessly squished her cheeks and yanked her close, his eyes locked on her even as she shut them tight. Then she kissed his lips and breathed his name under her breath. Mel. Meanwhile, he kept staring up at the sky like it held a secret miracle, and her heart pounded out of control, refusing to slow down. Gosef barrels toward her with terror in his eyes, sweat pouring off his forehead, and he blurts out on the spot, "Are you okay?" That weird, urgent tone makes her jerk back, stunned, and blush hard. The ghost suddenly freezes, jerks its head up, opens its mouth like it's caught off guard, and blurts out that it was rude. Then it panics, stammers an apology, and asks if it hurt her at all. She waves it off, saying she's totally fine, just worn out. Mariana drops her gaze and in a small voice admits it. She's the reason everyone's been dragged through so much misery, just to remember it all. The words crush her, sorrow and depression swallow her whole, and she realizes she's done something that can't be forgiven. She jolts up from her recovery in a flash and blurts out to her husband, demanding to know about the injuries. Gazef answers that just one bounty hunter got hurt. Mariana points the finger at the bounty hunter as the spark behind all this chaos, and tells Ghazi to grab him and squeeze out the truth. Ghazi nods like he's locked in, then turns and bolts straight into the job. Mariana K-Sale. With a shaky breath, she looks up at the heavens and realizes, thank God, it all worked out. No one died. No one got hurt. That's when the relief hits her. This could have ended with her on the ground, gone. Last time, right after that, she snapped into a brutal rage full of herself, swearing she alone could hold it together. But now, Her face crumples under a deep, aching sadness, and in her eyes, nothing but endless sorrow. Her cheeks burned hot again, and without thinking, her fingers slid to her lips. Her eyes dropped, and all she could think was this. He was the one who stopped her. Usterd Gosef points at Mel Lelut and calls out what he did. Completely unacceptable. And the girl just shrugs it off like it's not even worth talking about. She fumbles with her hands and feels her cheeks ignite, then quickly brushes it off like, "It's nothing, just a few kisses." The girl shot a look of pure embarrassment, shoved her hands to her chest, and started fidgeting like crazy, while Gosef quickly clarified that he meant the hero's sword. Her scream cut straight through shame, that's why. Gosef steps in and lays it out. The hero's sword is a national relic, and when it vanished, the whole country collapsed into grief. Now every single person stares at that massive stone, where the legendary blade used to be locked away. Mariana tells him the kid was chosen as worthy of the sword. That's why he managed to pull it free. And the girl chimes in that everyone was allowed to try, so no one has any reason to blame him. Gosef admits that, yeah, in one sense she's right. But that still doesn't give her permission to grab the sword out of a public spot like it's just lying there. There's a whole official procedure for it, and every single step is spelled out on the tombstone. Mariana can't help but wonder if this is basically theft, because to her the wording is clear. If you're able, then take it. Soldiers rush up to the samurai, grab him roughly, and drag him away, ignoring his fury as he snaps that he already told them his arm was broken and demands they handle it with care. Right then, Marianne shows up, stands tall, and declares she'll take full responsibility because her choices put the city in danger, so now she'll fix it. The girl gets hit by a brutal truth. She messed up, and instant remorse grips her heart like a vice. Gosef leans in, totally captivated, and demands to know if she's really serious. But the girl only smiles and swears she won't give him a single concession. Mary Ann answers with a soft, trusting grin. Right now, a car is blasting down the road like it's running from fate. With heartbreak etched on her face, Lisa drops her eyes to the ground, weighed down by despair. Sunny Clara spots a roadside inn up ahead and grins. Wait, we should stop. Because maybe this time she can finally talk and unwind in a cozy, comfy atmosphere. Sulfina Esvalania softly clasps his hand, and Lisa's stomach drops as she wonders if she and Lady Sulfina are getting far too close. While Malai Lut catches the look on her face and can't help but ask what that creepy, eerie smile is hiding. An endless stretch of distance sprawls out in front of them, like the world just won't let them stop. Clara's stomach lets out a brutal growl and she just sighs, clutching her belly like it's breaking her, pure despair flooding her chest. Yet Malai grins anyway and urges them to hit the streets and hunt for food. While Lisa trades words with a soldier, Malai Lut strides up and demands she grab lunch first. Suddenly, the girl fires back. Does the young man realize she's dying to know how he even knows her name? The stranger points out she still hasn't introduced herself, then shoots the guy a sharp, disdainful look, while Melulai Lyot forces out an awkward smile, vowing she'll explain everything later. The girl just huffs in pure, indignant frustration. Slide into the seat, because that table is already set, piled high with juicy meat and bright, fresh vegetables on the shining cloth. Melulute realizes she can't splurge too hard, because if she stays good, a real celebration is waiting for her tonight. And Clara is absolutely glowing with happiness. Still not satisfied, Lisa sits there and refuses to change a single thing. Her face stays locked in the same expression. Sulfina Estfelania can't resist the mouth-watering dish. She blurts, "It looks delicious." And the world around her vanishes as lunch totally hooks her attention, while Malai Lut's left baffled, wondering why everyone's staring, then nervously grins and wipes the tiny sweat beading on his temples. The man urges Lisa to come sit for the meal and stop holding back, but she softens her smile and gently refuses, telling him she'll just pass on eating. That girl's glare drips pure disdain as she refuses to look away from the young man, who can only give an awkward little laugh back. Meanwhile, Sulfina leans toward Felania and Felania flashes that charming smile that somehow sells Lisa on the idea that eating together is way more fun. And suddenly, every bite tastes even better. Lisa's cheeks flare red and she glows with shy embarrassment as she nods along. If Lady Sylphina Estvalania says it's fine, then she's got no objections at all. Mel Layla notices it instantly. She's treating him differently now, but no matter how hard he tries to read the reason, nothing makes sense. He swears he hasn't done a single thing wrong. After a bit, everyone crowds into their seats and digs into the food. Then the young man spots something that nobody else sees. Right in front of him, Sylphina Estvalania is devouring a dish so delicious he can't even look away. Until Lisa breaks down and starts sobbing, because she's vanished in front of his eyes, leaving only something fragile and heartbreakingly tender. Clara blurts out, panicked, asking the girl if she's okay and what went down, and Lisa exhales with relief. She's thrilled to see Mrs. Sylphina Estvalania back, because the tension hits the girl too hard. Tears of joy spill over, and she can't stop trembling with excitement. For Lisa, Safina feels like an angel and a whole universe wrapped in one. Melly Lut and Safina lock onto Lisa with non-stop focus, staring in pure awe. She tells it like this. During her apprenticeship, she fought tooth and nail to learn magic, and her classmates kept pouncing on every one of her failures to mock her. But even with no real talent to speak of, Ms. Sylphina Estvalania still went straight to the mother goddess for help. Eventually, Lisa slipped into the guard at long last, and it was only because of Mrs. Sylphina that she survived trial after trial. Now, tears are still spilling from her eyes. When she learned Mrs. Sylphina Estvalania had vanished, a brutal, desperate excitement surged through her. The girl wipes her tears with her palms, fighting back a burst of joy, because her mistress is finally here. Sylphina Estvalania and Mal Laylis lock eyes and share real smiles, and Sylphina's cheeks instantly flare with a sweet blush. Lisa, suddenly bashful, shoots an apology and decides it's time to introduce herself. With a deep bow, the girl introduces herself as the guardian of Philly's kingdom, then instantly drops the bombshell and begs you to call her just Lisa. Malai Lut dips his head in a polite bow, beams that it's an honor to meet them, then points right to Clara and introduces her, right on the spot. But the smile vanishes in the blink of an eye, replaced by pure indignation, because the girl strikes that over-the-top pose in front of him, and it's clearly not sitting right with him. Sylphina Estvalania, everyone calls her Sylphi, leans in and admits, straight up, that she feels more at ease this way. When someone calls out how way too familiar she sounds, she only shrugs, because for her, the past is a total blank, so royal ceremonies don't mean anything to her. The girl blurts out that this is exactly why she wants to be friends with Lisa. Then she locks eyes with her, totally still, waiting to see if Lisa will shut it down. Lisa's voice rips into a scream. How could she be against it? Sylphina Estvalania hears her and nods hard, locking in the choice. Then she reaches out with a grin and says, "See, now we're friends." Lisa lets out a surprised "got it," and slams her firm handshake into the moment, only for the girl to instantly turn stiff and awkward. Then Mal Lelia steps up and introduces himself, while Vickle winks and offers his palm like it's nothing. With a grin, Vickle says, "I'm Mal Lelius, just call me Mal." The girl's smile fades as she glares at Mal and snaps back that she's not going to shake hands. In the shared bath, Sylvia, Clara, and Lisa bask in the steamy warmth, and Clara goes wild, splashes flying everywhere as bright waves crash around her. Lisa wipes Sylphie's back, groans that this place is way too cramped, and tells Clara to hold up while she takes her turn. Yet the grin of joy still hits her hard, and she barrels forward to her friends anyway. Shock hits Lisa and Sylvia at once, eyes wide, mouths hanging open, because when they stare at Clara, they just can't believe what they're seeing. As Lisa scrutinized her slender frame and compared it to Clara's curves, irritation flared hot in her chest. She snapped her gaze away with a sharp, offended face and hissed that size isn't what life is all about. Then Sophie stared at her, stunned. Clara admits that those huge forms feel like a real burden, and she secretly envies both of them. Then the mood flips because they start to wonder, Is that sharp smile hiding sarcasm? Clara blurts out in shock. Why do you even need forms that huge? Sophie whips her eyes to Lisa, hanging on her answer. Yet Lisa, caught off guard by how blunt it is, instantly turns scarlet with embarrassment. She admits that, deep down, she dreams of having a child with the person she loves, and Clara nods with real sympathy, while Lisa frowns, saying she's still mixed up about her feelings and hasn't made up her mind yet. Clara doesn't hesitate for a second. She blurts out that she'll use everything just to stay by her brother's side, and Lisa and Sylphie stare at her like they can't even breathe. She swore she'd do the same for Lisa and Sylphie. No excuses. A baffled little smile blooms on Lisa's face as she mutters, "So that's how it is." At the same time, Sylphie is shaking with pure excitement. Power surges into her voice. Then she blurts out, "Wait, if it's a child you're talking about, then there has to be a wedding too." Her scream slashes through the silence, "Don't marry Mel." And Leluda and Clara practically melt with relief. Good, then she'll just stay family. Sylphie grins and drops the truth. No wedding means no child. Then she tilts her head, half bewildered and half flustered. Wait, can a baby really come without marriage? But the words choke in her mouth, tangled up in excitement and shame. Malali Lut presses his face to the window, soaking in every hushed word leaking from the other side of the door, cheeks burning bright with unstoppable curiosity, because he can't stop waiting for something big. His expression screams anticipation, like he's holding his breath for it to finally happen, and even then he stays calm and almost carefree, staring straight past the glass like he already knows. His eyes flick to the sword, and it twists toward him, like it's staring straight through that icy, razor-bright blade. That evil dragon conversation still haunts him. Somewhere out there, it's still alive, and you can see the deep sadness flood the boy's eyes. He leans on the windowsill, deep in thought. If dragons really exist out there, then maybe the smartest move is to study the world around him and figure out what that dragon is trying to reveal. His awareness snaps back. He locks onto the scene as Lisa tells the girls it's time to grow up, and the moment Clara hears it, she pouts hard and fires back, furious, demanding to know exactly what and how. The moment they see it, the trio freezes. Mel's jaw drops, dark circles ring his eyes and blood streams from his nose, so the girls instantly clock it. Mel's having a nosebleed. Lisa can't shake the fear that after everything she heard, something truly changed. And that's why Mal-Lalit suddenly started bleeding. Mal-Lalit snaps back that it's not like that at all, even though he actually caught their conversation, and Sulfana Esvalania rushes up panicking, asking if he's okay, only for Mal-Lalit to wave her off and wipe the blood from his nose fast. Mal-Lalit admits he once craved a story about a wicked dragon sealed somewhere in this world, but reading it took a brutal amount of effort and energy. Lisa, hooked, pushes him. "So how do you even read it?" Mal-Lalit grins and says, "Wait, dry your hair first, and I'll spill the secret to my one-of-a-kind skill." Lisa launched into the evaluation skill, then straight up admitted she was hearing about the X rank for the very first time, even she'd never run into something like that. Mal-Lalit just smiled, thoughtful and smooth, and suggested that maybe if he read the world himself, he'd learn even more about the dragon too. Lisa shot him a suspicious look. According to Mal-Lalit, getting this info wasn't as simple as it sounds. His body cracked under the pressure, and Lisa says that's when blood started pouring from his nose. Mal-Lalit warns, if nobody meddles, the dragon won't stir for 16 years. Then Lisa pauses, thinking it over. Yeah, they've got time, until someone tries to speed things up, and the dragon could be back as soon as tomorrow. Mal-Lalit admits it plain. If he gets stronger and hardens his body, maybe his judgment will sharpen too. Then Lisa cuts in with the answer. Train. Discontent sits all over Malaya-Luta's face, and Lisa clocks it instantly. Of course he's not excited about this training, and she bets he can already feel how brutal it's going to be. With a hint of annoyance, Lisa leans in and asks, "If you're really a hero, so you managed to get the heroic sword, then what kind of hero are you?" He tests his abilities, and when he realizes how much better he's gotten, shock hits hard. Looking back at his old fights, he finally has no doubt. The progress is real and it shows. That once depressing data is flipping. Most of it now screams good news instead of doom. He's dead sure it's brutally hard to level up. Even jumping from level E to level D means he'll be grinding for at least a whole year. Suddenly, Strago's wise words slam into your mind. If you can, then you're truly strong. And that thought sparks a whole new blaze of courage, pushing you to move forward. Mel Leluda clocks that there's way too much about assessment skills to reread it all. And before he even starts spilling his thoughts, the girls lock onto him. Every single word gets their full attention. He figures out this wild rule. Whatever you steal, loot, spiritual power, even magic, turns into boosted abilities, so during theft he racks up experience. Even a D-rank hero and an S-rank hero can read the exact same books, act the exact same way, and still walk away with totally different experience gains. Light bursts inside him, because in a blink he'll be way stronger, soaking up everything the subject has ever learned, mastered, and survived, while every past win he inherited stays locked in and stacks on top of what he just gained. And the stolen skills don't kick out what he already had. They fuse with it, twist together, and supercharge his stats into something far beyond anything he could have done alone. He blurts out his bombshell discovery. If you can master the hero's power and truly understand the hero himself, you'll stack the strength of two heroes in a single body. And when he finally charges into the dragon's battle, he's packing double power right then and there. Because once two heroes step in, the whole matchup flips on its head. Right then, a long-haired girl charges up to the grand mansion doors and won't stop demanding a conversation. And from behind the wood, a rough voice snaps, telling her to get lost and calling the intruder a walking plague. The girls scream tears through the room as she begs, panicked, "What did I do to deserve this?" But from behind that door, a man's brutal shout cuts in, barking at her to shut up. The woman swears she'll unleash a brutal curse that'll ruin everything. The girl finds herself swallowed by the dungeon's cold, gloomy darkness. Since she was just a kid, Mari Anvardemian stood out. At 7 years old, she boldly dreamed of becoming a noble knight, and not one bully dared to laugh, because nobody could bring themselves to question what a woman could achieve. Before the blessing ceremony even began, everyone was already buzzing with hope, because that girl had stumbled into an insanely rare, perfectly compatible skill. Her special power is **berserk***. Once it kicks in, everything changes. His combat missions turned out to need his abilities more than anything, while she, called the eighth wonder of the world, had been gifted with a wild, unique talent by 15, the god's own favorite, until that joy vanished way too fast. The warrior collapses on the battlefield, utterly drained, with his whole body shredded by countless wounds. The young heroine charges into a desperate duel with the tiger, and sparks of pure fury explode between them. Her blade strikes like lightning, piercing his body through. Excitement crashes over the heroine like a wave, her eyes blazing with pure drive, while the man can barely mask his shock, because her strength hits him so hard it both impresses and scares him. The girl slams in the final period, crushing the monster for good at last. On her knees in the middle of a blood-soaked puddle, she froze, caught in a chilling silence that felt like a haunting. Nobody could have predicted that the berserker state would twist a person into something unrecognizable. At only 9 years old, the girl lived through one shocking moment that flipped her whole life upside down. Even after that win, everyone realized her power could be deadlier than any magical monster, so they locked her under house arrest for 6 brutal years. Her celestial sight lit up her freedom, like she was the next true heir to the hero's power. Then, once again, she snapped to the berserker's madness, and the danger came crashing down on everyone around her. Caged behind bars, Kido finally admits the truth. This is exactly what dragged her here. Those savage memories of the saber-toothed tiger she crushed at 9 hit her like a punch, shattering her nerve and planting a raw, pointless fear of cats, like she can't even explain it. The hero clocks it instantly. The girl's eyes are marked by pure sincerity too. Kando clocks that her sincerity is the standout. then leans in and says maybe every word is just her trying to steady her own nerves. She makes it crystal clear. She knows exactly what's going on. One tiny slip of hers could have turned into serious injury for someone. Kido nods, admitting the truth. Yeah, he really did get hurt. And before he can even explain, the girl cuts in, straight up asking whether he's the one to blame. A grin snaps onto Kido's face and Mariana clocks it. Yeah, he started this, and he's still got a broken arm for it, so now it hits him hard. He's been exposed. He insists he was only trying to nab the Holy Father's ruthless killer, but Mariana counters with a chilling detail. Witnesses swear he showed up the instant he heard their talk, slipping into the shadows. Kaido snaps back, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. Silence crashed down, and Kido's eyes narrowed as he racked his brain, desperately trying to recall that guy's name. Marian's cheeks blaze red, like her emotions just burst to the surface. Kido stuns everyone with how she can just snatch the hero's sword. Now that takes real strength. Mariana nods right along, totally caught up in his awe. She clocks that he drew the sword like it was carved by every rule, while she just smirks and can't help wondering if he's offended. Because the hero's heir always looked like the one who was meant to draw the blade. She can't shake the thought. Did those words truly hit her heart, or was she just imagining it? She believes taking up the hero's will isn't just honorable. It's a crushing burden that might break her. She looks down and finally admits it. This heavy burden landed on him because of her. If I'd only grabbed that sword sooner, just imagine what could have changed. Kido's eyes shot wide with shock. He never thought she'd be here. Smiling through a blade of irony, he shot back. Who do you think you're fooling? Like she'd never even been strong enough to swing that sword. Kido can't stop thinking, okay, what do I do next? The girl shoots back that she got into the central unit of the night only if she never spirals into a berserker state again. So yeah, she's expecting a loophole. And even so, she's already braced herself to take whatever punishment comes. She flat out admits it. She couldn't pull off becoming a heroine, so she's probably staring down another round of house arrest. Even though she knows every single thing going on, she still refuses to stay quiet and fires off the question anyway. His question is all about coming back to the Knights, but she shuts that down hard, then asks to be allowed to search for him and gets the job to bring the hero back. When they praise the hero's sword as a priceless jewel and the country's lifeline, Kaido snaps right back with a playful jab. She takes everything far too seriously, and he just can't stand people like that. Mariana shoots him an ironic apology, then immediately hears the truth. He hates it, plain and simple, and as he puts it, that's a whole different story. Kaido shuts it down, saying that reason is way too thin, and slams the truth. It's time to admit what you truly want. The man can't stop wondering what makes her hunt for his every trace. Does the legendary sword of the hero, and the hero himself, send her imagination exploding with interest? Every second I spent with Mio suddenly crashes back like a wave of memories. The girl shuts her eyes, grips his hand like her life depends on it, and unleashes a scream so loud it shakes everything. She finally says it out loud. Her heart shook for him, for the first time, like love just lit a match inside her. Mel creeps down the forest path when strange noises snap at the edge of his ear. He whips around and demands of Clara, "What are you doing?" But she keeps digging into the dirt like she's trying to drag something up from the ground. She blurts out that she was only walking into the wind, trying to keep herself decent, like, covering her tracks with sand. And Mel jumps in fast, apologizing if he sounded rude, then tells her to pick her words more carefully next time. Clara starts coughing up strange, sickening sounds like she's about to vomit, and Mel's whole body snaps alert, because something's about to go down. As the last sob finally dies, he blurts out, "Clara, are you really sick?" And dread hits him hard. What if something's horribly wrong? Clara leans in and tells him, "Don't stress, vomiting's just part of a cat's job," and that snaps Mel's brain into gear. What if she's really a cat and not a tiger? When he demands to know if she's human or a tiger, she throws her hands up and shouts, "I'm half tiger, so I'm still human." Once again, those same gut-churning sounds hit, and terror snaps tight around him. Wait, is she still vomiting? Cats do that, he tells himself, but it feels like there's way more cat than girl in her, doesn't it? Over a mouth-watering meal, Lisa suddenly presses him about his future plans, and the moment Sophie hears it, surprise hits her like a punch. She stares at him, stunned. Malai begs for a moment to think, then zeroes in on the tastiest bread like it's mission critical. No deep thoughts needed. She left all her stuff in the city where the hero died, so now she has to start from scratch. And in her own head, she admits it. She always follows her mood. Out loud, she smirks and says her plans are bigger than a quick trip to the store. Mal can't stop wondering if Leilut is going to the elves' land, since she's been ordered to bring Sulfina Esfalania home. But Lisa cuts in and says Sulfina has lost every single memory. She's adamant, first and foremost, they have to bring back Sylphin Esfalania's lost memories. Mavlai kept hesitating. Should they deal with this after they reached Elven territory? Then he pushed for the real question. Did Lisa mean she had to restore her memories before stepping into the land of the elves? Lisa nodded, like that was the only answer. At the same moment, Lisa turned to Sophie and asked straight up if she'd ever heard a divine voice. Only Sophie looked utterly baffled, stared back like she missed the whole point, and blurted, "What is that?" Sadness flashes across her face. Lisa swears this is exactly what she expected. Then, just like that, she locks eyes with Sylphie and declares, loud and confident, as a priestess of light, her powers are gone. Still, she won't back down. She insists she's the one who's been receiving divine revelations. She'd just gotten a divine message, and she bolted into the world hunting for a hero who would actually listen with only a tiny escort. Malai pressed her. "Is this a secret?" She nodded. "Yeah, no one else knows what's coming. If word leaks out, the whole world will tip into chaos, and the chance to find the one worthy hero will vanish forever." Leilut nods like he's got it all figured out, and the girl slips away on her journey. Until, right on her trail, the legendary bandit Haglioy steps in and blocks her path. She's like, "So what happened to Sulfina Esfalania's memories?" And he tells her it looks like she downed some strange elixir, because her symptoms scream one thing: a deadly curse of forgetfulness. Lisa pauses, then says it straight. Only a skilled wizard can pry that curse out of the mind. Malai tells everyone, "Hold up, just a sec," because he's determined to scan the whole world and track down a magician who can handle this. And then, bam! A wild gust of wind snaps the moment in half. Lisa can't stop wondering if he'll get another nosebleed, her worry climbing as she checks whether he's okay, while Clara just keeps smiling and digs back into her food like nothing's even happening. Leilut swears that just a few days from here there's a town where a witch lives. Sounds perfect for us, right? But that witch is an ancient old woman. Lisa pours out her gratitude to God from the very depths of her heart, pouring every ounce of emotion into those words. Malai tells her to roll in by cart, but Lisa cuts in fast. She insists she has to hit a specific place first. While Lisa chats with someone nearby, she stays put on the stairs in front of the entrance, and Leilut watches the whole scene like a hawk. Are these people really her friends? He catches a few words as Lisa reassures them. Sulfina Esfalania has lost her memories, but I swear she'll get them back. She also swears she found a true hero, and her friend blurts out how insanely attractive he is. She's thrilled by the idea of traveling with him, and both of them beg to have the news carried to the whole country. A smug grin spreads across Leilut's face. He's done with doubts and he's convinced he's a genius. Without even needing to calculate, he blurts out everything like it's obvious, then starts bragging as he talks about Sulfin Estfalania. The heir to heroic will has been found, and he's got news to deliver. When he heads back to his homeland, his confidence never slips for a second, and Lisa can't stand it. Those weird little smirks of his, what's he really up to? Before long, they were jammed into a cart that rattled straight toward a village, and then a storm slammed down out of nowhere, trapping them with nobody in sight. Just empty streets swallowed by dark clouds. The room doesn't stay silent for long. Is anyone here? Leilut finally spots movement in the shadows, like someone's hiding in plain sight, while Sulfina Estvalania wonders why her presence doesn't get a single response. Wind lashes through the broken walls, and Malai Luth's breath catches. This is all that's left of a once magnificent city. In the rubble, he spots a man creeping from door to door, guarding each step like he's hunting for something that can't be found. The hero stares at the spectacle, wide-eyed and completely stunned. She barrels through the corridors, slams on every door like her life depends on it, begging to be let in, then sprints to the next, desperate just to be heard. Vicious spots something off right away, voices blasting from the house. The girl gets yanked outside, cursed and called a walking plague, blamed for stealing the city's peace because of her grandmother. Rage sparks in her eyes as she snaps back. "I'm not a plague." A young girl bursts into tears, swearing her grandmother isn't to blame, saying the ruler should carry the guilt instead. Then an angry voice snaps from the house, shutting it down and forbidding anyone from dumping all responsibility onto him. Fear slams into her body, and she snaps, casting a curse on the person who said those words. Little Laylat suddenly discovers the truth. Her real name is Nainali Zeta, and she's the granddaughter of a real, living witch. A question snapped out from the house. What is she even capable of? They called her clumsy, and the words made Nainali shudder from head to toe. She glances around, mortified, and blurts out, "No, I'm not just clumsy. Every time this curse comes back, it targets the person who calls it." She decides to try her luck in this new place, starts walking, then hits the brakes out of nowhere. The second she spots Mel, her eyes go wide, panic floods her face, and she blurts, "Who are you?" With her palm held out and fingers spread wide, the girl unleashes her curse again, barking, "Who are you?" While Melee Lut finally clicks, he's tangled with someone brutally complicated. He tells her to hear them out first. Shaking with pure excitement, she pours the tea, urges them to dig in, then slips away and hides in the farthest corner of the room. The girl still can't stop shaking. She barely squeaks out a question. Then Malai Liat answers that they've come to get her grandmother to break the curse. As she fights to figure out how to break the curse, the girl's voice cracks. Her grandmother isn't here, and that's when the room falls quiet. When they press her for when she'll come back, she just shrugs like maybe she never will. Tears shimmer in her eyes because everyone's whispering the same thing. It's her grandmother they blame for the curse that's swallowing the city in decline, but she's sure of one thing. Those rumors are wrong, and the old woman is being accused without cause. She swore the officials stormed in, dragged the old grandmother to prison, and left her there like she'd never come back. Then they blamed her for everything, claiming the ruler's terrible policies somehow didn't matter at all. Lisa's tears keep pouring, and she only lets out a tired sigh. This isn't new. In this world, so many rulers have one go-to excuse. They blame every mistake on evil spirits or some impossible force no one can ever explain. With bitterness in her voice, she admits she's sick of being captured. And now she can't even imagine how they'll break the curse off Selfie. Clara glances at them with a heavy heart, then turns to Nainali, who's still crying her eyes out, and she snaps to the team, no doubt about it. This grandmother has to be saved. Tears evaporated fast from Nainali's face as she snapped her head up, and Sulfina Estfalonia, voice tight with indignation, swore she was done too with innocent people getting wrongly pinned. Mel clung to ironclad confidence, even as doom and loss loomed over everyone nearby, like the world itself kept pulling him in, desperate for his insight, hunting for the one clue to dodge disaster. Yet that dark dread never slipped from his shoulders for even a second. The girl nods, sure as sunrise, telling them they'll absolutely rescue her grandmother, and the boy vows to give it everything he's got. So smiles spread to everyone. As evening rolls in, the whole crew climbs onto a jagged rocky outcrop, and when the wind spirits whip the air, they launch into the sky, sticking together like a single flock of birds. N-A-L Cyrillic letter 456 S fear claws at her chest as she gasps. It's too high. And just like that, they crash onto the Lord's balcony while the guards have zero clue they're there. A tight, breath-holding silence fills the corridor as every footstep from Melee Lut and Anali pulls eyes into the moment. Melee Lut clocks a soldier glaring back, fighting off the urge to sleep, while Anali barrels ahead toward her grandmother, totally unaware of anything else. Then, snap. The soldier yanks her by the elbow, slams her against the wall, and clamps his hand over her mouth before she can even scream, trapping her there in stunned waiting. Her cheeks burn pink, and a muffled sigh slips out as she covers her mouth with her palm. Then Mali Lut looks at the soldier and realizes he's already vanished down the opposite way. At last, he yanked his hand away from the girl's mouth, blurted out a frantic apology, and swore it was pure accident. Then he listened as her thoughts spiraled. She thinks he's shameless, she's itching to curse him, and she's totally lost on what to do next. As they rush down the stairs, the group slams into a hallway packed with doors, and right in front of it, a lone guard stands on watch. Melly's eyes widen in disbelief. Is this where they're locking Grandma away? Then a wave of relief hits, because it's just one guard standing between them and the truth. Exhaustion nearly buckles the guard's legs as his eyelids droop with sleep, and Malalu freezes for a heartbeat. Maybe now's the time to strike. He yanks the sword free, then pushes to see where the hero Drago stands, knowing his powers are sealed inside that blade. Right in front of the guard's eyes, everything flips in an instant. Events slam forward so fast he can't even process it, and then Maulaylad silently slips up behind him. With a razor-sharp elbow to the neck, Lilut drops him cold in an instant, then checks him over, snatches the key, and arranges everything like the guy just dozed off. Key in hand, Lilut swings the door open and strides in with total confidence, acting like he's always been meant to be there. Behind the dungeon bars, Nainali spots her grandmother, and the old woman's eyes widen as she recognizes her instantly. Startled, she demands why Nainali's here, and Nainali answers with one word: to rescue you. But her grandmother snaps back, reminding her she'd ordered Nainali to flee the city. The moment Maulaylad cracks open the dungeon door, Nainali barrels straight into her grandmother's arms, sobbing her heart out, while Clara, Sulfina Estfalania, and Maulaylad halt right at the doorway, staring in silence. Then the grandmother, studying the visitors' faces, leans in and asks how they're connected to her granddaughter. Maulaylad jumps in and says, "We're here to rescue her, because if we can make her lift the curse of oblivion, everyone's safe." But the grandmother shoots him a skeptical look and fires back. "So if you save a criminal like that, you won't end up in jail yourselves." Nainali, shaking with desperation, screams her innocence to her grandmother, only to get a curt restraining shush, as the old woman keeps snapping for her to be quiet. Then that hard stare sweeps straight to Sylphanesta Falania, and the moment it lands, Nainali's mind locks in. This tiny elf is being twisted by some evil curse, and with a cold, quiet certainty, she declares she finally understands it all. Grandma pulls Nainali into a warm hug and promises, "Get me out of here." And then, once she's free, she'll break the curse choking her granddaughter. Joy lit up every girl's face. Every single one of them thanked her, loud and clear. Only Mellelet stayed cool and quiet, watching the others like she was measuring the air. Then someone pushes for them to leave this place right now, and that's when Mellelet finally speaks up, cautiously asking if she can ask something. Everyone stares at her in shock, and the grandmother just calmly waits, like she already knows the question that's coming. Maulaylad grabs Zeta and demands to know why she cursed this city. Safina Esvalania couldn't tear her gaze off that stunned Malin. Zeta had definitely hexed the city, and the ruler, not even realizing it, was blaming her for everything. Her craving to be caught turned into a curse that swallowed the whole town, even though she never saw it coming. She kept asking if he'd said everything, but Ali snapped into fresh tears and screamed that Grandma wasn't to blame. Grandma, sick of it, dragged the noise back down, telling her she'd asked for at least a moment of silence. Maulaylad watched every second, and that's when she realized Grandma had real, dangerous strength. She locks eyes with him, glares hard, and demands, "So how are you going to prove it?" He finally gets it. This grandmother will never admit the truth, because she's determined to pin the whole city's downfall on the ruler and the townspeople. She lined everything up so that when the verdict hit, she could proclaim, "They condemned the innocent," and curse every one of her accusers in the same breath. Laylat's shoulders sag as he sadly drops his gaze. Ramatir Zeta suddenly snaps. What's going on? Why is it so quiet? She throws her arms out, baffled, insisting she's done nothing. Her granddaughter instantly jumps in to protect her. But the real problem is this. Even if they help her right now, she'll deliberately let herself get caught again. So it's finally time to settle this for good. Luth shoots a straight-up question. Will she keep pretending she's innocent? If she won't fess up, then the next name they drag into the spotlight is Nainali. And it hits him hard because Nainali's power is that rare, top-tier curse everyone fears. Once they realize the grandmother can't hold a candle to her granddaughters, people don't just wonder. They start believing she's cursed the whole town. Grandma burst into laughter and told everyone in town the same thing. Nale can't do witchcraft, not even if she tried. Nainali wears a sad little smile, while Lut fires back memories of the times they accused her of being clumsy. So she keeps her distance from curses, because she knows that an enchanted boomerang will always come right back to the person who threw it. Every single time, Zeta drilled it into Nainali's head. Curse danger, no matter where she went. In the city streets and out past the borderlines, she kept hammering the warning into her granddaughter, and just the words witchcraft or curses made Nainali's heart slam with real dread. So she never dared to touch magic, while the townspeople had zero clue about what she could do. Malayuad's question snapped straight to Zeta, and that was exactly what she was waiting for. She even made sure Nainali never touched magic, even though that girl's talent for it is the real deal. Rama just blurts guesses and fires off questions. Nothing but doubt, not praise, and it's easy for him to say things like that. Since she knows nothing about witchcraft, she's convinced becoming one isn't worth the trouble. Even after she swore she didn't curse anyone, she only lifted the bad stuff. People kept begging her to rain misfortune on their enemies. Annalie's life shattered when her parents died in a brutal accident, trapping her in this city, alone, bleeding inside, and forced to learn how to stand on her own and mend her heart. The place had decayed to the bone, where rot and suspicion ruled every street corner, and the people refused to believe in her magic. They didn't call her a witch. They hissed that she was a curse bearer, a walking omen of doom, so loud and so relentless that the local governor himself once came to her begging for help. Lut can't stop wondering, why did she curse this city? She denies it without even blinking, like, I didn't do that. But Malai won't let it go. If this place truly disgusts her so much, then why hasn't she left its borders yet? When Grandma didn't answer, Mali jumped in and explained everything. They couldn't leave because Nainali refused to abandon the city where her parents were buried. Nainali's eyes flicked up with curiosity at her grandmother, and Grandma just wouldn't meet that confused look. Lut laid it out plain. That's why the city was doomed to crumble, because in that dead, lifeless, unlivable wasteland, Nainali had no choice but to agree to move. Nainali leans in and calls out to her grandmother, and the old woman, brimming with bitterness, stares her down like she's trying to read her soul. She points out that Mel and Ludo's rating feels way too high, then sharpens the truth with one sentence. He understood it all exactly the way it should be. Grandmother yanked her granddaughter's hand and sobbed, confessing she'd never once wanted her to end up in this city. Her dream was simple: disappear into a foreign city and live like nobody ever mattered, just quiet, ordinary, and unseen. But despair kept tightening until it snapped her. She swore she'd never curse anyone, and still, she torched everything anyway. Nainali insists it isn't her fault. Then the grandmother steps in, thanks her for standing by her, and admits the truth with her whole chest. She was the one who doomed this town, and now she has to carry that curse too. Natalia's tears spill harder as she finally admits it. This city isn't cursed at all. It was her who cracked the curse and set the whole place free. Grandma stares at her in shock, and Lalut's curiosity goes wild. If someone can secretly curse a whole city, can they also rip that curse away without anyone noticing? The answer hits her hard. Yes, it's absolutely possible. Nainali finally cracks and admits she secretly lifted the curse from her grandmother. Now she's terrified that if the old woman finds out, she'll snap and do something reckless. But when the confession hits, Grandma is left speechless, trying to force out a reply. The nanny finally admitted she was terrified, but she still knew exactly where to go, because she'd been watching everything closely all along. Even while fear clawed at her, the girl never looked away as her grandmother raised the curse, mouth shut, breath held tight, praying the ritual wouldn't end, because she never missed a single step. I stared in awe at every single move the witch made, because I was head over heels in love with her. She finally cracks and admits she can only lift curses, begging for forgiveness for keeping it secret, because deep down, she loves her grandmother and just wants her to stay close always. Tears spill into Grandma's eyes as Mal declares it. Nainali beat the city curse before it could even take hold, so nobody got hurt. Then they demand, "Why has the city crumbled?" And he snaps back that, just like Nainali said, every bit of it is the ruler's fault. Even though it feels like the city is hiding something, he decides to dive back in and read everything again, digging up every clue tied to the ruler. He locks in total focus, because he won't rest until he finds the truth. Tension spikes as everyone holds their breath, and then Mel Ilut finally snaps. No more hiding his emotions as he openly calls someone a scoundrel. Fueled by greed, the ruler wanted to wipe out his rivals, get rich off a curse, and drag a notorious witch into his grasp, so he ordered a young couple to deliver her. They refused outright. Enraged, he smiled, lied, and baited them into a trap, then snuffed out their lives, claiming it was all just an accident. The witch finally confessed she couldn't cast curses at all, thinking her powers were gone for good, so the authorities believed her and left her in peace. But once he realized he couldn't curse his enemies, he didn't hesitate. He wiped them out one after another, calling every single death an unfortunate accident. After a brutal journey, he finally climbed to the highest power in these lands. Then everything wobbled in just a few short years. Desperate to survive, he flipped the blame straight onto the sorceress, dumped his own mistakes on her shoulders, and swore that every disaster traced back to a curse the old witch had laid. Malaya's grim gaze cut through the crowd, and he turned his back with a chilling snap, flat out saying he was gone. Like always, they swarmed right behind him, desperate to know where he was headed. He stopped mid-step, smirked over his shoulder, and told them he was about to give some scoundrel a lesson. Mal Lilut strolls down the building's halls like he owns the place, and he totally ignores the guards as they bellow and sprint after him, demanding he stop, right now. The guards scatter fast to alert everyone and move in to trap this uninvited guest from all sides. Sulfina Estifalania watches, jaw tight with worry, haunted by the fear that he might not make it. Right next to her, Lisa and Nainali go stone still, their anxiety screaming as they try to hold it together. Grandma can't help but wonder if he really means to go to Guta Borvo, and Nainali frets that he at least has a clue where to hunt him, because that castle is a maze. Mal motions everyone forward, and with careful steps along the edges, he tells them to keep low and not draw the guards' eyes. Sulfina Estifalania presses. "So what's your plan?" Malaluth set out to unleash the loudest sound imaginable. Then the guards cut him off. No escape, the traps shut tight. He's locked in from both sides, bars biting his back while the guards block the only path forward. Right in front of him stands Gut Borval, the man himself, ruler of it all. After skimming the masterpiece with his own sharp eyes, he bursts into laughter and asks how in the world he pulled it off to get here. Meanwhile, Mal Lelet is already plotting, hunting for the perfect move to drag him outside. He snaps that he'll punish the guards hard later, and the others freeze, flinching like they've just heard a death sentence. Mel Lelet can't help wondering if he's really the ruler of these lands, and the Lord's jaw drops in pure shock. Wait, did Mel really recognize him? Grinning like he owns the world, he claims there's nothing strange at all, because he's Gut Borval, the lord of these lands. And Malai Lut can't help but clock just how nasty a vibe this guy gives off. Malai Lut's piercing stare locks onto him, and with a solemn edge in his voice, he declares that he's here to stop his dark deeds for good. A bolt of shock lit up his eyes as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Malai Lut stayed cool and hit him with the truth. You slaughtered your political rivals and innocent people, and made everyone think it was all accidents. The ruler went completely confused and demanded an explanation for how anyone could even claim that. Molus blurts it out. He didn't earn his rank, he slaughtered the people he couldn't stand. 7 years ago, on a snow-choked day, he butchered Nainali's parents just to drag the witch Zeta into these lands, and the shock hits every girl, hardest of all Nainali. Nainali's grandmother can barely move, frozen solid as pure fear flashes in her eyes. The Lord snaps, calling it nonsense as sweat pours down his face like hail. Then he demands how he can prove it. Melee Luth stays calm and says he can see visions of the past. The Lord erupts in rage, calling it all nonsense and wicked slander, and Mel Laylet stays calm, reminding him that back in the winter of the year before last, even after locals begged him to stop, it was *he* who ordered that mountain to be surveyed under the very same rule. Malay Lut said a rockfall had smashed the area, and he rushed to report it straight to the capital, pinning the blame on his dead political enemies. With tears threatening to spill, Nainali clamps her mouth shut, desperate to hide her heartbreak, while her grandmother stares at her with pure hatred. Malay Lut then snaps that he should come clean about everything, and as he draws his sword, he swears he'll own every sin and spend the next days locked up, waiting for the authorities to arrive. The Lord won't settle. He roars even louder, shaking everything like thunder. The guards are dead sure this is exactly what they'd expect from Huda, and honestly, they'd be shocked if he didn't act like this. A prank like that, that's pure Huda. They're not raging at the ruler as a person. They're furious at the seat of power he's sitting on, and that truth hits the hardest. Right away, the ruler rockets up, barks for the guards to stop loitering, and demands they snatch up the audacious protester. Only his short legs make every jump look absurd, so in that moment he's more like a pissed-off kid than a king. Malay Lut had a terrifying premonition, like she already knew this chaos was coming. The edge of his sword won't grab anything anymore. He clamps the blade tight in one hand, and in the other he grips something that looks like a sheath. He can't help but wonder, is this really the moment he has to lean on raw strength alone? Malay Lut stares at all of it, stunned. And the air is already buzzing with danger. Someone's coming straight for them. With thick mustaches, a scarred face, and a bandaged head, the man snaps. Why is everyone stuck like statues? Are you truly afraid of a child? The Lord explodes in fury. They're here at last, so where have they been this whole time? Right beside the stern stranger, an armored fighter suddenly starts letting out weird, childlike sounds. The man grimly realizes his brother should have suited up in armor, and those clumsy clanks only prove it. Then the Lord, annoyed and jabbing a finger at Mel, snaps that he needs to be cut down right now, only to add, he doesn't have to be killed. He wants to interrogate him the right way. The man lunges to make Mal-Lelet listen, and the crying crowd goes dead silent the second they spot them. But he can't even get the words out before Mal-Lelet slams him with a brutal hit, dropping him hard on his back, and his armored comrade yells for his brother. Another armored warrior crashes into the fight, but Mal-Lelet ends it fast, landing a clean strike straight into his stomach. The opponent just wheezes and groans, helpless to say a word. The bishop shakes in terror, totally unable to grasp how everyone around him just dropped into unconsciousness, while that scarred fighter with the bandaged head and mustache lies out cold too, and his armored comrade spasms in agony, clutches his stomach, buckles to his knees, and collapses straight before Mala Lut. Inquisitor Lyat bangs the same demand again. Confess every sin, then sit tight and wait for the overseers down in the dungeon. The grandmother stares them down with iron determination. Nainali is completely frozen as the chaos keeps unfolding. The Lord's rage explodes, unable to believe someone had the nerve to talk like they'd seen it all with their own eyes. Sweat drips down his forehead, and his stare turns colder by the second. Mal-Lelet boldly declares that Mother Earth pierces the very core of existence with her gaze, and his eyes, still locked in skill mode, burn bright with unwavering determination. The ruler swears he can hear messages from the gods and even the souls of the dead, then leans in and asks, "So, am I a medium?" Irritation flashes across his face. Mel-Lelet stares, stunned. Could he be calling the wrong seer? And then the ruler smirks like, "All right, if that's what you want, let it be." Lisa softly strokes Sulfi's ears, and right then Malilet catches it. Sulfi's and Estfalania's ears are twitching up and down like they're alive, and Malilet can't stop himself from smiling, thinking, how adorable they are right now. He reaches out and brushes Sylphie's ear. Boom! She shrieks and yanks back, and Lisa immediately steps in, furious, demanding to know why he'd act like that. Mal-Lai-Lut blurts out an apology, and admits he only found Sylph and Estfalania's ears ridiculously adorable. Sulfina Espalania's cheeks blaze as she admits, all shy and shaky, that she might let him touch her. Then Lisa explodes with rage, while Sulfina is practically searing with embarrassment. With a scream that shook the room, Lisa swore she'd never let this happen. She wouldn't even get close, wouldn't touch her with so much as a finger. And ever since, she's guarded Sylph with even tighter steel resolve. The Lord claims he can talk to gods and the souls of the dead, then leans in and asks, does he really have that rare gift to be a mediator between worlds? Mel-Lalef stares in stunned silence, like he can't believe what he's seeing and wonders what else he might have misread, while the Lord only flashes a smug, sarcastic grin, thinking, yeah, let it be so. Mel-Ilias slips straight into the ruler's mind and uncovers the truth. Someone in a black cloak gave him a mysterious potion. The stranger leans in and promises, just drink it, and you'll become the most powerful man in the world. The guards trade shocked looks, and Melee-Lut can't even begin to guess what his opponent is cooking. Then it hits him in a flash, and terror warps Lut's face. Your eyes lock onto the potion. Inside the vial, the miasma of an evil dragon whirls like it's alive, brewed from the searing blood of a monster that's still breathing, with the dragon's will folded into the mixture. Drink it in, and you'll surge with heroic power while a wild, dangerous curse of chaos crawls into your bones. This potion unlocks the rare skill Curse of Chaos. Anyone who drinks it steals every ability the hero ever had, the same powers the evil dragon has devoured. But that victory comes with a chain. The dragon takes the reins, and the body you're standing in becomes its puppet. In her sleepless thoughts, Molly-Lut reaches a brutal truth. Sure, the potion could unleash power no one has ever seen. But if that power chains her soul to an evil dragon, who in their right mind would choose eternal torment on purpose? The ruler declares the moment has arrived to seize this chance, while Mal-Lut realizes the subject is real, but the ruler has zero clue what disaster could follow. Malai-Lut decides the elixir must be hidden before anyone gets it, so he rushes to the ruler with it, and in that brutal, powerful grip, the bottle shatters to pieces. Now you've got to wonder, did the vessel crack all on its own? The potion surges down like a rushing stream toward the master. Then he's slammed by a frantic scream. His mouth gapes, mouthful of pain and despair, begging for salvation from the torment. Terror clamps down on Malelu the moment he thinks about what's happening inside Gyuda. Then Sulfina Estfalania's scream slices through the air and yanks him out of his stupor. She pleads with him to stop, to not do this, to not read the forbidden words. Ma jolts around, completely stunned by the sudden voice. Sulfina Estfalania warns him that chaos is already creeping through his veins. If he's reading this, the plague will swallow him whole. Melee-Lut can't help but stare at her and think, who is this mysterious woman? Lisa snaps her head around in pure shock. 1 second Sulfina Estfalania stood right beside her, and the next, she's gone, no trace left behind. Even Clara's face flickers with stunned surprise. Right away, Malay-Lyat clocks that Sulfina Estfalania is being puppeted by Mother Earth. At first he tells himself she's just crushed by some outsider's possession, but then he realizes the shocking truth. Mother Earth's own spirit has fully taken over her body. She snaps, saying there's zero time for explanations. so he needs to lock in on what's right in front of him. Malaliat wonders if she can show her status without flashing her skills, and she's quick to reassure everyone. Yes, you can do that. Fresh powers are exploding in front of him, an odd ability that cranks up his body and gears defense to a ridiculous level, and he's mastered it to the absolute limit. If someone hits him with physical force and their strength isn't on his level, they don't even land a scratch. But if they're stronger, their damage gets cut down in proportion to how much they outrank him. And he's got one more trick stashed away, a forward dash that boosts his speed to insane heights and turns every collision into pure destruction. Still, the chaos curse won't let him have it free. Torments keep chasing him non-stop, always attached to the power like a cruel shadow. Malaliat struts around feeling untouchable, because that potion hands him power on par with a hero. Yet now the chaos poison has pierced his lordly body, all thanks to the cursed limit of his skill, the curse of chaos. His soul and body get shoved past breaking point, and the shadow of the hero's sorrow starts creeping in for real. Worse, his very identity gets overwritten by Galen Hardy's, the heroic defender, and his only mission is to ruthlessly tear down everything that moves. Safina Esvalania compares what he's going through to a hero trapped inside a black dragon. His mind stays sharp, but his body stops answering him. Malaluth stares at it, terrified. If he reads these words alongside the skills, a curse will snap onto him like a chain, and he can't decide if the thrill of new power is worth the danger that comes with it. The moment his eyes lock onto Sulfina, a sharp flash of disdain sparks in hers. Then she snaps at him to stop reading right there. Malaliat keeps telling herself she's too weak. But honestly, that suits Sylphie just fine, because even though she isn't a goddess, her magic hits way harder than anything Liat can pull off. In Fina Esvalania's mind, a storm of rude thoughts churns non-stop. She just seized control, but her real self feels nothing like his, and she's convinced she's the total opposite. Malaliat is convinced that if the goddess has claimed his consciousness, then he'll finally understand every trait that makes her who she is. Fina snapped at Falania, saying she told him to stop reading. But now he's got no guts at all. All he'll get out of this is a nosebleed, so he should face the problem staring him right in the face. Malaliat knows he's standing face to face with a real goddess, packed with ambitions, but she just keeps barking, "Don't do this, leave that," without a single useful suggestion. And since her body is Sylphie's, she doesn't even have a life of her own, so she could at least act a little more humble, because he pictured a deity so much differently. Imagining her gentle curves and the warmth they'd bring, he barely even noticed when a laugh burst out. This fantasy felt painfully real. Safina Est Felania snaps in fury, shouting that he's just caught himself entertaining an indecent thought. And now her powers can't read his mind. Yet the whole truth screams off his face like a totally open book. The Lord keeps shifting into a hideous creature, screaming in agony over pain so brutal it feels unbearable, begging for anyone to save him. And Malaliat clenches her resolve, because the moment has finally arrived to face that monster head-on. The Lord, racked with savage pain, erupts in a scream that echoes everywhere, right as Malaliat's mind races, plotting her next move. The guards lose it and scatter in every direction, and Malaliat locks in on the truth. The ruler is wired to annihilate anything that moves. Malaliat blasts his voice through the crowd, barking for everyone to freeze. Because if anyone so much as moves, he swears it'll be the spark for an attack. The Lord snarls and glares at a guard like he's about to snap, and the guard shakes so hard he begs him not to come closer. Then the monster closes in, forcing the guard to stumble back in pure terror. After ordering him to rise, Malaliat yanks out his sword and swings straight for the shoulder, then freezes in shock, because this enemy is freakishly strong, fueled by deadly enhancement skills. Regular weapon strikes are S-rank territory, which means they're nearly always packing S-level power, while Guta's fortification ability comes in one step lower at A-rank, just barely lagging behind. So the damage gets slashed by a fifth right away. That math flips the whole fight in his favor. With pure clever timing, he outmaneuvers the monster with ease, and nothing in the world can scare him. The second he lands a hit, the wound snaps shut on the spot, and the enemy swings right into an instant counterattack. He takes a step back, and the truth hits hard. In close combat, survival odds are bleak. The armored knight yells at his brother, "Run!" even though he's still clueless about what just happened. Mal-Lelut snaps to it. Things are getting critical fast, and with pure determination, he commits to the hero Drago's strongest spell, lightning magic. He hurled lightning into the air and slammed up a magical barrier, somehow blasting the attack away, totally shocking Meli-Lut and leaving her seriously impressed. The monster's almost unscathed. The hero's shield blocks the hit cold, but the hero still screams because the pain is hitting him anyway. The monster lunges like a blur at the armored knights, and with a brutal strike it smashes the unconscious man, crushing him straight through the ironclad body until they both slam into the wall. Mali-Lut can't shake it. This is insane power, like nothing she's ever seen. Foam gushes from the monster's jaws, and dread hits hard as she realizes the creature's mind is totally fogged over. The monster lunges for Mal-Lelut, but he slips back with deadly skill. Then rage flares in the beast as it swings too far, smashing the wall and blasting a massive hole straight through it. Mal-Lelut rockets upward, then glances back mid-climb and hesitates. Wait, is everything okay behind us? Safina Estfalania steps in with iron confidence, defending her comrades and telling them not to worry about a thing. She admits her divine power has limits, but she vows to guard them anyway, because no matter how strong she is, this enemy's devastating hit can still cut through it. Mal-Lelut smiles as Sylphie flashes through their mind, because if that monster's strike hits you by surprise, the bones won't be gatherable ever again. The hero's sword grants true invincibility, but it only fires once per day, so you'd better read the moment and strike at the exact second it matters most. The monster slams toward Malaya, but he whips back just in time. Then he realizes his own hands are speeding up, and punch after punch starts hammering in from weird, unseen angles. The monster's mind is totally gone, yet every move is eerily graceful, cold as ice. Safina Estfalania's relentless gaze stays locked on them as Mal-Lelut hammers forward again and again. But every hit barely lands. His wounds knit themselves back together on the spot. And now, with every single minute that drags by, it gets harder and harder to even touch him. Heavy breaths tear out of his chest, panic slams into his mind. This is a dead end. All he can do is fight for his life, because his strength is barely holding together. If it keeps going, his breathing will finally break, and then the enemy won't just wipe him out. They'll come for everyone nearby. Fueled by a sudden surge of resolve, he yells for Lisa to toss him the Ferryman's potion. Her expression snaps into stunned disbelief, and Mali-Lut realizes this is his only escape. Elle explodes into an attack again and again, but every time he lands a blow, the opponent barely flinches, then snaps back instantly, like it's nothing. And as minutes pile up, even the tiniest hit becomes harder and harder to pull off. Their chest heaves in a ragged gasp, and panic slams into their mind. Everything's going wrong. All they can do is brace their defense, but at this rate their strength will burn out fast, and when they finally collapse, they'll be an easy target, and everyone else pays the price. At that exact moment, he roars at Lisa to toss him the transformation potion for the Ferryman, and Lisa freezes in total shock. Mali-Lut gets it instantly. There's no escape left. All right, let's rewind. After that brutal city battle where the hero went down, Mal-Lelut cornered Lisa and asked what she wanted to talk about, and she admitted she'd been sitting on a whole storm of questions. Her voice cut like a blade. So why was he standing right beside Lady Sylphie? Didn't it already ruin enough that he dragged Musashi into all of this? Now the Red Knight had been caught in the exact same mess. Dead tired, Mal-Lelut begged for a quick breather. Then he crumpled to one knee. Lisa rushed over and pressed a bottle of potion into his hands, and when he asked what it was, she grinned and said it was an elven potion that could restore every ounce of strength in an instant, physical and magical. After reading it, the boy couldn't hide his shock. The elixir's price was insanely high, and that kind of luxury was way out of his reach. She shot back with total confidence. Of course it costs so much. This is the best restorative drink there is, the same kind of miracle you get from a goddess's elixir. She claimed this remedy could stitch up even fatal wounds and wipe away every last harmful effect like it never happened. With his eyes blazing, Melee stared at the trophy and couldn't help but gush that the potion was unreal. Lisa cut in, demanding he taste it now, or that battle-worn exhaustion would catch up to him fast. When Melee protested, she shot back with total confidence. After a fight like that, it was only natural, especially since he'd poured every last bit of strength into protecting Lady Selfie. Tears spilled down her face as she poured out heartfelt gratitude. Then, just as a thank you, she insisted he take the elven potion she was holding out to him. Mel Leilu Straightup admitted he defended Sylvie just because he felt like it. Then he thanked her, lounged back, slowly raised his glass and took a calm sip. Suddenly strength surged through him. He'd only taken a sip, and the fatigue vanished like it was never there. He thanked her again, and she just shrugged, saying it was enough to ask because she'd share that incredible drink with him anytime. Right after she fired off the question, the answers she'd been waiting for finally hit her, until the air exploded with shouting. Someone insisted they weren't there and swore they'd search somewhere else. Malalu snapped that the details could wait, because the only thing that mattered right now was getting out of this city ASAP. As they rush back into the monster battle, Lisa blurts out, shaking, asking if he's hurt or if everything's really okay. Malai Lut calmly reassures her that he's fine, then shoves them to get out of there right now. She hurls a potion at him, and he snatches it out of the air, then immediately bows his head and thanks her. While inside the monster, Galen Gardes, the shield bearer, is locking in and finishing the reading for good. The second he tries to absorb the words, something inside him snaps. His body surges with violent change, and a panicked scream tears from his throat. Sulfana est Felania sobs in pure despair, because this is exactly what she was terrified would happen when she begged him not to read it. Malalut's curse of chaos swallowed him in the blink of an eye, turning everything into a sticky, choking mire with brutal spikes and scorching lava all at once. The air vanishes like reality just snapped, and chaos detonates inside his chest, tearing his body apart with brutal pain until his mind tumbles straight into the abyss of madness. He rips out a loud, furious shout that there's no time for complaints, yanks the bottle of elixir open, and chugs it straight down. Then pain like blades of fire slams into his body, but somehow it feels a little less brutal this time, and he can still hold out for at least 10 more seconds. With wild courage, he slams into the monster, yelling that this time he'll finally seize the moment. Then her lightning speed blade flashes, smashing into its resistance, and on the hero's side there's a terrifying advantage. The sword's special power grants invincibility. The monster roars in some unearthly, incomprehensible tongue, and Mal Ilite realizes the pressure isn't just getting to him anymore. Even that creature looks like it's writhing through raw pain. The creature hurls its healing ability into action, and the wounds shut up in an instant. Malai Lut's eyes go wide as he realizes, this is exactly what I was betting on. A lightning flash rips through the space again, and the whole world detonates in a wall of white light. When it finally fades, Malaliut gasps, breathing hard and jerky. A massive hole starts tearing through the floor, and the girl, still clinging to hope, locks eyes with the boy. Sulfina Esvelania snaps that it's his problem to deal with. Tears blur Clara's eyes as she rushes straight to him. Malai Lut can't believe it, but he still squeezes out a smile and insists the victory is his. Malai Lat crashes onto his back and, through searing pain, panics. Asterisk, is this really the end? His hands shake as he digs through his pocket, and with every choking breath, he yanks out a vial of the elixir. After he drained the elven potion, the hero instantly feels his strength roar back into his body. But deep down, the disease is still tearing him up, and the nasty sensations won't let go. He couldn't shake the feeling that the curse of chaos was somehow behind it all, and the way he saw those terrifying emotions rise in himself shocked him. He swore it would never happen again. Safina Esvalania swears he's hopelessly incorrigible, and then snaps with that sly, ironic smile. Go on, just imagine it. You actually chose to take on the sinister dragon's curse. Malai spots something totally new, freezes in shock, and admits he never noticed it before. So the real question hits hard. Did her body actually change? And if so, why does it look like only one part has been affected? She leans in and drops the truth. She's Mother Earth, fallen straight from the heavens. And to make sure her body matches her real essence, she tweaks her form just a little. Mal Layla insists he gets it all, but he's sure she's panicking over how she looks. Then Sulfina Est Felania shuts it down by calling him a noble soul. She slides onto the seat beside him, grinning, and praises him as a smart boy. Then reaches out to gently stroke his head, until her fingers brush his hair and he blurts out, awkward as hell, "Stop." She admits, no wonder they call him the hero of this era. It's because he's wiped out Strago. It breaks it all down with its powers. Yet somehow, that weird, creeping feeling never fully disappears. It's impossible to tell if it was a premonition or a spark of pure inspiration, but one feeling hit like a drumbeat. Trust this instinct, because everything was about to work out. Salfina Est Felania leans in, asking if those are eyes that can spot the truth. Then Malai Lut slips in beside her, staring at them like they're something more, and asking what they even mean. She tells him, divine eyes are pure godly power, something only the gods are born with. Heavenly eyes, though, that's a gift God hands to people. The eyes of truth isn't something you borrow. It's a power you unlock on your own. And once it's in your hands, the road to the best possible solution finally opens up, guided by every bit of experience you've gathered. Safina Esvalania stares, deep in thought. Could that be the star of truth? Right then, Malayut stands up and leans in, asking with wide-eyed curiosity what it is. She tells him divine sight belongs only to the gods, but heavenly sight is something the Almighty grants to humans. The eyes of truth aren't just some random gift. They're a skill you sharpen on your own until they become your asterisk power. And that's why, even in the messiest situations, you can instantly spot the perfect answer using everything you've lived through. He asked if this power also belonged to our Strago, and they nodded yes. Then Mel Ilut grinned and said, now it all makes sense. This isn't about Strago pretending to be cool. The real gift, it's Strago's. Sulfina snaps at Felania, taps his head, and blurts, why do you look wrecked? Then demands he listen to the whole thing, while Malay Lut just rubs his head and is shocked to find it doesn't hurt one bit. Sulfina Est Felania swears our Strago didn't just imagine it. He truly had real eyes, and he used them long before he even realized that power was his. Mala Lut insists she remembers nothing at all, swearing that he just never picked up on it. And it only hit him after reading Arsa Drago Asterisk, the one who carries the same powers, because then he realized every move he made was driven purely by instinct. Safina Estfalania reminds him, every time life throws a wall in his face, he always finds the one perfect way through. After you beat Hedgelus, you don't instantly master the new skill, you still have to earn it. But once he chose to take down Hedgelois with the intel he'd gained, he snapped into focus. This time, the counterattack had to wait until his strength was fully back. Studying every twist of his rare skills, he squeezes out every last drop of power. So when Musashi steps in, he instantly picks the perfect move again and again, the kind of sharp thinking most people can't even reach. She tells him to hold his head high, because he's a real hero of his era, and even though Malgi Luth never tried to stand out, hope for something bigger burned in his chest. Even so, a calm, peaceful life still burns in his heart. But reality has smashed through every expectation, and he'll never admit he hates it. Deep in thought, he fires the question at himself, why does it feel this good? Then it hits him, being someone's reason to feel proud. That lands like a warm compliment, and a clumsy grin spreads across his face. Sulfina Est Falania admits he can be a total idiot when nobody's watching, especially when he thinks there's no one around to read to. It looked like he truly let Lyra get right up to Mariana, like, close enough to kiss her. Then he carelessly hurled out a magical sphere. Sulfina est felonious clocks that he really has no experience, sighs that there's nothing left to fix, and then makes him promise to be far more cautious from now on. Melee Lut can't help but think, this woman's so full of herself, but really, what else do you expect from a goddess? Sulfina est Felania blares that they're done here and moving straight to the real question. Then she drops the bomb that the evil dragon has already started its moves, and everyone in the room is left stunned. Sulfina Estelania snaps that this is where she stops and pushes everyone toward the real question. Then the evil dragon starts making its move, and all the faces around her go rigid with shocked disbelief. Lisa can't stop wondering if that treacherous dragon has really started stirring again, even though he's still sealed up. She's told he hasn't moved a single step, yet somehow he's been pulling the strings through other people. Someone slipped Hudabervili an elixir laced with the evil dragon's miasmas, and we still don't know who did it. Melai Lut can't stop wondering who that person really was. He swears it looked like a man draped in a black cloak, but he also wonders if a woman might have been hiding under it instead. If even the goddess couldn't clock who it was, then yeah, Mel Lilut had zero chance to figure it out either, like maybe it was some divine creature nobody was meant to recognize. Mal Lelufa swore the creature wriggled out of the wall, then disappeared straight into the floor like it never existed, and Gyuda was the one who told him. Sulfina Esvelania adds that if he truly slipped past that boundary, it's nearly impossible to guess who he could be among all her friends, so she says, leave that mystery for later. She realizes the only thing that matters right now is this ominous dragon hunting Mao, and when Mao locks eyes with Sylphin Estfelania, he spots the same former Sylphie who couldn't stand Pepper. Then a grin blooms on his face, because it's the very same expression she wore back then. Mother Earth grins like she's in on the joke, practically saying this is exactly what he wants, and he admits it with zero hesitation. Sure, why wouldn't he? He even boasts that he sees his opponent as prey, even as the truth hits harder. He's the one who's been dragged into the crosshairs, and Mother Earth throws her head back, loving that reckless bravery. Little Leilud snaps her eyes to him and asks, "So what now? Should you go hunt that evil dragon yourself?" And she shuts it down quick. Desperate bravery and reckless stupidity are two totally different things. She sighs, grim as ever. He still doesn't have the strength yet, and until he levels up, their future is stuck behind a wall. A tiny, barely there smile flickers across her face, and she swears that since she's right there, she'll personally deliver a few crucial lessons just for him. Melai Lut shakes in fear as she begs, "Please don't look at Sylphie like that." Then she blurts out a frantic apology, terrified of what he'll do next. The moment Maul spots the worry on Sylphie's face, a chill hits him. He's sure he caught her at the worst possible time, just by accident. Then doubt claws at his chest. Could that arrogant goddess really be forced to beg for forgiveness that easily? Malalayat admits that, to him, Sulfina Esvelania is the very face of healing. But Sulfina won't back down, saying the real symbol of rebirth is Mother Earth. She tells him with total confidence that she knows the real path to true strength, and she promises she'll show him the secret. Then she drops the simplest, wildest advice: read again and again until your stamina runs out. The young guy can't help but wonder, should he really be studying the strongest enemies instead? He says he's heard it before, and she snaps, "From who exactly?" Then he tells her, "It's Arsa Drago's line. He said the same thing to me when I read The Hero's Sword." Her cheeks are flushed, and she clears her throat to warn, "No matter what, those black dragons could start something evil again, so you better stay on guard." Silence drags on the air as Malai Lut asks if that's really all she knows. She shakes hard and can barely manage a quiet, trembling yes. He thanks her anyway, but snaps that her advice is way too vague, and the girl immediately bristles, yelling that her words aren't vague at all. She bursts out screaming at him, furious that he never should have told her in the first place. Because he only heard it from Arstrago, so he could have played dumb, treated it like brand new news, and just thanked her instead. For Male Luff, it hits like a lightning bolt. This goddess is teaching him deadly tricks and slick deceit, and Mother Earth hangs back with sorrow, whispering that she's sorry to part with them. But the moment to leave has finally arrived. She begs him to break the curse on Sylph right away, because if she loses her memories, that girl won't be able to wield the Priestess of Light's power. When they ask if he really knows how to lift the curse just by closing his eyes, the boy freezes, blushes hard, and blurts out that he understands it all. Mother Earth realizes she's gone and done something. She silently latched herself onto Sylph's body even though nobody summoned her, and now the damage is already showing, so everyone's panicking about what it's going to cause next. Gold flares in her eyes now, and her whole presence feels sharper, smoother, and way more graceful. Yet she stares at them with wide, innocent curiosity, like nothing at all has changed. As their cries of Malilut and Lisa tear through the air, both are stunned, because their precious Sylph is the one who's been hurt. Lisa snaps that the culprit better understand what's coming, and Malilut demands nothing less than a real, heartfelt apology. After she drops a sincere apology, the real Sulfina Estphilania finally snaps back to herself, and with her legs giving out, she stumbles and falls. But Mal catches her fast in his arms. Her eyes snap to familiar features at once, and Malilut rushes in, worried, asking if she's okay, if anything hurts, only for her to smile a little too unsure, insisting she feels fine, just some light dizziness. They press a carrier's potion into her hands and tell her to drink, and she realizes it's priceless. But they swear they've got everything perfectly under control. She swallows hard, jolts upright, and blurts out, glowing with delight, "This is incredible." Pure joy floods every inch of her. Clara comes back with the news. Sulfina Estphilania is returned. Her power hasn't budged a bit, still razor impressive, but the way she looks, something's off, like she's rattled and unsure of what comes next. Grandma lets out a heavy sigh and says it looks like she's still trapped in this world, while Nolly, trembling, blurts that she was genuinely terrified. Grem Oder leans in and demands to know what Maulalu's planning, because the curse of oblivion could snap out of her grip at any moment. Nenali leans toward her grandmother, eyes sharp, and blurts out if something terrible just happened, because she can't shake the feeling he might not even know where all this is heading. Everyone in the room goes dead silent, holding their breath, waiting to hear what Nenali says next. The curse of oblivion is a nightmare spell. Sure, it can be broken, but the damage never vanishes clean. And the thought of telling her that hits him like a stone, because it won't leave his mind. Finally, he turns to Sulfina Estphilania and delivers a serious warning. She has to listen to every single word, even if his actions look selfish and feel downright wrong. Something in him still screams to be completely honest with her. He warns once the curse of oblivion breaks, every memory that surfaced during its grip disappears, gone for good, no trace left behind. Sulfina Estphilania's eyes burn with raw disappointment and bitter sorrow, like the same hopeless grief is trapped in her gaze, freezing over as if the whole world has already shattered into a million pieces. She can't stop thinking. Does this mean every memory of this year with Ma Luda, every moment they spent together, is just about to vanish? The memories of Clara and Lisa, about her grandmother and Annalie, are totally wiped from her mind, like they never existed, and everyone nearby can only stare with broken hearts, aching with sorrow and pity. Malilut promised her it would go exactly as he said. Then Sulfina Estphilania snapped back, refusing to accept that fate. In a panic, she lunged at Malilut, clutched his shoulders, and screamed that she couldn't bear to forget a single thing. A desperate scream shatters the silence as the girl can't even wrap her head around why she's being forced to forget, while the young man calmly lays it out. She's got to choose. Hold onto the curse-fueled memories, or wipe the ones tied to the past that once buried her real self. Tears pour down Fina Estphilania's cheeks as she blurts out that she can't choose, and she flat-out refuses to lift the curse. She says, "If I have to forget you, I'd rather keep everything exactly the way it is." Then she blurts his name out, hesitant, trembling with fear. He shoves Sulfina Estfalania away and declares it's time to reclaim the memories. Then the girl jolts violently, whipping her head side to side as she screams no. Melelut clings to her memories like their lifelines, her mother, her native village, everything that came before, and she vows to one day become a priestess of light again. He reminds her, this is exactly what she wanted before her memory vanished. Now her eyes brim with tears and she can only stare at him. Nobody pushed her. This wasn't some kid's whim. With fierce determination in her bones, she chose to become a priestess of light on her own. From the moment she was young, she accepted her fate, clenched her determination, and stepped out like a vow, ready to give her life. Because she had to find the next heir to the hero. Her longing won't let him breathe easy, even if Sylphie has no clue, and that's why he gently hooks his hands on her shoulders, pulls her in with care, and readies himself to speak. Grandma Zeta's voice snaps through the room, stern as thunder, warning him not to force her and making it crystal clear. She's choosing her own fate. Grandma insists that if you're going to break that curse, you can't drag your feet. So why not head home first and think it all through in peace? The guards bow to them, snatch up the injured, and then they all tumble into the carts dead, total silence. Sulfina Estfalania with her face buried in her hands, whispering over and over that she can't bear to forget. With despair in her breath and tears on her cheeks, she trembles as Melelut watches, crushed by sadness, while the grandmother, hugging that emptiness, begs forgiveness for not being able to cook a real full meal. At the table, where the ones who love him sit in heavy silence, Melelut lowers his head and begs for forgiveness. Then the room snaps back fast. They don't see him as a culprit at all. They swear he's the true savior. Lisa calls out Sulfina Estfalania while she's munching carrots, then blurts that her tastes never changed. She still can't stand them, just like before. With a bright grin, Lisa replays how Melelut just promised her she was in great shape, and now she can't stop admiring him as she blurts, "What a fantastic job you're doing." Melelu's downcast eyes screamed sadness, and after a slow moment to steady himself, he declared he'd sleep in the cart, until Nainali quickly promised him there's plenty of space for all 6 of them. He blurts out that he's still just a boy, and the idea of sharing a bed with girls feels wildly wrong to him, so he offers to sleep on the floor, but the truth is, he's way better off spending the night in the stroller. Sulfina Estfalania snaps that she's going with him, because she wants to stay close to Mal, and before long, they're both tucked into the carriage side by side, soaking up each other's company like it's the best moment of the day. Her voice lands in his mind, asking if he really remembers the past, and when he looks at her, he's locked in, because she instantly drags him back to their very first meeting. 3 days have blown by since the church welcomed the girl who can't remember a single thing about her own past. Sulfina Estfalania has completely lost her memories, and even though her identity is gone, she can still read and write, and she's already fitting into everyday life like she's always belonged here. Right beside her, 3 squirrels have moved in too, calmly munching nuts and keeping her company in this strange new world. Watching those nimble squirrels, she couldn't even recognize herself. No name, no age, and not a single memory of family or home. Silence crashes onto the doorstep, and the girl buries her face in her hands, scrunching down on her knees like she's trying to disappear. On top of everything, talking with the Holy Father and the believers was brutally hard for her. She didn't even know why her heart wouldn't stop clutching with anxiety. Those proteins lock onto her eyes for a heartbeat. Then they vanish into the treetops like they were never there. The moment she opens her eyes again, a stretched-out flower hangs right in front of her, like a surprise from nowhere, offered by hands she can't place. Right before she can react, Melelut steps into view, smirking, then waves her closer and offers her a mysterious flower, like he already knows her next move. Terror grips him, his eyes start to burn and tears threaten to spill as he blurts, "Sophie, why are you staring at me like that?" He blurted out apologies at once, swearing he never meant to scare her, except that was a straight-up lie because, yeah, he absolutely wanted to. He'd just rather hit her off guard. Sulfina Estvalania pinned herself against the door, never taking her eyes off him. The boy grins and says the whole village erupted in laughter when he pulled that face. Like every kid sees it their own way. Fear crashes over Sulfina Estvalania. She pleads for mercy, shaking in full panic as she blurts out, "Who are you?" The stranger stays cool and steady, saying his name like it's no big deal. Mel, with a flower in his hand and a grin on his face. The young man leans in and admits he's been living alone right on the edge of the settlement, and he's genuinely thrilled to finally meet her. She had an important question burning on her tongue when he suddenly cut in and asked if he could be called Sylphie. Then, right back, he only allowed her to call him Mel. Sulfina Estvalania demanded to know what he was doing with her, and when he spoke up, he explained there weren't any real questions. He just wanted to trade a few words with someone during those quick work breaks. The girl swallows her feelings and admits nobody ever speaks to her. She's stuck in total silence, with no one to share a real conversation with at all. Her eyes drift to the floral garland, and when Lut catches her sadness, it hits him instantly. He can see exactly how much it's hurting her. With a sly smile, he leans in and says, "So, want to keep talking?" Then asks if she's had a chance to really get to know the city yet. Back then, she saw him as carefree and bright, so he started showing up every day at noon, grinning and feeding her stories. And even when her reception was icy, he kept pushing through, determined to drag a smile out of her. But then, out of nowhere, his visits vanished. One day he was there, the next day he was gone, and while she played with the squirrels, she couldn't stop asking herself if he'd really disappeared for good. That squirrel suddenly sprang up and bolted off like she had somewhere to be, and as she rose to look, she saw Melee frantically scanning around for Sylphinesophalania, totally lost, wondering where their friend vanished to. Suddenly she lunges into his arms, and he lifts his hand like he's bracing, eyes catching, out of the corner of his vision, how her body presses right into him. Even she can't believe it surprises her too. With a sharp refusal, the girl won't even look at him and turns away, insisting she's thrilled to meet him, because those hugs were not welcome, and he better not get the wrong idea. Mel Leluda can't help wondering, is she really mad? She admits she'd stopped hoping she'd ever see him again. Then he carefully words it, telling her he truly wanted to come back as soon as he could. The man tells him he couldn't show up because his coworkers caught him slipping out early from work and dragged him into a serious reprimand. But even so, he still crushed his daily quota, kept everything from blowing up for the others, and pushed himself through the grind like he never stopped. His palm cups her hand with care. After 2 weeks of grueling work, today finally hits like a long-awaited breath of freedom. He pulls her close, tells her not to be shy, and urges her to stay exactly who she is. Curious about what place makes his smile so bright, she asks, "Where is it exactly?" And he answers, "One wonderful place." Then she just takes it in. His palm is rough, but it's packed with warmth. As soon as Sulfina Estvalania steps into the place, she lights up and marvels at the wild variety of flowers blooming all around her. Then her companion leans in and asks if this stunning beauty really blows her away. She beams at how charming everything feels, and while he's at it, he picks flowers, tells her to speak freely, like they've been old friends forever. He tells her to hold on a sec, then whips together a flower wreath and places it in her hands with the gentlest touch, saying her mother just made the very same one. And then he drops the real bomb. Sulfina Estvalania is already closing in. He carefully sets a wreath on her head and grins, teasing her that she's finally a real princess. Then she freezes in shock and, trembling, reaches up to touch the new crown. She can't help but wonder if he truly took his first day off in 2 weeks just to be with her. And as the day unfolds, it clicks. He's been giving her that special kind of care all along. Even with everything going wrong, the boy stayed rock steady, calm as ever, and somehow always found the perfect words to lift her up. And right then, the girl's face lit up with a real, heartfelt smile as she thanked him like her gratitude was bursting at the seams. At first it looked like nothing had changed at all, but in the dull swirl of her daily routine, A small, genuine spark of happiness suddenly flickered to life. Every single one of those moments felt priceless to her. So that night she clung to a dream, begging for those happy days to stretch on forever. And later, when she replayed everything from the carriage, the quiet hours when they sat side by side, Mullah Lyot smiled softly, reliving those far-off times, and truly wished he could bring her good spirits back. She snatches his clothes, yanks him in, and when he whips around to speak, she squeezes him tight, hugging him like she'll never let go. She finally admits it. Before this, she would have begged to never learn the truth, because if she hadn't found out he was fated to vanish from her memory, she wouldn't have been forced to suffer like this. Malaylute pleads for forgiveness, and Sulfana Estphilania snaps back, begging him to stop apologizing. Then she admits the truth. Even if she'd stayed clueless and the curse had vanished, a bitter sadness would still have haunted her, buried deep in her soul. Malaylute leans in and promises her this. If there's anything she's curious about, he'll spill every detail. Even the stuff she can't remember anymore, those faded events. He can still spot the clues, read them, and lay out every answer she wants. Running his hand through her hair, he vowed to spill every last secret, no exceptions, down to the things she was destined to forget, and his face lit up with a smile. With sparks in her voice, she begs, "Tell me everything." And he grins, promising that no matter what she wants, even if she turns on him and hates him, he'll still spill the full truth. The girl bursts into laughter and he realizes it's true. He's exactly like that. He smiles back, then swears he'll lay it all on her, even if she decides she can't stand him afterward. Tears spill down her cheeks as she finally steels herself, shuts her eyes and blurts out the truth. She loves him. Malaylute shoots her a stunned look, then lowers her head and murmurs that she'll never forget, never. And the second after, her scream tears through the room as she frantically repeats that it's carved into her memory forever. Tears spill nonstop down her cheeks as she chokes out a confession. No matter how everything gets wiped clean, even him and their shared memories, what happened between them will still live in her heart forever. Even if every memory slips away, the love she feels for him won't budge. She clutches him close, breaks down in tears, and they pour harder than ever. Mal's stunned when he finally feels it. Lyot's strength is real, nothing like him. He pulls her into a tight embrace and blurts out, totally honest, "I love you too, so much." Trying to finally spill his feelings to her took every ounce of courage he had. And the world around him was turning gray as morning hustle and bustle swallowed the streets. Safina Estphilania tells Mal to step in and handle it, and Nainali gently asks if he'll lift the curse, while the grandmother smirks and says Mal will never look at her the same way again, even though he could break the spell. Man, what a noble soul. He starts reading Zeta, then whips his gaze to Sulfina Estphilania and tells her to shut her eyes. His 2 fingers brush her forehead, and he murmurs a spell in that strange, mysterious tongue. A glowing sign ignites on her forehead and Malilla's eyes widen, because the curse is gone. Her friends rush in, bombarding her with questions. How does she feel, and does she still remember her own name? Safina Estphilania leans in, eyes wide, and asks Malaylute who he really is. Then a sad little smile flickers on his face, and he lets out a silent sigh like the truth has finally caught up to him. Pain hit harder than he ever expected. Then, just as he introduced himself, the young man locked eyes with the girl, and she stared at Lisa so hard it looked like it finally clicked. Sulfana Estphilania can't remember a single thing from last year, so the only face she recognizes is Lisa. Everyone else feels like a stranger, and Malaylute grabs Lisa and demands she spill the full truth. He's about to head out since he promised he'd wait in the next room, but then, boom, Sulfina Estphilania slips out from behind him, throws her arms around his neck, and hugs him so tightly he blurts out a totally unexpected gasp. Every stunned stare in the room snaps to them, like nobody can blink. And right in the crowd, this grandmother stands tall, watching with proud eyes. Then Sulfina Estphilania steps in and fires a straight question at the stranger. "Who are you?" He tries to calm her down, swearing they'll lay every truth bare. But Sulfina Estphilania refuses to budge. insisting she's never met this man a day in her life and has no memory of seeing or talking to him at all. Malilu reread that last sentence in her head, and suddenly everything in her chest made sense and didn't at the same time. Why panic flares the moment he turns away, why she clings to him like he'll vanish, why hot tears spill before she can stop them, and how on earth he became so precious to her. Right as the memory hits him, her words slam into place. She'll never forget her love for him. And suddenly he realizes with full clarity that this is the real, honest truth. He sweeps her into his arms and, pounding with excitement, thinks, Sulfana Esvalania, she's in a league of her own. Then he blurts out to everyone, she means the world to me. She snaps her eyes open, stunned and still saying, I don't get it, but if he insists, I trust him. Mel Layla can't help thinking, this is Sylphie, the one who doesn't know him, the one whose memories clash with his. Yet somehow in his eyes she's still the very same Sylphie. At a lavish table piled with mouth-watering dishes and tempting drinks, Melee Lut stands up and declares, Tomorrow, we set off on our journey. The soldiers sprinted to get the evaluators on the line, because the truth was about to explode. Zeta wound up in prison for slander, while the real villain was Gyuda. Right then, not a soul would have guessed the grandmother had cursed the whole city, because the only way out was Nainali. Grandma stares at him, and right when she mentions, besides you, Melee Lut awkwardly blurts out a nervous laugh in reply. He swivels to Zeta's grandmother and promises, loud and clear, that prison isn't coming for her. Then Nana's shoulders drop as relief floods her. Grandma calmly says she already saw this coming, so even if the truth finally comes out, she won't sink into deep regret. Rage flares in Nainali's eyes as she snaps at her grandmother, while everyone else just grins, trading secret, mysterious looks. Zeta shoots Melee Lut a grateful look and promises she'll do everything in her power to make sure his efforts never go to waste. Male Lyot lit up with a grin, straight up saying he only acted like that because he wanted to. And while Nainali was already starting to thank everyone, Sylphie whipped around to Philly, showering her with praise, and Male Lyot caught every word. With a soft, warm smile, she thanks him and admits they only made it out because of him. Then Malai Luth just chuckles back, modest as ever, insisting it was nothing. Flushed to the core and seeing everything blurry, Nainali can't tear her eyes away from Maulai Liu. Right between them, Sylphie S. Filionis keeps twitching her head, glued to every flicker of their reactions. A sudden unknown irritation flares up inside her, warms her cheeks, and forces a sour, pouty frown. As they share a tearful goodbye, they rush to thank Zeta and Nainali for everything. But then they hear the words they didn't expect. It's her who should be thanked. In that heartfelt moment, Zeta flashes confidence and insists everything will be okay, while still urging them to stay extra careful on the road. Mal pockets the loot with a smug little smile and says thanks. And just like that, Sylphie, Est, and Filionis beam at him with real, heartfelt grins, while Nainali, hands clenched, shuffles forward in a shaky, awkward hurry, too shy to look him in the eye. She turns her face away, hiding her eyes as tears sparkle in them, and shame burns hot on her cheeks. Then a shaky question slips out. He's still coming back here, right? He swears he'll be there the second he's done with his business. Then Nainali slips her hand into his, and he tightens his grip on the cart's reins. She grabs his hand and swears, face shining with sincerity, that she'll wait forever. Melee Lut, eyes darting away in pure awkwardness, blurts that it all just happened by chance. Melee Lut says it with full confidence. He'll absolutely be there, while Sylvie Estfilianos keeps staring at him, seething with resentment. Nainali reaches for a few more words, then slams to a stop. Sylphie Estfilianos glares with jealousy, yanks the rope and barks, "Get out right now." As everyone scatters, Sylphie Estfilianis wraps up Malai Lut and proudly keeps her eyes on Nainali. Then the carriage roars off, and Nainali and Zeta are left stranded alone in the middle of the road. Nana keeps watching him, all bashful eyes, while Grandma just watches it all with a knowing smile. Because of course it makes sense, they're standing before a real hero, the rescuer himself, so there's nothing shocking about it. She lets out a heavy sigh, wondering if she'll ever live to see Nenali get married, so she can finally hold her grandchildren in her arms. Nana asks her grandmother what really happened back then, and her grandma just brushes it off with a warm smile. Nothing special. But then a quiet thought flickers in Nana's mind. Wouldn't it be amazing to live in this world for a long, long time? The cart keeps rolling, and Sylphie Estphilianis clings hard to Melee Lyat as she awkwardly tries to steer. Yet still, she hasn't moved an inch. He whips back to her and asks if rage is burning inside her, and she smiles, proud and calm, saying she's got absolutely no anger at all. Mel realizes he just has to use his assessment skill, and the fog of uncertainty will lift. Then pure fear hits, and he backs away from the idea. For days on the road, he leaned in close to Sylphie Estphilianos and spilled the memories from the past year like it was yesterday, and somehow there wasn't a single trace of frustration on her face. Instead, a soft, warm joy lit up her eyes, but there was sadness hiding right behind it. Then, with his strange gift, he pulled up moments he'd already lost, making the past snap back into place, because he'd never felt prouder to have a power this valuable. The car keeps rolling. Sylphie Estphilianis is nodding off. Clara is digging into her meal with pure joy, and Lisa just lounges there, calmly wiping the gun with a cloth. Malilut spots something way off and yanks the moment into motion by calling Sylphie Estphilianis. But Sylphie barely manages to stir, still swollen, wrecked, and running on pure exhaustion from a brutal night. She rubs her eyes to snap fully awake, and right away Malilut blurts out an apology, asking if he interrupted her sleep. She tells him it's his fault she woke up, then asks where the item she needed is. The young man calls out to her, drops a mysterious line about wanting to show her something, and before she can even ask what it is, she says yes and charges after him without a second thought. Deep in the thick forest, 4 travelers keep moving as one. Melee Lu gently grips Sylphie Estphilianis' hand and leans in to warn her, because a whole stretch of big stones is waiting just ahead. As they strolled, Sophie gripped Philly's hand and grilled him with the questions that kept burning in her mind. Then she caught herself thinking, wow, his palm feels rock solid, but it gives off the kindest, warmest comfort. As she heads onward, a chilling thought claws at her. She can't believe she knows almost nothing about Moya Lyat, yet some wild, familiar feeling keeps buzzing in her chest, like she's known him forever. Bursting into a bright, blooming flower field, Mel Lelut declares, right there, that they've finally made it. The girls halt mid-step, stunned and wide-eyed as every colorful patch dazzles them with pure, breathtaking variety. Clara gasps, stunned by the sheer beauty, while Lisa looks around and realizes that even the wicked dragon's threat suddenly feels powerless against this breathtaking sight. Clara snaps to a strange sight and blurts out to Malilut, "What are you doing?" Right then, the boy crouches down and delicately gathers wildflowers, then just grins like he's got a secret, telling her that it'll all make sense soon. He threads the wreath back into place, sets it on Sophia Filianis's head with pinpoint care, and declares, all set. Then boom, surprise hits Sophia hard. She whips around to stare at him, completely baffled. Malilut can't help it. He's saying it again. In his eyes, she's the real deal, a princess not just in looks, but in how she carries herself like royalty. Sylphie Estphilian's cheeks are blazing red as she stares him down, but Melee Luda's bright laughter cuts the tension. He grins and says the second time is going great. Clara blurts that it's unbelievable, and in that instant, Sylphie Estphilian finally clicks with everything. Hands clenched to her chest, she finally confesses. She's fallen for him again, and this time it's all about Mel. Then it hits her. She doesn't have to drag the past around to still burn with old passion for Malilut. Her heart is his again, and that truth sweeps her up in bittersweet joy. Eyes shut, she finally makes the call. Now's the time to forge memories that belong to both of them, and her fingers softly trace the wreath. At first glance, it looks like some plain little wreath, nothing special. Lisa tries to make the decoration herself, but the moment she digs in, she realizes it's way harder than it ever looked. Sylph Estphalianus just laughs at the whole scene, and Clara can't stop herself from blurting out how lovely Lisa is. Right now in the kingdom of Mari, she's gearing up for a journey with Vardemian. She swings into the saddle and fires off a determined look at Joseph. He snaps a salute and tells her, straight up, to stay sharp and be careful on the road. Mary Ann Vardemian snaps to him out of nowhere, calling him father, begging him to stop, because she isn't a commander anymore and she's not even a knight. The girl admits she's taking over the hunt for the hero, and she makes it crystal clear. This search is locked behind total, no-limit secrecy. Smiling through the fear, she confesses she's a criminal now, banished from the capital, and then she rushes to apologize to him, begging him to forgive what happened to his daughter and how she lost hope. Grinning, he drops a joke, saying that for a criminal she looks way too happy. She shuts her eyes, bursts into laughter, and admits that her wildest dream just landed. When she was dragged to the capital and stripped from the knight ranks, she didn't just take it. She demanded one job, track down the hero, and she insisted they had to find his sword too. Even after she'd already been forgiven for every mistake, she still threw herself into this mission to make things right, and it took serious guts. With a soft, touched smile, the ghost shuts her eyes and lets out a quiet sigh. Oh, her fiery nature. He finally blurts out that he hasn't done a single meaningful thing for her. Then, like he was forced, he arrested her on command, and when she rose into knighthood, he walked away and only left himself as her supervisor. She thrusts her hand toward him and demands to know what it is, because if he hadn't shown up, she'd have crumbled far earlier and likely stayed locked behind bars, and her gratitude for him could never be measured. Clutching her hand, he asks if she can handle things alone. She answers with a shaky truth. She won't pretend she's carefree. She finally says it out loud. It's time to go head first at fate, and she's got to master the brutal berserker rage she's been running from this whole time. The father instantly gets the whole picture. His mind locks in on what's really going on, then flashes a small smile, tells his daughter, good luck, and urges her to look after herself. Mary Ann Vardemian drops a heart-wrenching farewell. She swallows her tears, swings into the saddle, and rides off into the distance without a single glance back, leaving her father standing there. So Mel Lai Lut, Sylphiest Fianus, and Lisa finally slipped into safety and made it back to Sylphiest Fianus, homeland, the land of Fianus. In the northwest of Philianessa, there's a stretch of water that's famous for crystal-clear springs, where a thundering waterfall crashes into glassy, transparent pools, and the whole area is wrapped in thick, wild greenery. With the spoils secured, the hero gives in to pure bliss, like he stumbled into seventh heaven, and then he soaks himself in the hot spring, just relaxing and enjoying it. Their road funneled straight to the water's edge, and the moment the queen, Sylphi Estphalanis's mother, heard the guests had arrived, she tore across to greet them and threw together a grand ceremonial welcome, locking peace in place for good. His mother greeted them with a radiant smile, crowning her son a hero, and she couldn't stop beaming about the reunion. And right then, his mind drifted straight to a leaner E.T., Mrs. Philianes, whose enchanting beauty stuck in his thoughts for ages. He lifts his eyes, there's the moon, and suddenly his mind runs wild with thoughts of sweet treats and steamy hot springs that melt away every ounce of travel fatigue. Finally, he lands Sylphi Esphili in her native stereo land, and lets out the breath he's been holding for ages, then sinks into a steaming hot bath as the heat wraps around him, and his heavy eyelids flutter shut in pure relief. Suddenly, a warning snaps into his ears. Sleeping here is a death wish. He squints through swollen eyes, digs into the blackness, and hunts for the person who just said it. Her eyes were wide open, trapped in shock, and they locked onto the silhouette of Queen Philianis, Eleonora est Philianis herself. He stumbles backward in a panic, firing off question after question, because he can't wrap his head around it. She's really standing right in front of him. She asked whether he liked their thermal springs, and Mel Llewellyn kept telling himself, over and over, not to steal a look at her. He drops his head, shuts his eyes, and goes still as a statue, because the queen cackles and snaps. Step another inch and you won't be able to talk again. Right in front of him, the queen shows up, and a jolt shoots through his mind. This place isn't just real, it's where every dream and their dearest hopes finally land. The queen clocks the young man standing before her, and that mysterious grin flashes as he asks if she'll let him touch him. Bursting with excitement, he blurts out whether it's truly possible, then snaps out of it, backs off fast, and the queen can't stop laughing for real. Finally, he blurts out the question that's been burning in his chest. Why does she need all this? Queen Eleonora admits it straight up. She just wanted to be alone with the hero and speak freely. After a brief pause, the queen laughs and admits, half joking, that maybe it would have been worth slipping into his bed under the cover of night. Because the moment she says it, her figure flashes in his head, silently apologizing for the sudden visit. He shuts his eyes and snaps again that none of these choices fit him, and she just grins back, soaked in the fun of watching this standoff play out. He whips his head away from her and fires off a quick question. What did she even want to talk about? She just lets out a laugh, swearing she's totally calm right now. Confusion won't let him breathe easy, so he blurts out, clumsily asking if she's really staying calm, while his own cheeks betray him and burn red with color. Queen Eleonora shot back calmly that this was the exact line she'd already given. And somehow, in their royal family, years had a way of turning everyone into a near twin, from their faces to their very height. Malay Lyot is totally lost in what her words even mean, while the girl steps in even closer, clearly savoring this game on purpose. A weird, suffocating pressure climbs his spine, and he can't figure out why. Then Queen Eleonora steps in and says the girl is still far too young to give birth, explains it's just the body's way even for heroes, and orders him to keep himself under control. Her words hit like lightning, and he's left totally stunned and lost. The man finally admits he can't read her hints at all, and she snaps back that she already reached out with a simple request. Yet all he seems to care about are weightier matters. Her smile lights up even more, and as she repeats her words, you can feel it. She's finally at peace inside her soul. Little Leilut weighs whether to warn him to stay miles away from her precious daughter. But the boy blurts out with full confidence that he feels nothing but the sincerest feelings for Sylphie Esphiliones. Queen Eleonora looks at the world and says, "Sure, everything can be like this now, but one day I'll grow up too, just like me." She demands that he spill everything Mel has hidden inside her, and all he can do is stand there stunned, trying to figure out who this wild woman really is, and what she's been pushing him to do. Then with a stone-cold serious face, his mother finally admits it. She was only half kidding, and right then it hits him like a punch. Wait, if she's half joking, the other half is the real truth. The girl says she got a divine revelation 2 days ago, and he can't help wondering whether it came straight from Mother Earth. Sitting right beside her, the girl nods and confirms it. Everything is exactly as it was, and yet Sylphie Esphiliones never said a word. So how on earth could a goddess have possessed her? Smiling, she says, "Yep, Mr. Hero knows too." Sylphie Esphiliones was obsessed with Mother Earth, and her mom, now a priestess of light, was the one who detained the Saiyans just 2 days ago. Realizing what wild twist Lisa's story was hiding, she insists, spiritualism is all about reaching a sliver of divine consciousness and carrying its will straight to the world. Rumors hit her like a thunderclap. Sylphie Esphilion had fully slipped into the identity of the Earth Mother, and it lit pride in her mother's chest like never before, because Mel Leilut knows the truth. Even with everything Sophie's accomplished, this normal still feels miles away for her. Malai Lut demanded to know what revelation she'd gotten, and the answer hit like a hammer. The evil dragon feeds on dark creatures and has them serving at his command. No questions, no wiggle room. That's exactly what she heard. Stunned, Malai Lut blurts out the question again. Are these wicked little things truly fairies? And with a straight face, she admits she had absolutely no clue what Mr. Hero knew. Those capricious fairies who once forged the legendary sword for the hero and handed it to Drago have now flipped, turning against him and siding with the enemy. Malai Lut's mind raced as he replayed Drago's warning, Fairies weren't sweet at all. They were pure evil wearing pretty smiles. Don't trust their friendship, but don't expect them to turn into full-on enemies either. If the moment ever comes to use their power, letting it slip away would feel like a crime. He's convinced that once he finally tells the truth, the drama with them will vanish, and he'll walk out of it with a real advantage. The man demanded to know why they couldn't meet the fairies, and the queen's stunned reaction screamed confusion, like she had absolutely no clue what he was even talking about. Malilut says, "Since we don't know what these guests really want, we should meet them face to face and get to the truth of their intentions." The queen suddenly breaks into a smile and blurts out exactly what everyone was hoping for, more specifically, what Mr. Mel was supposed to deliver. Then his cheeks instantly flush. The queen throws down the big question. How do you meet the fairies? When he asks why they never show up, the answer hits like a curse. They can't appear here. She beams and says it'd be amazing to snag a chance to meet them, calling Malilut Lord as she says it. When Malilut hears someone call him hero or Lord, he freezes up. Those titles make him seriously uncomfortable, so he blurts out a simple fix, just call him Mal. At first, surprise flashes across her face, but the next second she beams like it all clicks at once. Then she joyfully declares that he'll absolutely be her son-in-law, no matter what. Stunned and terrified, he can't believe this is where things have landed between his daughter's husband and him, while the queen, with that cold, ironic bite, asks if this isn't supposed to be settled once and for all. She stretches her arms wide, beckoning him close, telling him to call her mom and then cuddle right into her chest, wrapped in warm, loving embraces. He freezes for a second, then suddenly erupts into a full-on scream, insisting, no way, not happening, that he won't do it, and she just cracks up, laughing through her apologies between jokes. To her, it's all hilarious. His sweet little meltdown is exactly what pushes her to tease him more. She shrugs and says every joke has a grain of truth, because Phyllis's feelings for him aren't just some spark of infatuation. They're pure, sincere trust, like the quiet magic of a sylph. A grin spreads across his face, and he flat-out admits he understands all of it. And then he gets honest. He still can't fully name what he feels, so he doesn't know if he's truly ready to bind his life to hers. For him, she was a sudden ray of light cutting through the gray, dull routine that kept swallowing his lonely days. When Sylphie est Filianas smiled at him, it lit up his whole world, like a warm ray of light that kept getting stronger day by day, because he finally realized how deeply she mattered to him, and every feeling he had was 100% real. The queen heaves a heavy sigh, admits she's suddenly dizzy, and insists she should step outside first. Right then, she whips her face away and digs in her heels, muttering to herself that she's not looking, until the queen suddenly calls his name. The moment he hears his voice, he snaps his gaze to her, and she bows so deeply it's almost prayer, thanking him with all her heart for saving her daughter. He realizes this isn't the queen or the priestess of light talking. Her words carry the warm gratitude of a mother, drenched in tender love. Ever since Alina left, a ton of time had passed, but he still didn't rush out of the water, eyes shut, savoring that quiet, letting the calm wash over him. Suddenly, a fairy materializes, humming in a strange, unfamiliar language as she twirls through the air like pure joy. At first she looks so small you mistake her for an insect, but the moment she moves, you realize she's the real deal, a true magical being. Alina's words make it sound like meeting Ferris is a once-in-a-lifetime fluke. So how on earth did he run into her so easily? In his eyes, it doesn't matter what he feels. He just has to stay sweet, strike up a conversation, and charm her over. His eyes lock onto her, but she's completely oblivious. Then confusion hits like a freeze, paralyzing his every move as he has zero clue what to do next. Suddenly, her laughter slices through the silence, and she grins, asking who this gloomy stranger really is. A real hero, or nothing but a dark shadow. She gasps, thinking maybe some mix-up happened, because there's no way he looks like a puny pod bean at all. Rage flares as she snatches the fairy and clamps down on it, like she can squeeze her resentment out. But then she abruptly freezes, her open mouth betraying the shock of realizing what she just did. Her scream slices through the silence, and then it hits him. What is he even doing? Doesn't he see who's right in front of him? Chipel. Meanwhile, Mel Laylat is left stunned, thinking he just wanted a harmless chat not to get nearly crushed. She kept slapping his palm, begging him to let her go, and blasting him with vicious insults, while Laylat just swallowed a quiet sigh, because at that point, nothing could be done. With bold confidence in his voice, he says he's got something to tell her, and before he can even breathe, she snaps back, asking if he's about to confess his love. Her cheeks burn, her eyes shut tight, and those soft fingertips on her face scream embarrassment. She's completely caught off guard by that boy, so she doesn't even know what to do. Laylat's sixth sense won't shut up, screaming that one wrong move in his choice could unleash disaster on a catastrophic scale. Laylat realizes the fairy is packed with divine essence, and he warns that if anyone messes up her assessment, the fallout could get way too heavy. Then he can't help wondering if her true nature is really that easy to grasp. She won't stop teasing him, and he can't seem to pull his eyes away. Kwity Chipel just stares, like he's trying to decipher every candid move, because right in front of him stands a real fairy, even if what she's doing is anything but proper. Laylat can't shake this gut-punch anxiety while he reads, because the words won't click. She's a fairy, and her special gift feels almost impossible to understand. A wild thought hit him. What does it matter? She's still a fairy. Then a sudden urge snapped him upright, and as the heat surged, his mind started to blur. He figures he might finally catch a glimpse of what she's feeling, but she still can't steady herself, snapping that he shouldn't stare at her like that, not so intensely. She shoots him a warning. He has no idea how stubborn she really is, because Chipel is going to push every last nerve, and then force him to fall for her even harder. Laylat thinks reading any of it is a total waste of time, then bluntly swears he has zero plans to confess his love. She insists there's nothing wrong with him, even though her logic makes zero sense. Then she flashes that sweet smile and says, "So he's decided to court Chipel." And you can tell she's already starting to love the idea. In his head, Laylat snaps to clarity and insists he'd never even flirted with her. Then he chooses to brush the whole situation off and ignore it. The man demanded to know what brought her here. Then the girl grinned and said, "It didn't take Chip long to catch interest. Not even a second, really." She says she came to uncover who the real hero is. Then he shoots back, "All right, so what happens next?" The girl straight up admits that if he's even halfway decent, she'll make him fall head over heels, no hesitation, and turn him into her loyal, devoted servant. Laylat forces out an awkward smile, then thinks, "So this is how I see everything." Asterisk. And he drops a compliment to her with a dead serious, emotionless face. Her expression snaps to shock. Then the truth hits. There's no point saying what everyone already knows, and the moment that realization lands, disappointment barely creeps in, smothering the surprise before it can even breathe. The young man shuts it down fast, insisting it has nothing to do with her at all, and the girl fires back with a sharp, ironic snap. She heard his words exactly that way, so he scrambles to dodge the topic by pointing out her eye-catching hairstyle instead. Rage sparks in her eyes. Why does this still somehow tie back to her? He snaps his denial right away. "No, absolutely not because of you." Then it hits him. He suddenly remembers his friend. Anger suddenly ignites in her eyes. She starts pounding his arm, shouting that she understood everything flawlessly and caught his intentions right away. Chipel is fuming, yelling, "How are you supposed to stand for that? Don't a real man hype her up more often?" With her arms thrust to the sky, she declares that in a moment like this, she'll make the hero fall for her for sure. It finally hit him. Questions weren't this hard at all to crack now that he could see it clearly, and she felt like some wide-eyed naive fool. Rage crashes through him, yet somehow his mind keeps twisting everything into love, so maybe it's safest to stay shut about it. Chipel, the fairy, hides like a shadow, darts with impossible speed, and cuts with cruel precision. because if she decides to, she can wipe out everyone in her vicinity in an instant. Finally, he refuses to drag things out and steers the talk straight to the heart of it, asking if she's got any deal with that sinister dragon. And when he says it, the girl frowns, totally lost at what he means. He's bursting with wonder and fires off. "Do you know nothing about the evil dragon?" And she snaps back, furious. "Of course I do. I know everything about him." She can't believe she doesn't know something this important. It's downright shameful. And then her words trip over themselves as she blurts out, "It's basically a dragon, only this one is way more furious." Malai Lut's mind blanks for a second, because he's got no answer on hand. Rumors say fairies are teaming up with a sly dragon and tossing obstacles in his path, and maybe she's heard something. But the girl doesn't drop the bomb. She only leans in, wondering what this talk was about back when they were kids. She shrugs off the other fairies, antics like they don't matter, lets out a soft, irritated sigh and thinks, this is a total disaster. Indignation roars in her chest, because that reaction feels way too weird. So she figures a nasty thought about Chapelle just flickered through his mind. He admits he doesn't have that info, and it instantly throws her into a rage. So he blurs out an apology and begs where he can find more about other fairies, but she only tilts her head toward the king like, "Then ask him." The hero finally gets what his sword's special effect really means, the exact clue the fairy king dropped, and he can't help but share the discovery. He's staring at the problem like it's a puzzle. How could he even see him? The girl just sighs like, come on, he hasn't stepped out in ages, so running into him is basically a long shot. He admits he'll probably have to trek to the land of fairies, and she just laughs, telling him there's no way he reaches it alone. Then, with a mischievous grin, she promises that Chapelle will effortlessly lead him straight to the gate of that enchanted world. He clocks it as a total bad omen, then jokes that she'll have to drag him along, only for her to flash a cute little grimace and snap, with a smug, impatient smile, that she absolutely won't take him, no matter what. He cradled the girl like he was one wrong move away from crushing her, and that hug felt deadly. Then the man demanded if she could get him there, and she nodded, saying she'd help him carry out his plan the moment he finally let her go. But as they moved, a cold suspicion crawled through him. What if she wasn't as innocent as she looked? For one breath, everything goes dead silent as it scrambles to read her mood, and then a pounding ache starts drilling into its temples, because facing the divine was never going to be easy. With a gaze that feels like it cuts through your soul, the fairy lifts her hands. Then a savage flash erupts, swallowing the world in blinding light. She clamps down on his hand, yanks herself away in a flash, and spits that he should get what's coming. Then Malai Lut immediately realizes she just went too far. He springs up, but the distance won't budge. He still can't reach her. Chapelle clocks it too. More and more people have been heading out lately, and maybe that's his shot. Malai Lut mulls over this info and loves it. But he's way calmer when Chapelle stays right by his side. People gasp and ask what just went down. Then someone spots Flash and boom, it's Clara. She's told to stop and throw on at least a towel because Mel's right there nearby. Clara yells for her brother, while Lisa scrambles in behind her trying to play it off. Then Clara bolts straight into the hot springs without even a second to think. She throws her arms around him and Lisa yells at her to stop, like, right now. The moment the cool water hits, she acts like nothing's wrong and demands to know what she's even doing. Mel blurts it out way too loudly and then, boom, the truth lands. It's just a misunderstanding because he didn't do anything at all. Clara can't stop wondering who he was just talking to, so he nods toward the nearby fairy and admits, straight out, that he'd been chatting with her. Suddenly, Molly Lute jerks her head up and spots a fairy blazing and shimmering in midair, and Clara asks if something just showed up. Then Molly Lute realizes, with a jolt, that Clara can't see the fairy at all. Rage starts to flare in Chapelle. If he never even notices her, why in the world would he scare her so badly? And right at that moment, Malai Lut realizes something chilling. That girl clearly doesn't have a shred of love for Clara. The fairy tears herself away and leaves him behind, while Malai Lut sinks into deep thought thinking, If this keeps going like this, I'm out. I'll just leave. Malilut declares she's gone. And just like that, a brand new plan sparks to life in his head as everything spirals into its next phase. He lets out a dramatic sigh like, "Good riddance, she's gone." Because if that kind of blinding flash hit him one more time, it would have finally smashed the fight right out of him. He wipes his brow and lets out a breath. Thank goodness she left after all. Then Chappelle's face twists into this sharp, ironic grin, tense and razor alert. She shrieks at him, furious because it was him who spilled his weaknesses to her, slams him as foolish, and then detonates another wave of rage, smashing him with a fresh, brutal attack. Clara shuts her eyes and Malilut just takes it in stride. Like last time she caught him off guard, he barely had time to react. But if he squints a bit, it's honestly not that bad. Clara shouts for Chappelle to leap straight into the light and grab it, while Chappelle whips his head around in total shock, completely clueless about what's going on. Clara rockets to her feet and yells that she sees nothing. But if her brother wants this, she'll do whatever it takes. Clara suddenly sank her teeth into the fairy, and it yelped in shock. Malilut nodded, thrilled. Clara's instincts were absolutely spot on. Malilut spits out the fairy from her mouth, tells everyone she's totally fine, and then shrugs. She has no idea what's going on, but she's crazy about the compliments. That fairy, worn out, passed out, and tangled in sticky slime, barely lets out a quiet groan, and Malilut stares in shock, realizing she's still clinging to life. Here's the key to that magical land right in his grasp. Now he just has to figure out how to make it open. Lisa blurts, still confused, "Wait, what was that glow a second ago?" And Malilut freezes, suddenly feeling that heavy, suffocating weight in the air pressing down on them. After they caught Chipula, they tore into the kingdom's core, the capital. Before the hero finally faced the Fairy King, he admitted he needed time to prepare, and that's when Sylphie Estphalianes stepped in to keep him company. Even back in your homeland, danger can sneak up on you. Sylphie Estphalianes points ahead to a shop packed with mind-blowing meat dishes. And just a bit farther, the windows lure you in with cute little trinkets. Little Leilu swears he's the shield for the princess, so he lifts the tiny cage, only to spot one little insect inside, and it ticks him off. But then Chappelle explodes with outrage. "What, you call this an insect in my presence?" That enchanted cage, like a snare meant for insects or birds, sits sealed under protective spells, and once you step inside, even fairies who can usually zip through space get cut off by the magical barrier. Chipple, brows pinched, snaps that he won't let Malaya Ludi be left alone with another woman. Yanking the cage up, Malilut leans in and demands, "Do you hate me?" And she snaps back, "Yeah, I hate you, because he's the one who shoved her behind bars and locked her in here." She fires off a reminder. Since he finally won Chippelle's heart, he's got to own what he's done and take responsibility. Little Leilut shoves the cage away, and that strange warmth of love spills out in a rush. Then he turns to Sylphie Estphalianes, swallows his guilt, and apologizes with real regret for snatching that mysterious thing with him. The girl squeezes his hands with a soft confidence, telling him it's nothing to worry about. She's not bothered at all. In fact, her heart leaps with joy at the chance to walk by his side, and she can't stop smiling. The fairy is trapped in that cage, seething with rage as she blurts out her warning. "Don't you even think about flirting with him." Sylphie Estphalianes' piercing stare locks onto the cage, and Chappelle snaps right back, asking what she's looking at and why she can't seem to tear her eyes away. Finally, as their eyes meet, she blurts out an apology. Because if you don't stare right at her, you'll miss the fairies completely. A warm smile lights up the girl's face, and she straight up says she wants to be friends. Then she asks if she has any objections. Chippev's charm has her hooked and she can't stop smiling. Her cheeks burn with a sweet blush. Feeling a little shy, she nods and says, "If you insist, okay." Then she accepts the friendship and thanks him with all her heart. Malilut watches them lock eyes in mutual infatuation and smirks to himself. Man, this fairy is painfully naive. Sylphie Estphalianes strides up and pushes the idea. Start at the weapon shop first. Right then, he admits he's hunting for a sheath, because hauling his sword in his hands is a pain he's done with. Sylph Estphilion swears it's genuinely dangerous, and Mal Layla snaps that the townspeople they passed through told him a scandal takes only 2 or 3 days to kick off. So he immediately shuts that plan down. He figures the capital's weapon shops will give him the same answer too, but he refuses to waste days chasing it. Chapel blurts out, shocked, "So what's it about?" "I mean, a real hero's sword has to be tucked in something worthy, right?" He confirms the truth is already out, then spits it straight. Their king handed them over, along with King Erdogan's body. The fairy spots it instantly. The hero's sword sheath isn't just leather and metal, it's a magical artifact. And if she's right, it's packed with powerful abilities, so yeah, that's exactly why someone brought it along. Mal-Lut blurts out in shock, "Wait, is that really true?" And suddenly his hunger for them spikes even higher. Then their crew pulls up at the store. The heroes rush into the armory and trade sharp hellos, and the old master leans in, wondering what's missing from them today. With a sharp pull, he draws his blade from the sheath, and now he's on the hunt for the perfect hilt for it. Then he turns and asks permission to inspect the weapon up close. The moment that sword comes into view, surprise snaps onto Malai-Lut's face. He thrusts the weapon forward. The old man's eyes bulge in pure shock as he spots the blade, and he knows it instantly. The legendary sword of the hero. A bright grin spreads across his face as he asks, "Have you ever heard of this sword?" And right away, a confident voice answers, "A blacksmith who doesn't know a relic like this would be a real tragedy." Then he leans back and remembers the last time he saw it, 30 years ago, in the city where the legendary hero went down for good. He never once thought he'd see himself dragged out of that stone, and the shock hits so hard he bolts for the boxes, tearing through everything like crazy, muttering, "It has to be here. It has to be somewhere." He cradled the object in his hands, stretched it just right, and realized, after a few tiny tweaks, it would click perfectly into place as his sword. Malai-Lut starts to realize just how little time he's got left, and with total confidence he shrugs and says, "An hour. That's plenty for me to get it all done." He's stunned and blurts, "Is it really happening this fast?" The old man just laughs, and Malai-Lut snaps back that he can't leave the sword here, only for the old man to grin and tell him there's nothing to worry about. He insists one quick look will tell him everything he needs about the size. Then he tells them to stretch their legs and wander to kill the time. Before thanking them, all smiles, because that'll make his job a whole lot easier. Hand in hand, they step out together, and Sylph Estphilionis can't stop wondering what comes next. When he asks, he just says he needs a moment to think. In the cramped workshop, he asks her if she needs any tools, and she shoots back with full confidence that right now, she's got everything she needs. Curiosity lit up his face as he asked if she wanted to try on a kimono. Then he confidently declared it would fit her perfectly. His eyes snagged on the neatly laid outfit, and he pointed straight at it the moment it came into view. Blush floods her cheeks as she grins and says, "If Malai-Lut says to, I'll try it for sure." Then she yanks the outfit into her hands, flings it over her shoulder and calls, "Okay, I'm trying it on," before dashing out of the room. Mally scans the pile of gear and smirks at how wild the variety is. Then a piercing scream erupts from the fitting room. Her moan crashes through the room as she cries about the pain. Confused, he yanks back the curtain, frantically checking if she's okay and asking how she's feeling. Still half-dressed on the bed, she squirmed with pure discomfort, cheeks burning. Malai-Lut was blushing hard and choking back a silent gasp, while Sylph Estphilionis glowed with just as much shame. He shoots out an apology to her. Then all she gives him is a timid mumble, like she can't even look him in the eye. And when he realizes he's trapped in a cage, shame crashes over him all at once, fueled by every conversation they'd had. When she finally steps in, she fumbles through an awkward explanation. She caught her robe on its own edges, and turns out it's longer than she realized, like it could seriously trip her into real trouble. But Malai-Lut just stares straight ahead, showing zero reaction. The Sylph Estphilionis, still glowing rosy, admits it straight up. If this is Malai-Lut, She honestly doesn't mind one bit if he stares right at her. A spark of questions flashes in her eyes, and Chappelle snaps to attention, ready to hear her out. Because yeah, he truly showed up just to look at her. But then the realization hits, and he blurts out that it's not like that at all, that this is just a miserable misunderstanding. Malaliuta can't stop staring at armor, admitting she's never worn a single piece. While he points out that with her small strength, only light armor will actually fit her. Sorry in advance, he asks the seller straight up if they've got the newest armor, and the seller grins back. If he wants the lightest armor, it'll be there for sure. She says she tried the dress on, and Malaliuta snaps in right away, offering to check it. Then he clears his throat, and she realizes the outfit is way too loose. Eyes squeezed shut, he clenches his teeth and admits he won't ever let himself get called an older brother. So she smirks coldly and says she doesn't see him as family at all. But no matter what, that label is still unthinkable to him. The girl grins and tells her she gets it all, then teases that one day, when she's grown up, she'll be rich enough to wear something just like that. The second Malladin pictures her grown up. His mind instantly paints the future Queen Aliner's face, and his cheeks burn brighter with pure, electric excitement. With a ferocious shout, he shuts her down even in adulthood, claiming she's only allowed to dress like that in front of her brother, never for anyone else. By the way, Molly Lutz swears this armor protects like a beast, and once they finished changing, the two of them bolted out together to dive straight into whatever came next. Staring each other down, Sylphiast Philionese can't help but ask what comes next. Then he lets out a barely there smile and admits he's been dying to try something for ages. Malaliuta pulls off an insane assessment skill. He spots cheap stuff, figures out what it's truly worth, and then, boom, he's rolling in wealth in an instant. With their curiosity turned all the way up, they bounced from shop to shop, admiring fancy vases, staring down paintings, giddily handling antique weapons, and even stopping to check out the cats. Honestly, it stings to say this, but prices feel almost identical everywhere, and in this country every shop signs scream honest, because the appraisers genuinely know what they're doing. Suddenly, a shop of wonders pops up right in front of him, and the boy whips his eyes to his palm, wondering just how bad he wants to snag even one crazy, unique ability. With magic or rare artifacts, you can unlock fresh skills and pick exactly what you want. But every single person hits the same wall. Even legendary heroes can't master more than 5 skills. For Mall Loot, the rules just got brutal. The threshold now demands 3 specific skills. Cram in extra abilities and they don't just become worthless. They can actually drain your power. Even so, these skills cling to the hero for life. Sure, they can be swapped out for stronger, similar abilities, but you've got to choose with real care and a sharp head. Sophie Estfilianos is mulling over whether he should step into this magical shop, and when he gives his answer, it's a big yes. Because that limited skill, sold only here, has his attention like nothing else. She shoots her eyebrows up, stunned, and blurts out what this power even is. Then he grins, proud as can be, and tells her the truth. It's rare self-regeneration. Depending on the situation, using evaluative powers can drain you to the bone, but Philionese says that with self-regeneration, it becomes way easier. Sylphie shot her a question. Did I get the core of it right? Malaliuta says this kind of skill is insanely valuable and rare as lightning, so yeah, that's why the price is going to be wild. He laughs it off, looks over the shop's inventory and shrugs. You can't change rarity. The saleswoman flashes a smile and says the magician is back again, and the boy laughs back that they're just killing time today. No rush. Just taking it easy and getting to know the goods. Sylphie S. Philionese gazes at him, smiles softly and says, "That's how it is," all while her eyes ask what they truly burn for. Then he admits he wants to master the rare art of self-regeneration. Rage burned in her eyes, so that's why she's suddenly fixated on his strength. The young man stays cool and tells her he just got rank D. She only lets out a tired sigh, like she's done arguing. Calling him baby, she leans in and asks, "Don't you know most self-regeneration skills only come from magical elixirs?" Then she drops the truth. Every single one of those potions, no exceptions, is packed with insanely powerful stuff. She warns that if you're ranked below B, the moment you take a sip of this potion, boom, you're dead. Just got transformed into Felianos, and Sylphie immediately panics over Mel's condition. The shopkeeper clocks their worry and tells them not to rush, though she'll honestly light up the moment they decide to buy. She won't gamble with the client's safety. She quietly insists, head bowed as she makes it clear. Mao Lai Liat leaned in and demanded, "So can we at least get a look at this elixir?" She smiled and said, "Since we're just checking, there's no problem at all." She tells them to wait, then blasts out Galetta, and shouts that the guests want to see the Iris Spring infusion, while gripping a tiny box in her hands and insisting, loud and clear, that this potion is exactly what she's been trusted to deliver. I pry open the chest, and right away, Mel Lai Liat scans what's inside, a legendary elixir called the Source of Iris. This bottle is insane, 7,500,000 currency units, and it grants one limited miracle, healing the Earth Goddess. Take the whole thing and you'll unleash powerful recovery, but one wrong sip can kill you instantly. You can only use it with at least an A-rank power, or by stacking it with other items or spells for instant recovery. And if you're lucky enough to master it, the miracle sticks with you forever, slow healing at first, but you can trigger it again and again. She says nobody's ever managed to buy this potion before. Because of its weird special effects, there's only one left, the self-restoration potion. Melilat tells Chappelle this is the real deal. If you teach the technique step by step, the results get insanely good, and his own regeneration lets him pull it off almost without end. And with the hero's sword power backing him up, he can wipe out every single downside of that potion. The truth hits him instantly. One thing blocks his path. He blurts it out loud, clear as day, that it's insanely expensive. Little by little, it hits him. This is the nightmare he's really walking into. The price is brutal, but the item is so insanely rare it's almost unreal. His savings won't even come close. And just as that fear settles in, someone suddenly yanks on his sleeve.